right, hello everyone, and welcome to Beaver Politics. This is Politi-Talk. We have discussions or debates, just about anything that's going on in politics right now. We prefer to talk about Canadian politics. I will go a little bit more into US politics this week if you want, because I think there's been more that's been happening with US than there has been with Canadian politics, but who knows? I don't have any topics in mind, so if anybody has topics in mind that they want to talk about, then by all means, request to come up. We are, we're going to move up to the 8 boxes. I don't even know how I did this with 3 boxes, but okay. But we're going to move to the 8 boxes, and then that way I'll have enough space for everybody. Thank you, ma'am. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. So just a quick couple little things is tapping. If we can make sure we're tapping throughout the entire live, that would be fantastic. Just to help show some support. Tapping is free, but it also helps support the live. It also helps get the real native. The raccoon does not make an appearance here. This is Beaver politics, not raccoon trivia. So thank you. So tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. So if you hit that little share button down at the bottom, or you can hold your finger down on mine right here, and that'll pop up a screen, and then you can go send to all your friends. Let them know that we're live right now. And we also do have our gift goal at the very top right here. I have the rosas for Halloween, for Valentine's Day. We don't get the cool Valentine's Day gifts like the States does. So, make sure you send your daily heart me as well up at the top there. That's only 1 coin to do that. We do have our subscriptions as well. We're at 21 of our 25. Yay! That gets you access to just some really cool stickers that we have in the bottom as well. It just helps support the channel. So if you wanna help support the channel and show us some love, that's the way to do it. Last thing, we do have our Discord open to everyone. It is a link in our bio. If you're having issues with it, send me a message directly and I can help you with that. That's my profile right there. If you follow that profile, you can send me a message there if you have issues getting into the Discord, because I know a lot of people have some issues sometimes. Also, the last thing is our videos are updated daily to YouTube. So the next day, we usually, within a 24-hour period, I have it posted. So if this show takes place in the evening, it'll be posted in the evening the next day. If it takes place in the afternoon, it'll be posted in the morning the next day. So that being said, what the heck is that? Murphy, thank you. Murphy is always so generous with the gifts. I love it, Murphy. Murphy is a trivia regular. Thank you, Murphy. That was a really cool one. That was so cool. All right. So let's get started. Throughout, I'll just interrupt to do all of those little things and stuff like that. And then, just do some mod breaks. And I will also talk about the other shows that we have going on as well with Politi-Talk. And we have a new show that is going to be starting. I don't have the total information on it yet. We're going to be working on it this week. So, all right. So if there is trivia and last night have you in tears? All right. I host a trivia show as well, too, guys. 3 to 4 nights a week, depending on how I feel. But we did wrong answers only trivia last night, and it was really fun. Really fun. All right. I'm going to open up the boxes to 8 people to come up. If anybody else wants to come up here. Ooh, look at it switched all nicely for me. So 8 boxes. If you want to come up, have conversations. Michael came up first, so I have a feeling that you have some topics in mind you want to talk about.
Yeah. I'm sure you heard by now that the NDP told candidates and their staffers to be ready for an election call on March the 10th. Did you hear about that?
Well, I wouldn't doubt that, just because the leadership race is on the 9th. So they'll call it then. But who knows? Who knows if it'll happen? No, I don't know.
No, because the NDP is telling their candidates to be ready for an election to be called on March the 10th, and we all know who's likely to be prime minister.
Okay. Well, what do you mean? We know who's likely to be prime minister.
It's Carney.
Oh yeah, I mean, like he'll be the interim prime minister after the leadership race. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not
You
going to
know,
be
if that's who we end up voting in.
it's not going to be Freeland. Freeland is too closely aligned to Justin Trudeau.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you never know. You never know. Yeah, not a governor. Not a governor. Hello. I think it's Marie, right? Small boy Marie.
Uh-huh.
Hello there. How are you
Hi.
today?
I'm good, thank you.
Fantastic. You've been on our lives before, so I won't ask for all that information all that I usually ask. I've seen you in treaties lives before. So,
Mhm.
what province are you in, though? I will ask that.
Um, I'm not good. This won't sit well with some Alberta so-called.
That's okay. Two of us are in Alberta as well.
Me
Oh,
too. It is cold.
uh, Canadian Chev, you didn't want to stay up? Hmm. We do take opposition. We do take like different people up here as well. But I don't know why you dropped. You requested and then dropped. So, all right. Marie, what did you want to talk about?
Well, I've been kind of hopping on different lives, and um, the primary issue is the issue of racism. That's uh, blatantly. It's like a headhunt on the ethnic minorities. It's like this whole ethnic cleansing
Mm-hmm.
dynamic. Uh, um, it it it's not just um, on Turtle Island. It's kind of like a global discussion,
Yeah.
and how governments feed that racism with their propaganda and stuff. So um, I guess what I wanted to kind of like uh, is explore um, the issue of YT supremacy as a mode of thought that permeates the two, well, actually three, Mexico's in there too, um, the three colonial states that kind of sit on our motherland. So, how do we unite the, because there's excuse me, two contradictory, well, two thought processes that are contrary to one another. So,
Right.
it's kind of like, how do we, uh, one thought process believes in the dominion over all life, and the other thought process believes in the paramountcy of all life. Where is the balance?
Right.
Thoughts?
Jana, do you have thoughts on that?
I got to be honest, I zoned out there for a second. I was trying to do something. You were asking about how treaty rights. I'm so sorry.
It's the
No, I didn't mention anything about treaty rights.
Okay.
That'll come later.
Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Did you want to mention it again, small boy?
How do you, because of the two thought processes that are contrary to one another, because this is what is dividing the most of the uh, populace on the planet is because
Mm-hmm.
one thought process believes in the dominion over all life,
Right.
and the other thought process believes in the paramountcy of all life. And
Yes.
then there's the biblical element in there where there is this more leaning to the dominion over our life because
Absolutely. Like the Adam and Eve story and how God created the animals, the land, everything, and gave them the power to do what they want with it, really.
yeah,
Whereas in the indigenous way is that you're the caretakers of the land.
Uh, it's we
But
have a
that's actually
Bon,
relationship.
Bon,
Yeah, we have
Bon.
a relationship.
1 second, please.
It's not so much that we're caretakers. That's a given in from our perspective. It's
Mhm.
how do we uphold the paramountcy of the sanctity of all life when there's a mode of thought that thinks otherwise and has consumed and lived in accordance with that mode of thought,
Yes.
oblivious to the mode of thought that upholds their life.
No, and
You know,
that's a really good point because it is, you're right, it's two very different, two very contrasting philosophies on who we are to the earth, right? One philosophy is that we have some sort of superiority maybe, or um, ownership, right?
Yep.
Of land, ownership of the animals, and we don't respect it necessarily the way that it needs and deserves to be respected. Um, Whereas in from a more indigenous perspective, there's a connection to everything, a connection to the land, a connection to the animals. Like like you would know more about this than me, but even when you say you catch a deer, there's a respect for all of that animal. There's a respect for their sacrifice, and the animal is treated with respect, and every piece of that animal is used in some way.
Yeah.
Unlike the supermarket, where animals are just hung and butchered, right?
Yeah.
Um, so it's just different ways of viewing things, and I do think that we need to get out of this colonial capitalistic view of the world that we're living in North America right now.
Yeah, and that's good to hear. That gives me hope.
Hmm. And it's up
Bon,
to, yeah.
1 second. Bon, can I just grab, before you start talking, I just introduce people before they are allowed to speak. So I just need age, province, and political party, please.
Sure. Age 40, province BC, political party, typically NDP.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You can go ahead now. You can respond because I know you had some stuff to say about
Um,
it. So
sure. So, don't have much indigenous background. Like, that's way back in my family history for me, so I haven't had much exposure. But talking from kind of the Christian side of things, not, I don't consider myself Christian anymore, but I grew up in the church. And the thing that has always kind of perplexed me is like the very first commandment is we are called to be stewards of the earth, right? Like, I mean, there are some translations that specifically use that word, stewards. So I don't really understand how Christianity doesn't also have this caretaker of the earth kind of mentality to it. But my psych background, so I have an undergraduate in psych, and part of that includes social psychology, such as, you know, racism and other biases and stuff. And there are correlations between like certain groups of people and certain personalities. And so there's this thing called a belief in a just world hypothesis. So people who are of this world belief tend to believe that the world is so because it is meant to be so. And with that, like say with our orange caked person to the south, some of that would be, you know, oh, he's a billionaire because like he's earned it. It is like rightful that he is a billionaire,
Mm.
and rather than understanding the nuances and different factors that may have played into that, such as, you know, psychopathy that allows people to be exploited, for example. And so there are other correlates too. So like with the just world hypothesis, that is correlated between people are usually on a spectrum of being a concrete thinker or an abstract thinker. And we do see correlation between people with this just world hypothesis of like the world is because it should be that way, and lack of ability for abstract thought. So, you know, they're unable to see nuance, more or less. So they like this non-changing kind of view of the world,
Hmm.
because, you know, to understand that the world can change and it's a complex thing requires the ability, greater ability for abstract thought. And that is tied to education, because that ability for abstract thought, there's a critical period when you're in your preteen years where you really develop that ability. And if that's missed, it's a lot harder to develop like later on. It's a critical development period. So you tend to see, like I said, correlation between people who are racist, who believe in this just world hypothesis, like that they are owed things, and this lack of abstract thought. So they're all kind of like messily intertwined, and that's kind of an active area of research now, is
Mhm.
tying, or is teasing out these different personality correlates.
And what's interesting, if I can just step in quickly, is the whole just world theory assumes that the world is just, which we know it's not. Um, Good things happen to bad people, bad things happen to good people. You know, there, but we do try to create a sense of justice in our political environment, if that makes
And
sense.
the thing is, you're likely better able to appreciate that it is not just, and that it is, occasionally not just, because of your ability for abstract thought, to be able to say nuance, to be able to see exceptions to like the rule.
Hmm. And that comes with higher level ethics as well. Like it gets really complicated, but just knowing that good is very relative to the situation. Like stealing is bad, right? Generally speaking. But what if you're stealing medicine to save a baby? Is it still bad? So things can get really ethically complicated.
Yeah, which which is kind of interesting, because like when you ask people with who are more concrete thinkers, like some of these exceptions to the rules, it very easily trips them up.
Mm-hmm. They
Like,
have a hard time with higher level
and
ethics because they look at the law as the ultimate good, right? When law is not always right.
mhm.
Yeah, taking it up a notch when we live under YT supremacist rule in our the so-called constitutions that are supposed to be rule of law, supreme law of the land, but as indigenous peoples, we know that's not our supreme law. We have our natural law and our spiritual laws of the universe that govern humanity on a global, on the planet. So it makes it difficult for us to accept the YT supremacist mentality as being of sound. Uh, I'll go as far as saying of sound mind. Like whoever put the Constitution together obviously was a white supremacist, and we all know that. John A. Macdonald was very, very. Um, he had the superiority complex that exceeded, that could not have his brain accept the humanity of other human beings that had a different way of thinking, that allowed life to continue without destroying it, without hurting each other. That's the whole basis of our treaty, which is peaceful coexistence. So to have a constitution that reflects that and that embraces that, it makes it difficult for people to change their thinking, because they're so used to that thinking that's the supreme law. And it's like that in the US of A. They've taken their entire uh, lawmaking to assert, or what is the wording on it, to assume jurisdiction over, like, say, 9124 Indians and lands reserved for Indians, which is a very, very um, racist piece of legislation. Any legislation that comes under that is very, very racist, because they're always in control. The same thing with Section 35, and it goes back to the division of humanity, our humanity as indigenous people, where you get three, they put us into three groups: Indians, Métis, and Inuit, and then we learn it it perpetuates that division. So down the line, we fight over the meager resources, our own resources that are dished out to us in pennies and not accessible as to allow us to grow with the rest of society. If that makes sense.
I'm afraid my specialty is more psych and sociology rather than specific points of law. But I mean, I can appreciate what do you call it, like institutionalized racism and things like that. And there are ways that we can kind of test for that sort of thing to see these impacts. I mean, one thing that I'm currently looking at now, so I'm not a researcher. I'm in tech and a data specialist, um, but with a psych background. So one thing that I've noticed is gender and racial bias in like hiring. And so how you evaluate that is you take a resume, you copy it, and then you give one resume like a white guy name, and you give the other copy either like a female name, Chinese name, like with or without pronouns, like depends on what kind of bias you're evaluating. And so you send these two copies out randomly to like say 100 or like a couple hundred applications. And because they are copies of each other, and the only difference between them is the thing that indicates race or gender or, like trans or cisgenderedness, if one experiences a lower response rate, you can assume that that is due to bias. And we see this with, women getting like I think it's like a 10% lower response rate. And we can even test this across certain industries. So when people say like, "Oh, institutionalized racism doesn't exist," it's like, well, yes, it does, and like racism itself still exists, and here's how we test it in like a scientific approach. And my fear is it apparently is increasing with the use of AI. So we see people who have been like historically disadvantaged due to like policies, generational trauma, etc. And then we can see that like even primary racism, where like all things being equal, that still exists to an extent as well. So like even discounting like, okay, your parents were disadvantaged due to racism, therefore, you didn't have the same resources as, the white guy down the street. Like that kind of generational impacts of racism. We're still seeing like a statistically significant amount of racism. And again, talking to our situation to the south, in social psych circles, there has been a bump in like various types of bigotry due to Trump coming into power. And so in research articles, that is actually in print as the Trump effect. So representation can be very important in terms of like exposing people to various like cultures and backgrounds and stuff. But now we're seeing kind of like representation of a negative kind where, you know, bigotry and stuff is like that is being emboldened.
Yeah. Starlight, can I grab age, province, and political party, please?
22, Ontario Liberal. I'm voting Carney, and in Ontario, I'll be voting Liberal for the premier.
Nice. Excellent. Awesome. Did you want to add to the conversation that they're having?
No, I honestly think that like I love a lot of what Bon is saying, and I see this now, the Trump effect, here in Canada, it's actually very sad to see. Um, People call them maple magas, and some don't identify with that, I guess, but they want to vote people like Pierre into power as PM because of what he represents to them. Like, he's
Mm-hmm.
our version of Trump. And that's such a scary thing to see, that the same thing that had taken place in America is now happening here. And my one fear is that like enough people are being influenced by it to vote him, and he might actually become, PM, and that's really
Mm-hmm.
sad.
And I think
I mean,
add something in. What I see a lot that I see with Trump, like with the MAGAs, and then I see with the PP puppets as well, is this really wanting to hurt people? Like it's
Did you call them
disturbing.
PP puppets?
I did.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't name call, but I feel like they
No,
just
you're
follow
fine.
no
You're
matter what.
fine.
Like they never have a critic. Like I can criticize my leaders, like when they make mistakes, but I find that the PP followers just can't. They can never
Yeah.
even give like a tiny bit. Like he can do no wrong, and it's the same thing with Trump. He can do no wrong. He hasn't brought down egg prices. He hasn't brought down grocery prices. He hasn't done anything that he promised to do. And they don't care.
You
Some of them
know,
just don't care because he's going after the bad guys in there, which is liberals basically, and they want to see. I've seen a disturbing number of videos of people saying like that they wanted to see somebody hurt. They want to see liberal tears or Democrat tears, as they call them.
um,
They want to hurt people. They want to punish people for not thinking like them, and that's
so
very disturbing to me. That like I saw one lady. I'm just going to finish quickly. I saw one lady. Someone did a stitch on her. She's like, "It was never about eggs. I don't care about the eggs. I just want to see them held accountable for all their lies, those Democrat lies and stuff." And I don't care that Elon's going into that because he's going to cut all those benefits to all those freeloaders. Like it's wanting to hurt people. And veterans are not freeloaders, and they're being targeted. Their benefits are being targeted, and just that wanting to hurt. And I see that also with a lot of the PPs when they post things like, "Oh, I can't wait to see your liberal tears when PP takes power," and all of your, and we get rid of all your stupid woke bullshit. That kind of talk. And it's like, but we don't want to hurt anybody. Like we just want not to see people being targeted and hurt because they have different perspectives and different ways of life and different sexual orientations or gender norms or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
mm-hmm.
I don't need to see PP followers tears. I'm not in it for that. I don't, you know what I mean? Like I don't it's from a psychology, and maybe Bond can speak to this too. From a psychological perspective, it's really disturbing to me when I come across it. I often will do little not stitches, but comment to them because I'm like, I don't understand this,
Yeah.
so the aspect of that I can speak to is so with Mega specifically, and the inability to criticize or accept criticism. So with Mega, it's essentially a cult of personality. And a core feature of that is essentially collective narcissism. Like I'm serious. It is collective narcissism. So if you bring up like narcissism in the DSM, right, and you look at the criteria, you'll see that Mega also fits that criteria. So any criticism of Trump like either gets like shrugged off as being like not my problem, it's a you problem thing, or it gets met with like rage. And so like very functionally it's as if they all were narcissistic about Trump. So yeah, that's core feature of personality. As far as the wanting to hurt people versus not, I the thing that I think, so there's a personality correlate where people that identify as like more conservative leaning, like they are more responsive to fear. Like there's been some brain mapping studies dealing with like a portion of the brain called the amygdala that kind of contains like your fear response. But this is why, like, if you watch Fox News for a while, like just wear a Fitbit or something and watch, like left-leaning news versus right-leaning news, and your pulse will spike with things like Fox News. So that's kind of how they're able to shortcut kind of the rhetoric, is that they trigger that increased like fear response, that increased susceptibility to the emotion of fear. And when your thought processes are operating under like extreme conditions like fear or stress or what have you, they're not as thorough. So you take like shortcuts called heuristics, right? And that's kind of why, like, fact checking isn't done as much. Things like that, like they don't kind of scrutinize these stories, is because the way in that is exposed is like through a very kind of like high fear, oh, you should be scared of the immigrants kind of lens.
Yeah.
It works on a certain sect of people where, and I find the people that seem to react to this are the ones that are very afraid of different. And different can look like a lot of different things, right? Different can look like LGBTQ, like transgender or gay. Different can look like different color, different clothing or customs. Like I hear a lot of people in Alberta, like you hear a lot of complaining about people wearing their customary clothing from whatever country they come from. Who cares? Like, why does that bother anybody? But it does. It really bothers some people. And it's just that not understanding, and being too afraid to, like, when something is unusual to me, I'm curious about it. I become curious and I look into it and I research it, and but they just kind of back off and go, no, bad, scary, different, and it's an interesting reaction.
I think
Well,
part of
like
that, sorry, one sec. I think I lost it. A lot of that has to do with education, though, because if you look at a lot of the places that do have like those kind of ideals about how the world should be, and like the fear of people who aren't like them, you know what I mean? Like that's the lack of education within that system. Crystal, if I can just get you to mute for right now, please, until I introduce you, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. So yeah, it's the fear of what they haven't even been educated on, right? Like they don't know this, so they're not going to understand it. But if we introduced a lot of this stuff into schools and educated people on, the different people that exist within your world, in your society, and in your social interactions, then you have less of a chance of like having those kind of reactions later on, knowing that those people exist in your world already.
And I think exposure at a young age is really important too. Like my husband was in the military, and we were originally on the base. And the military, I don't know about now, I can only talk about when my children were young, was very whitey, very whitey.
Mm-hmm.
Like, very rarely saw anybody from any other culture. And all of the kids in my son's school at the time, because we were living on base, was very YT. And one of the things that we did quickly was get a house and get him, like, move off the base and get him into a school that wasn't all YT. Because I think, just being around people of different cultures, children of different cultures, normalizes it, and it becomes just natural, right? But kids that grow up like in a bubble, like when I went to school, for example, I was in a small Northern Ontario town. I could count on my one hand how many people there were of a different color or even religion. Like, you know what I mean? So I think it's just something to remember, that when you're bringing up kids, you want to try to be conscious of their exposure to other cultures young.
Yeah. I'm going to introduce Crystal really quickly. Mm-hmm. I do want to see if Marie has anything else to add, because she hasn't spoken in a little bit. But Crystal, if I can grab age, province, and political party, please.
Hey guys. Yeah, I'm 45, Alberta, and conservative.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to let Marie respond really quickly, and then I can get to you afterwards.
So do I mute myself again then?
Yeah, everybody mutes when they're not talking. It avoids any background noise because sometimes people have background noise that overpowers the person speaking.
Okay,
So
sounds
it's
good.
just it yeah, and it just
No
prevents
worries.
people from like interjecting and interrupting when yeah, cuz that happens a lot.
Yeah, I'm
So,
new here, so all good.
okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Marie, did you want to respond to any of that?
I wanted to respond to the whole educational idea of educating about each other about our ancestral way of being. Um, and I'll use myself as an example, not as a victim, but as a truth of my first day at school, where I didn't have a word of English, and being subjected to the violent reaction of a YT woman that was one of the instructors, shaking me until one of my aunties yelled to me, in our language, say your English name. So when I spat that out, the shaking stopped. And for society to accept that as a way of enforcing education, and not realizing the impact that it has on the individual, on the human being that's being exposed to that kind of violence, it begs the question of whether what we see happening on a global scale is violence, and if we want to uphold that kind of being as being acceptable as part of humanity. And humanity, not everybody thinks alike, but humanity in general, you know, being more kinder, and that's, I see a lot of that on TikToks. That's coming into our conscience, our collective conscience, and being more responsible to our immediate surroundings, and collectively, or Turtle Island as a whole. I see that becoming more in the upper chambers of our brains, as a society. But in the educational realm, what I see happening in our communities, as in the indigenous communities, and it's kind of like got this when you throw a pebble into the water, how the waves go. Uh, it's being taught our language. I'll use our language. Our language embraces our humanity. It's the codification of our humanity and our thought process. That's where that comes from. And what I see happening on our community is the YT controls the content of what we learn as human beings, as Indigenous peoples, and our language is being dissected. And what really bothers me is the dilution of our language in translation to fit a sort of like a colonial mindset. So when we translate the dictionary that we have online right now, it does basically that. It teaches, it gives meanings so the colonial being can understand them. But if when we do our own linguistics and break down the words, the translation loses its essence. So that's what's being taught to our future generations, as like in my language, Neoyoan. It takes away from our humanity, because it dilutes our humanity to something that, I don't know. But that's my concern as an educator, and I try my best to speak my language and to interpret our language in the way that it is, because the treaties were not done in our language. We didn't read or write the English language, but the interpreter that kind of knew our language misinterpret it. So it has this snowball effect into future generations, and it really hinders the acceptance of our humanity as being worthy of living. So I'll land there for now.
This is kind of a concern with a number of languages. It's like the preservation of it. And I'm sorry, Marie, which language is this?
Newiawe, when we call it Newiawe, when the colonial label to our language is Cree, which is CRIS, which has savagery built into it.
Okay. Because I don't know. I mean, one way to kind of preserve it is just to like, so the languages I speak in addition to English are the Asian ones. Like I'm in Vancouver. It was an influence. But this is happening with Japanese, where their language is shifting to include a lot of English loan words, right? Because, you know, it's kind of the language of trade is English. So to preserve that, what the Japanese government has done is they've basically doubled down on making it easy to learn the language to try to negate that. And yes, you'll get linguistic drift by, you know, teaching it to English speakers, and there'll be like nuances lost in translation and stuff. But at least it's something that helps kind of spur that preservation. So like Duolingo is very popular right now. The only kind of First Nations language on there is Navajo. But there's also, in BC at least, the library system is partnered with, I think it's called like Mango language, like libraries or something like that. So I'm kind of curious if,
Yeah, the libraries have
if,
mango.
thank you. But yeah, so I'm kind of curious, like if these First Nation languages can be part of that library system, so then it's more, the ability to learn it is more accessible. Like try to kind of scale out the ability to learn it, and that would probably help kind of develop interest, and then therefore help drive preservation.
All right. Marie, if you wanted to respond, and then I'm going to go Crystal and then Smarsh. If you had anything to respond to, Marie.
Yeah, we do have they're creating more space for us on online and stuff, and developing our conceptualizations of certain words. The problem in allowing it the growth, government being government, they restrict resources, and they kind of dictate the design of it. So it's pretty difficult to preserve in that kind of database or whatever.
Yeah, having worked with the ability to translate between different languages on the database side, yeah, I can appreciate that difficulty.
Okay, Crystal. Sorry, I do need to get to other people, so I'm gonna let Chris. I have a list going of people who want to talk, so I want to
Well,
try and keep with that list.
to
So if you
kind
do
of
want,
allow people to cycle out, I'm going to drop. But you all have been lovely, so you all
okay,
have
yeah.
a great night. I'm gonna
All
grab
right,
food.
thanks, Bon. Thank you.
Cheers, folks.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
insight, Hannah.
Okay, Crystal, I just want to correct you on something. In Canada, we don't use Native Americans, it's Indigenous people. So I do want to correct you on that. But that's where the conversation is right now. If you want to branch off, or if you want to address the conversation that we're having right now as well, and add to it, now is your time.
Okay, my apologies. I didn't realize that would be something that would be insulting. I am 45 years old, so, you know, I'm not with the new lingo of everything.
I'm gonna say that's not an excuse. I'm 45 and I'm very aware of it. So
52.
So
Yeah. So we learn, we educate ourselves, we apologize, we move on, and we correct ourselves in the future. That's all it is. We don't make excuses for it. We just acknowledge, we acknowledge it, we apologize for it, and we adapt going forward.
and so Indigenous is the word you want to use, yeah?
Yeah, Indigenous people, yeah.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I just want to say that I have multiple friends. Some of my very best friends are Indigenous people then, if that's what
Let's
you want
not
to call it.
tokenize people though, okay?
I'm not trying to.
When you say
I'm
I
just
have Indigenous friends, you're going to speak on their experience, you're tokenizing
not on
them.
their experience. I'm just saying about my experience. Like I feel like I'm new here and
Sure.
I don't want to be used as some sort of whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just here to be kind and nice. I'm not here to be
For
rude or
sure.
anything like that. So I have
Nobody said
multiple
that, but I am
people
going to
in my
correct you
life.
on things I am going to
Okay,
correct you
I
on
have,
things if you are using
okay.
improper terms, okay?
Yes, okay.
She's corrected me. It's just that's what we
It's
do.
all good. It's fine. I'm good with it. It's all good. It's all good. I'm fine with it. I
So
have
when you become, I know, Crystal, I just want to address this, okay? Because when you're corrected on something and you become defensive about it, that means that you're not actually willing to actually sit and listen and absorb the information and learn
it's
from it,
new
right?
for me, for you
So
to
no, please
behave.
don't, please. I'm speaking right now. Do not interrupt me, please. We have this thing where it says no over talking. That's why people mute also in between, so they don't have the urge to interrupt people while they're speaking in the middle of their sentence. Okay, it's a courtesy thing. So when you are being corrected on something, can I get you to mute, please? Because the interjections are really starting to get my ADHD, and I'm going to lose track of what I'm saying to you. So if I can get you to mute, that would be fantastic, please. And I could just do it for you then. Okay. So if you're not willing to listen, then you're not willing to change. You're not willing to grow. You need, like, if people are correcting you on something, just sit there and listen to them, understand what they're saying, listen to understand, and don't listen to respond. Because when you're interrupting like that, you are listening to respond to only what you want to hear. Now you can speak. You just need to unmute yourself. I muted you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Meant. Don't really know how to go forward from this. I feel like I have absolutely no disrespect to say about anything that you guys are talking about. I have to walk out a little bit of eggshells here right now because I'm just new to your live.
You don't
And
need to
all I
walk
want
on
to say
eggshells.
is that I am very much respect. I have so many friends that are Indigenous and of different ethnicities. Not even, it's like I'm probably saying something wrong. I feel like I don't even belong in this live, maybe. It feels like I'm being judged.
No, you're not being judged. It's the wording that you're using. No, Crystal, it's the wording that you're using, okay? Because when you say, I know people in this community, I have people in this community, it's like it's like you're trying to say that you're part, like not really part of that community, but you understand what those communities are going through by using that. And that's why we say tokenizing. Speak from your own experience. Don't speak from your own experience. Don't talk about, don't speak from your own experience. Stop interrupting me right now. You've already been warned once. This, thank you. I appreciate that. You're the one who keeps interrupting people, and I'm the bitch. Jesus.
I've corrected all. You have to accept criticism. If not even criticism, just if you're wrong, listen. Go, okay, I made a mistake, and then move forward.
Yeah.
People get defensive.
It's my whole law thing, right? Law, listen, acknowledge, apologize, adapt.
It's not that hard. Like I'm wrong all the time. It's a hobby.
Yeah.
But we all are, right?
Yeah. Sparshy, what's up?
You were very
Hi, Zoo.
demure in your examples there, I think. You were very demure. I have to say that
Thanks.
much. 41 Alberta, anything but conservative. And what is the topic that we're talking about?
So we were talking about we started off with racism, and we went into like education behind racism and how education has been whitewashed. And even people who were indigenous in schools didn't even learn about their own like
Right.
their own history as well, right?
Yes.
And yeah, kind of going from there and branching off from there, and then we got stopped by tokenization. So
Okay, so, oh, where do I begin? I'm going to keep this short because I know there's other people that want to speak. I'm trying to understand how most people are not understanding that tokenization is still a form of racism, and rightfully so, not many people learn or are willing to learn, as we saw that by that person's actions. Yes, racism is a thing. It needs to be stopped, but I believe some people think that we're attacking all white people and white people, and it's not that at all. We are just trying to get them to understand that certain things that we say can be hurtful. Some things that we say and some words that we use can be dehumanizing. I got told by a friend of mine that I am a self-loathing person and I'm racist because I made a post about people of European descent should not be telling people in the BIPOC community to go back to their countries. It was not aimed at anybody. It was just a statement I made, and I got called racist for it. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, That's not a thing. That's not my
um
intention."
say no to liberals. This is the third time I'm inviting you up. If you don't come up here to talk, then I'm just going to mute you in the chat so you don't get to speak. So if you have stuff to say to me, you can come up here and say it to me about what's going on. And by the way, there was 100% white privilege. I have never been
Absolutely.
denied something because I am YT. I have never been followed when shopping because I'm YT. I've never been pulled over because I'm YT. Like that's a privilege we have as YT people.
And I can give a
And
prime
we
example.
acknowledge that.
I can give a prime example of the privilege that Charity has that I do not. It was it was like a couple years ago. I was in my late 20s. I was with a boyfriend of mine, and we were both Indigenous. And we got pulled over by the cops, and they didn't ask anyone else but the two Indigenous people for IDs because they didn't want to. They wanted to know if we were up to no good. All we were doing was having a coffee outside Tim Hortons in the city that we live in, and that's all we were doing. We weren't saying anything or doing anything harmful. We were just having coffee and having a cancer stick, and that is it. I didn't think that was illegal to have coffee and a smoke. That was it. And that's the privilege that I do not afforded. Because yes, well, he may have issues with the cops, but I do not. It still felt very dehumanizing that I was being carded because
You muted yourself. You said because they got muted.
yeah, my internet connection's kind of shoddy because of
Oh,
the
okay,
weather.
gotcha.
Um, it's just felt very dehumanizing.
Yeah. Say no to liberals. I muted you for 5 minutes. You can take a time out and come back. But I also want to say, I'm not going to yell at people up here unless you continually keep on interrupting. And even then, I'm just going to mute you and boot you going forward. But you don't over talk people, especially when you were told that there is no over talking, like literally. And you were called out already on speaking over top of somebody, and you were explained the rules. Like that person was like, I don't know the rules. I explained the rules. The rules were there. She knew them. and still decided to overtalk somebody. So if I'm gonna match your energy, if you start interrupting me, I'm gonna interrupt you and I'm gonna talk over you. So yeah. But say no to liberals. If you want to come up and actually have a conversation instead of beaking off in the comments, that'd be fantastic. Chirp, 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 chirp. Tom! Hello, my friend.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you? Happy Valentine's Day, everybody, by the way.
Okay.
Happy Hallmark card day.
I got a clear. I'm sorry. My name is Tom, of course, and I'm 56.
Hi.
And
Thank you.
ABC.
And Ontario, right?
I'm in Ontario, yes.
Okay.
And I have to ask one more question.
Yes.
What do I refer to you as? Because I know you by a few names and I don't want to refer to the wrong one.
You can do either charity or nerdy. It's fine.
Okay.
Not Mistress Trash Panda. not on here. Yeah. So charity or nerdy is fine.
All right. I want to get back to the woman was talking about the I think I understand. I got a different I think I understand where she was talking about when she was talking about her language not being uh, communicated properly into the English language, and I think and I hope that she'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what she was referring to is that it's being taken out of context. Like I know what's the saying, they have a saying in French called "c'est la vie," and translation is such as life in English, right? But that's not actually the translation. It means something like totally different. And if she's still there, I'm hoping that she'll tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Yep, Marie's right below you.
Hi. Yeah, yes and no. The context, when we speak in our language, we may use a word in different contexts, but when we're translating it say English, I don't know if they have French dictionaries yet for our language, but that's kind of like hoping for too much right now. But yeah, it does lose its essence, like because our way of being, our humanity is codified in there. The English language, our ancestors used to say it carries a forked tongue because you can interpret a word to so many ways. So they referred to it as a forked tongue because it's you can manipulate the words to mean so many things. So in our language, they call our language the precise speaker's language because it's so it carries its own spirit and it's a sacred language. So that's why our humanity is codified in there, and that's the humanity that the I don't know what nice term to use. The first immigrants to our motherland, that's the humanity that met them at the shores. So even Columbus talks about that. I saw a TikTok on it the other day about the change of the observance of our humanity, and yet, these will make very good slaves, in the next breath. So it's very difficult for us to, because we've lived with those thought processes all our lives, and the deceptions in the language in the written version, the colonial version of our treaty. It perpetuates the dominion over all life, and you are now my subjects. That was not what was interpreted to us. So our treaty, our version of our treaty still stands based on our own language, and it didn't come about. Our language was given to us. This whole island, Turtle Island, had I don't know how many. I know in the states, there in the United States, there's over 500 tribes, and in north of the 49th parallel, there's over 600 communities. But the our language, Newiawewen, extends from I think it's which is further, Quebec or Ontario?
Quebec.
Yeah, from there, like northern Quebec, all the way down across the prairies and down into the south of the 49th parallel. We have relatives down there that go as far down to as Oregon. So uh, the preciseness of our being is not easy to comprehend in the colonial thought processes. Like there kind of no room for acceptance of that way of being as valid and as worth, again, I'll say as worthy of living, because that's the life we came from. And all the languages that were here before the first immigrants came all had the same thought processes in their languages. You go to BC, those same principles will come out of any translations, any genuine translations of that language. The same thing if you go down. I was in a live the other day where they call themselves Mexicans, but they call their land Mexico because it was taken by the Spaniards. But they had a way of saving their language, and they created their own language, um, and meshed their humanity into the Bible and made that Bible work for them. They kept the good parts of it, the parts that they understood as good, like the Ten Commandments and stuff like that. But they didn't incorporate into their being those things that says that they have dominion over all life, and you can go to do something wrong during the week and then go back on Sunday and get forgiveness, and then do it the same thing again the next week, go back for forgiveness. Like they didn't use the Bible in that way. They used the Bible to perpetuate the goodness of their own humanity. It's a long-winded answer, but that's my answer.
Thank you. Do I still have a
You're
vote?
muted. You're muted, Charity.
Whoops. Starlight, you haven't said anything for a little bit. Did you want to add anything? I forget
Oh
I
no,
mute myself.
I feel like I don't have like the as much experience. I'm learning as I'm hearing what small or Marie is saying as well, and I
Yeah.
find it very insightful. Yeah.
Awesome. Smash, you unmuted. You have
Yeah,
something to
I
say?
just wanted to say I agree. Like the language is hard to deal with not being as prevalent because there is translation issues, right? To from Cree to English, and I'm trying to learn my native language, which is Cree, and it's really hard because it's so, and for lack of better terms, it's so whitewashed now. There's not enough speakers of the actual language that are around anymore, and that's the real issue I have with people telling us, "Oh, just speak your language, speak English." Well, I speak English not very well at times, but I do speak fairly good English, and I'm learning Michif, which is in a mixture of French and Korean. It's really disheartening to hear people say, "Well, why don't you just speak English?" Because I want to know every side of me. I want to know every language that I have in my blood. I know more Norwegian than I know of French and Cree, and it's just something that I'm very no notice. I'm noticing very much more that with the language speakers not being here and not being more, having more native original language speakers, it's very difficult for us to manage our way through life and to get back to our English, get back to our indigenous roots. So as a reconnecting it, I understand what Marie is saying completely. And Tom, thank you for being respectful.
Tom's always respectful.
Well, no, I'm just joking.
All right. Anybody else have anything else to add to it? The conversation?
I've got a thought that
Yeah.
that might
What's your
just
thought?
take you right on a boom right out of here.
Okay.
I was thinking today that with everything that's going on in the states, that it is very, very likely that by the end of Donald Trump's term, especially the way that he started out with, and it's not even been 3 weeks yet, that by the time it's over, it is very likely that there will be that everybody from lieutenants to people in the Supreme Court will be charged with war crimes.
I don't doubt that.
I just want to interject quickly, assuming that his term's
Yeah.
going to end in 4 years, and I don't think that's going to be the case at all.
I have another theory anyway. I think that a little bit after the 2-year mark, the 25th is going to be invoked, and we are going to be stuck with somebody else after that.
You mean the VP?
And that's worse.
It's not. JD Vance
Because
is worse.
he is worse, yeah, because he actually he had a hand in project like P2025.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. That it's all a setup. Donald Trump is just the puppet. Musk is the master, and Vance is going to be the something's going to happen to Trump. Like
I
clearly,
would
it's
say
Yeah.
you
I
know.
would say Vance is the fall boy.
If we don't end up in a World War III before that, which I
At this point,
also see happening.
See, I think what's going on right now is that people do not realize that Trump is slicker than slick. Okay, he has never been tried or had any kind of repercussions for anything, and he is constantly doing. You look in the news this day and you say, how can he get away with this? And then you look at the news the next day, well, how can he get away with that? And then the next day it's like, well, how can he get away with that? And it's just like constantly on top of one another. He's just doing thing after thing after thing after thing. And they literally can't catch up to him, or they don't want to. And the Supreme Court has given him carte blanche. But who they haven't given carte blanche to is Elon Musk. And sooner or later, I'm hoping that somebody will figure out that they can arrest Elon Musk for doing what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Starlight, you wanted to add?
No, I'm just like, it's very scary how Trump is referring to Canada right now. Like we're being dragged into their whole thing. You know, he's calling Trudeau Governor, Trudeau Canada 51st state, and it's so unreal to me. And a lot of Americans are like jumping on that bandwagon of referring to Canada in that same
It's
way.
the whole thing of repetition, right? The more they hear it, the more they get involved in it, the more they say it, right? So it's the same thing as like up here when PP's saying stuff like axe the tax, build the homes, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, or carbon tax Carney and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's literally it's the repetition of it all, and it gets in their heads. That's the whole point of all of that, is to get it in their heads, and that this is a good thing if this happens, which it's not. So, hi, Sean.
Hello.
Hey, just for everybody, age, province, and political party, please.
Yep, I'm 43. I'm in Quebec, and I vote NDP. Am I missing anything?
Nope, you're good.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that so I've been hearing a couple of journalists, and now there's like some politicians in the States saying like, oh, Trump is just joking. And I feel that's really insulting because at this point, we know he's not joking. Trudeau was caught on a hot mic saying that he's not joking. And I think just all these people are just trying to like add to the chaos by saying that he is joking. And I find that really insulting to our intelligence as a nation.
Yeah.
I agree. I
He
agree.
Yeah, he constantly, it's funny because like they said he was joking about everything he said even while he was running as well. And like literally that's stuff he's doing now. And now people are like, I didn't think he was going to do it. I thought he was joking. Like, no, like, believe what he says. He's telling you literally everything he's going to do. And then also, like, I wrote this down earlier when Bon was in here, but the whole thing about projection and deflection, right? I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm doing, but I'm going to point it in the other direction at the other guys and tell you it's them doing it. But really, I'm the one doing it. So you're not looking at me, you're looking at them, not paying attention to a single thing I'm doing.
I agree.
And it's so, and it's, I don't know how to explain it. It's so insane to me that Canadians here are agreeing and thinking this is good for Canada if we become a 51st state, or if we elect a leader similar to Trump. Like, you're not seeing what's happening in America right now. It's insane.
They've been led to believe that it's a good thing that whatever's happening in the States, though, right? They've been led to believe that our healthcare system is broken and therefore it needs to be privatized because then it won't be broken. But they don't realize that they're going to end up forking out so much more money, whether it's through insurance companies or directly to the medical centers and stuff, compared to what we already pay in taxes. We pay taxes way lower than the states do already. Like our personal income tax is way lower than the states, and we get more out of that less tax than what they pay with their higher tax and all of their medical bills and everything on top of that, and insurance. Like some people are paying between like about $600 to $1,000 a month for insurance. So, Smarsh was next.
Um, yeah, so with annexing Canada, that he can say all he wants. He wants to annex Canada. There's no way that's going to happen. We're not going to let that happen. And it does scare me, but Nardi is right. It's repetition, and I think it takes what 3 days to form a habit, and 21 days to break it, give or take.
I've always been told 21 days to make or break a habit.
Okay,
I try to put
so
my laundry away after I'm done doing it, but if I do it 3 days in a row, I'm still not going to do it on the fourth day.
right, okay, well that makes sense. I mean, give or take, but
Could
we
just be my ADHD, though. I might
right,
need more
yeah,
time. Um,
exactly. It's just it it boggles my mind that it was like, oh, 56% of Canada says they want to be the US. No, I have researched the numbers. I have looked at the numbers, and it's only stuck at 13%. That's only like a very small sliver of our country. And if those 13% want to be the US, I say we deport them to the US and send them there. Like, go be the US. Go live the US lifestyle. We don't want it here in Canada. We are perfectly okay. We are not broken by any means. Our governmental system is broken. That is what is the broken part. Our governmental system is broken.
Sorry, Smush, really quick. They don't want them because they're not taking immigrants.
No, but no. They'll take them because the majority of them are, of a paler complexion. But that's besides the point. They're palm-colored people, and that's why they will take them. But if they want to go live in a system where they think it's better than ours, go for it. I will gladly drive you to the border and pay for you to get across. Take your shit and get out. We don't want that in Canada. Our system is our governmental system is broken, not our country. And that's what people have to stop attacking. Our country is not broken. That's not the thing that's broken. It's our politicians that only have slogans and concepts of ideas. That's what it is that people have to stop listening to. And I think that's like my biggest thing with people.
yeah. whatever, I'm inviting you up here to come and discuss that because I find that really funny that you're saying that. They said the majority is going based on their feelings. They'll agree to join once they see the effects of tariffs. Like, are you talking about the majority as in like the not 13%, or are you talking about the majority of those people don't understand what the tariffs mean and all that kind of stuff? Like, I mean, Trump doesn't even know what tariffs mean anyway, so.
I mean, I feel like, and I heard this, it sounds conspiracy theory, but it's like he's threatening these tariffs to create uncertainty in America right now so that those corporations can swoop in, take advantage of it, while people are like wary of, trading with Canadian partners and such. Like destabilize the market or whatever. I really don't know much, but that's what I've been
Well,
hearing.
think about it this way, right? Like, if you put the people into a position where they need, like, if you create the problems for them, but they don't realize that you're creating the problems because, again, you're pointing the finger in the other direction, right? You create these problems for them and then say, hey, in order to get rid of these problems, we need to do this, this, and this. They're going to think that that is the only way that they can do that they can get rid of those problems. And it puts in that mindset of, okay, I have to follow this way in order for it to get fixed, but it's not really it's the way of fascism and not the way of like socialism, right? So it's the complete opposite direction of that's actually going to take care of them and take care of like the majority of people. And when I say the majority of people, I'm not talking about like I'm not talking about the YT, the cishet YT people. I'm talking about everybody else. I'm going to say cishet YT men, actually, because everybody else are the marginalized communities, and we make up the majority of everything else, right? So your women, your BIPOC people, your LGBTQ people as well. And then you look at the disability community, all of those communities combined make up the majority of people. And if every single one of us got up and stood up against the patriarchy and against the government, we would be successful and we would be able to overturn this. But the problem is that we can't all band together because we all have our own things that we're fighting at the same time. So it makes for really difficult. And they also tell us that we can't beat them. They always keep on pushing us further down. And how are we supposed to rise up when we're in the midst of the quicksand, right?
Well, they want us to give up.
I hope I made so many analogies there.
Well, and
I
one thing
heard
I
it.
wanted to hit on was the fascist way is to tell you that everything is broken and I'm the only one that can fix it.
Yeah.
It's like very typical. I'm the answer to everything.
Yeah.
And nobody is the answer to everything, number one. And number two, it's when you say that everything is broken, it's again fear tactics, right? Oh my God, it's broken. Oh my God, our country's broken. What do we do? Oh, PP must be the answer. He keeps telling us that. And that's just not the way, right? Like you know what I mean? And I had another point, but I've lost it. So I'll just leave it there.
But they've done that in our conservative provinces, right? You look at Ontario, you look at Alberta, the two most conservative provinces. The healthcare, they say healthcare is not working. They're the ones who broke the healthcare in the first place. They're the ones who weren't giving the funding towards the healthcare that they needed to. Hi, PG. And then they're like, oh, we need to fix it. We need to go private because clearly it's not working the way it is. Well, the reason it wasn't working was because you guys were the ones who were in charge of it and didn't do anything with it properly. So,
exactly. Like we've been,
or you fired 2 CEOs and a whole board twice.
Five boards, 5 times.
5. There you go.
5 times they've gotten rid of the entire board of directors. My understanding. 5.
Jesus,
Wild. That's wild.
But Danielle Smith is doing nothing wrong. She's saving Alberta. Like,
she is.
You can say a negative thing about Danielle Smith, like with I post a lot about Danielle Smith. They love me, and they can't say one particular thing. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make sure that people were still staying muted, but like in between, and like tell me, put your hand up in the chat, and I'll make my list because I know everybody wants to start jumping in. So I know Marie is unmuted right now, so we'll go with Marie, then we'll go Smarsh, and then we'll bring it back to Angela.
I guess being Indigenous, my perspective differs in the sense that my sacred responsibility is to protect our sacred motherland. That's the responsibility that we have as Indigenous across Turtle Island. So that's the number one. And having her life sources, the sources of life that she needs, like for her water, her coal, her gold, her lithium, whatever. The potash is a really hot topic right now, but all those were put there by Creator to sustain her. They were put there for a purpose, just as He put us human beings here for a purpose, and that was to enjoy life on with our all life. That's so for me, to looking at it, what Trump is doing, he's taking he's stealing resources from our motherland to feed the greed of the billionaires. So they'll have more money, so they'll have, and then there's billionaires or the high society folks that he caters to keep the money growing in their pockets. Like that's prosperity for them. But from where we stand, life itself is more important. Money doesn't, as a general rule, we can live without money, but we can't live without our motherland. So that's the perspective I'm bringing in to keep us aware of our own humanity as human beings, that if we're going to sustain life itself for 7 generations and beyond, allowing these billionaires to play this big video game, on social media and on TV. We're watching them, do their moves on the video game, and we're not even in the picture. Like we're just watching them do their thing, and there's no big movement to save humanity itself. There's little spurts and pockets of, yeah, I guess we got to protect our environment. They don't call it the motherland, yet they live on our motherland. It becomes your motherland when you come and share our sacred space. So it's a necessity. Peaceful coexistence is a necessity at this point in time, because war, WAR, is not an option anymore because of the threat to humanity itself. So I'll land my eagle there.
Just,
Smarsh was next.
just to quickly go on, piggyback off what Marie said is they're taking all the minerals and the resources, and what are they doing to the earth to replenish it? What are they putting back? Let's take a look at, if you take a flower, if you're picking sage, you don't take the whole bunch. You don't take the root. You take what you need, and you lay your tobacco down, and you thank Creator, and that's all you do. But these people and billionaires are diminishing. Like I've said this before, our land is our land. Our life is our life. The material things that we have, when we pass on, are not going to be worth anything. People are just going to fight over what they can get. And that is why I started diminishing my house. Everything I hold of value, if I haven't used it in 6 months, it goes away. It gets given away. Because at the end of the day, if I pass away in the next 6 months, not saying I'm going to, but I just, for whatever reason, if something happens and I end up passing away, I know I take the memories of my family and ancestors with me when I go. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I keep things for sentimental reasons.
Well, that's you and me. Okay, sentimental things, yes, but like
I
things
don't
like
know why I keep my old school notes for sentimental reasons, but I do.
that's knowledge, that's your power.
I was going to say that like what Trump is doing, it's so short sighted because there's only so much oil. There's only so
Yeah.
much gas. There's only so many minerals. And if we're depending on them and taking them and taking them and taking them and taking them, eventually we need to do without.
Angela is next.
Well, first of all, I love what she said. It's a small boy or something, small, whatever. That's
Small boy
exactly,
Marie. Yeah.
yes, very correct. And first of all, I wrote a paper in school about capitalism. Power and greed is our destruction. And we see this all the time, especially now that we have these conservatives in office. And right now in Ontario, we're having our election, right? And it's not a needed election, but it was sprung on us deliberately. And we have a lot on the line. We have our health care, which is crumbling, and we have, our most vulnerable people. Most vulnerable people are affected because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but they're closing down a group home. So the Ministry of Children, Youth, and Social Services is not funding. That means that so many going to be displaced, and that's the reality of what happens. Like, what has happened to society? Like, if we think about it, like, a government is supposed to take care of their people, right? But if they're not taking care of your people, then why do we keep electing them in? I don't understand. Like, why do we keep electing them in again?
Because they give the impression that we're
Yeah, exactly.
Angela, 1 second. You have a lot of feedback coming and I'm getting an echo.
There's nothing around me.
My ears.
Do you have your phone 1 second. Do you have your phone leaning on something?
Can you hear me now?
No, I can hear you. It's just I can hear myself after I speak too.
Because I'm on speaker. So I think it's my phone.
Do you have an OtterBox on your phone?
Like an auto box?
Do you have an OtterBox case on your phone?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
like
if you take off your case,
Okay.
it'll help with reverb and I'll get rid of that.
Okay.
I'm just gonna mute you while you do that so it doesn't hurt our ears. It throws me off. What was that?
Can I have a turn when you're ready?
I have Sean next. I can add you into the list.
Thank you.
And I know Starlight does want to speak afterwards too. So I will add you into... Okay, Angela, you just need to unmute yourself now if you got it off. We'll see if that works. All right, let's see if I can hear myself now.
Okay.
I can
Is it
still hear
working
myself.
better?
I can
Is
still hear
it
myself.
working?
Can you do me a favor? I'm going to mute you just so I don't hear myself while I'm doing this. Go to read a text message and then come back into the app. So don't leave the app. Like, just go to read a text message, like swipe to read a text message and then come back. And sometimes that fixes the echo. If not, I'll have to drop you and then you'll have to leave and come back. It's just really distorted. So you'll have to leave TikTok to go read a text message, but don't drop. I'm the tech whiz. No. It'll make you go on Coffee Cup, like you'll go into a teacup thing on there. So you have to go into your text messaging app. Yeah, minimize TikTok. Minimize TikTok. Give me a thumbs up when I know what kind of phone you have. Do you have an iPhone? Samsung. Okay, so bottom button, you have a square, right? In the very bottom middle. Okay, hit that. Okay, perfect. Now come back. Okay, now unmute yourself. Okay, let's see if that works.
Does that work?
No, I still have the echo. I'm gonna drop you. Leave the app completely and come back. Okay, we'll move on while that's happening. Sean, you're next.
Yeah. So not to go back to whatever said before. I agree with Smarshy and Small Boy and all that. I just don't feel like I have enough, I guess, words to add on to what they said. But
Yeah.
with whatever said in the text. So about last week, I wrote a message on a video from CTV News saying I don't know, something that I would be willing to defend Canada, like in the army kind of thing. And I got like over like 1,300 messages from like Canadians and Americans and Australians and South Africans all saying that they would come and help us. And like everyone I talked to are so like they're ready to like to push through this, whether it's sanctions, not sanctions, tariffs or whatever. We're hunkering down for the worst, and I think that you know, we're going to find ways around the tariffs, like the trade deal they're talking about with China and with EU, and we're just going to leave the States, and they're going to suffer, and we're going to flourish without them.
Yeah, they don't realize that isolationism is not the best course of action. Like, because then they're stuck. Like, there's so many things that they don't have in their country that, you know, us, China, Mexico all offer. And when everybody else cuts them off, they're going to realize that that's a little bit of a mistake. Can't do the stuff. Like, it's like quitting a job before you have another one, right? This is what they're doing is they're going and they're saying, okay, we're gonna, you know, make it so we can't get your products so we can get the products here cheaper. But, oh, wait, we don't make those products here yet. And it's going to take us a while before we actually can start making those products. So,
Exactly.
yeah. Angela, let's try again. And then we'll go to Tom.
Is this better?
Okay, let's see if I can hear myself. Perfect. You're good.
You know why? It's a different phone.
Oh!
It's the phone then. Okay, so anyways, you're gearing towards more like the subject of what's happening as far as the tariffs and things like this, right?
I think that's what we just started, but I don't know what we were talking. Like I forgot 5 minutes ago.
I just want to make sure I'm in the same direction. I want to make sure I'm in the same direction of the conversation.
Sure.
So is this about anything? Yeah. Like about anything that we're talking about?
Let's talk about we're talking about the effect. Essentially, we were going off of the effects of like the annexation, tariffs, that kind of stuff. Our theories of like what's going to happen, that kind of stuff. That's kind of what we were talking about.
That's definitely a strong issue because this is going to affect Canada, right? But in the long term, I don't think that he understands it's going to affect his country as well. Because more and more countries are not aligned. More and more countries are not aligned with the United States right now. And as far as Canada being a 51 state, we will never be a 51 state. We will defend our country. And it reminds me of 212 years ago. You remember what happened 212 years ago in 1812?
Yeah.
Doesn't it seem like
we burned down the White House?
Well, first of all they tried to take our land, right? The Americans tried to take our land, right? But we won in the long term, and we will win again. Because with him, it's all about resources. He's going after each of these countries, even Ukraine. He's going after Ukraine as well. And it's all about natural resources.
Well, and he wants Gaza too, right? So
yeah, and that too.
Yeah.
So it's all it's a very scary time right now. It's a very scary time right now.
Okay. I am hearing myself in your phone again now, just so you know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Okay. I have Tom next.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm very much. I realize that there's a lot of issues that surround this, and I realize that they're all valid issues. But I'm very much focused on the war aspect of it because I do think it's coming. I do think that Trump's been building it for years. He's literally gone by the big lie right out of Mein Kampf, which says you say a lie long enough with enough authority, and people will believe it. He started with the election, and now to get was the last election with losing the last election, and now with this election, he's pounded on immigration, on how all immigrants are bad, and how all immigrants are evil, and how all immigrants are deviants and when they were not getting their best. Like any little thing he ever says, it's all to degrade immigrants, and it's and in his mind, what people are just beginning to realize that is in his mind, an immigrant is anybody from the BIPOC community. Anybody that's not a white male is in danger down there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's I think that's the biggest part of why there's going to be a war down there. That it's going to come. And I am scared. Don't get me wrong, I am scared shitless of it, but they are going to try and do it. They are Trump will eventually turn he will eventually turn the United States against Canada, or enough of the population against Canada that, why don't they want to be the 51st state? Or why are they saying this? Why are they saying that?
Mm-hmm.
He will generally turn us into the enemy, to where he feels that he can manipulate military into invading us, and I think it's going to happen. I honestly do think it's going to happen. But I think there's a few things that we got going for us, and that one is that at the same time he's trying to clean out the military of anybody but single white males. And the next part of it is the United States has never ever in its whole, well, two other things. It's never ever won a war. Ever. If you talk about Korea, you talk about Vietnam, the Gulf War, they've never won one. And
Mm-hmm.
two, they've never ever even attempted to what do they call that? Arctic war,
Alex?
Arctic warfare.
Oh, like up north?
Yeah, with snow. They
Are you
they
talking about?
they've never gone near it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They never survive up there.
they never survived past the 49th parallel.
It's too cold.
Like
Yeah.
they literally had in the First World War, they couldn't figure out why their fighter planes in Russia wouldn't work, and it was because
Yeah.
the coolant was freezing in the planes. But
That makes
anyways,
sense. Hey, Nick. PG. Hello, my friend.
Hey,
Just as a hi. Just as a refresher for everybody. Age, province, locate, and who are you voting for?
age what? 53
Eh,
soon?
yeah.
Something, I'm
Happy
not
early
sure, and I'm
birthday.
voting liberal all the way.
And
And
province.
Ontario. So,
Okay.
I don't know. One of your mods asked me earlier, I couldn't answer, but I'm definitely a friendly. Main
Yeah.
part I wanted to bring up is that I heard that you were mobilizing some some arrangements, somebody is mobilizing arrangements. Can you please
one,
invite
right?
me
Yeah.
into that? It sounds like
Yeah.
I've said some things online that align exactly with what you're doing. So if you're doing a Discord, please invite me.
Yeah.
The other thing is, Canada would never be a 51st state, even if they managed to annex Canada. They would not make us a 51st state. We would have too much representation at that point. They would only ever make us a territory with zero representation. 70+% of Canada leans left. They would ensure themselves to never again win another election if they made us a state with any kind of representation. So all this talk about being a state, you can take the state word out of it. It would be a territory if it ever happened, because otherwise that would be a moot point for them. The resource,
yeah,
the resource aspect is absolutely valid. Canada is full of resources that they want. China would step in. They would have to, if U.S. was to invade us, they would have to veto their position within NATO, and then Article 5 would be triggered. The rest of NATO would support us, and China, with actually I think the largest military in the world, would step in and help us as well. I would personally say no to Russia if they offered. I'd tell them to go shove it. I don't want them anywhere near us. But somebody
well,
had
I
once.
honestly think. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I honestly think it would be the U.S., Russia, North Korea, and Israel against the rest of the world.
Yeah. The U.S. and Russia have a lot to gain by us not being us. The Northwest Passage is a massive incentive to annex Canada, right? That's why they want Greenland. They already have Alaska. They want Greenland.
Wait,
so between
red,
those
white, and
two
blue
places,
land.
yeah. Well, okay. I also still call it the Gulf of Mexico. So I guess I would be.
Me too. Yeah.
I guess I would be going against their idea of the First Amendment, but
yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
But it's like everything that you guys are saying, like it's actually something to be considered because and the first thing that we need to do realistically is to make sure that the little fascist and Doug Ford gets taken out of his position, and we actually elect somebody who cares about the people, at least to some degree, right? As opposed to selling off our province and putting himself in line to sell off the rest of Canada. And so I think that that's about it. The most important part for me is who's organizing. Please invite me.
Yeah.
Oh, and I managed to center myself, so thank you.
Okay. Frontline is the one. I'm just I'm gonna get rid of your background noise. Oh, sorry, you did it too. Hang on. There you go. So Frontline right below you is the one who has the Discord. Frontline, you're next anyway. Did you want to just tell people like how to get into that Discord and whatnot, and then then have your talking points?
Yeah, you just have to just message me directly and follow me, because I am going to go through your follower list. That's kind of how I vet people. So yeah, that's how you get in.
Cool.
Okay, my follower list is private, so I guess I'll unprivate it for you for a period of time. But
yeah, yeah, honestly, like after this live, when we talk in our, like, I'll follow you, you'll follow me, we'll talk in a little message, and then I'll just tell you, okay, now I'm ready, go make it unprivate for like 5 minutes, and then I'll look at it, and then you can make it private again.
That's fair. I already follow you, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who can vouch for me as well. So we'll do whatever you say.
Yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, to be honest, because because I'm like a robot when it comes to this Discord server, so I didn't even think about it. I'm like, oh yeah, you already said you're voting liberal. You're good. Just yeah, DM me. I want to follow you back, but because I'm a mod, I can't. Hold on. If I hold my finger down, will it let me follow him?
All you have to do is hit
know.
the plus. Hit the
I think
plus
I
right
could.
next to his name on his picture.
Yeah,
There
that
is
too.
no
But I think I
plus
can.
there.
I think I can at least message you 3
I mean,
times before you follow
you
me
might
or
already be
something.
following him then.
I
That's
direct
possible.
message
Oh,
Yeah.
there we
you as
go.
well.
I got it. You're
Okay.
good.
Yeah, you're
We're
probably
following each
following me. I'm
other.
kind of a big deal around here. No, I'm just kidding.
PG, stop
You're
being a big
hilarious.
deal.
Me too, please. Me too, please.
Okay, I'm almost
I'm
home, so I'm
there.
gonna drop. Thanks for having me up
Okay.
and
Yeah, no worries.
listening.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Frontline. What did you want to add? I'm just gonna.
Well, check it out. I am working on my posters for tomorrow's winter boots.
Oh, nice.
That's going to say we will not be the 51st state eventually when I get there.
Excellent.
But
I love it.
I just wanted to share that because I thought it was a little cute. Yeah, I mean everything that we've talked about that you guys are already talking about, we've been talking about a lot. Did any of you guys watch JD Vance's speech today at Munich?
No, I was sleeping
It
most of the day.
it made me very, very livid. I don't even know where to start with it, but he tried to tell other countries how to be democratic, and he specifically picked on my home country, which enraged me. Because he went to go say, so I don't know if you guys know, I'm from Romania. Anyway, late in 2024, Romania had an election, and this pro-Putin puppet somehow rose to the top where most of my country didn't even know who he was. So my country investigated this, and they found out that thousands and thousands of euros were pouring in from from Russia into Romanian TikTok to drive ads and drive traffic to this guy that nobody even knew about. So because of those investigations, they canceled that election, and they're doing it again at the end of April, beginning of May. So yeah. Then JD Vance said how like crooked that is because all we did is push out someone that just didn't agree with the rest of the politicians, and then that's not real democracy. So I was very enraged, and I could not believe my ears. But if you really read between the lines, what he said is that the United States is going to align with Russia because they were talking about the situation in Ukraine. He basically said it out loud that like they're on the Russia team, and they think that the way that we're doing democracy is not good, and the way that they're doing democracy is better. And in my head, I'm like, you guys aren't even a democracy anymore. You're an oligarch. Are you kidding me? So it was tough to hear, but Europe pushed back. The German chancellor did a very good speech back saying like, no, you are completely wrong on this. This speech was unacceptable.
Gotcha.
Anyway, that's what I had to say. I wanted to see if anybody else saw it.
I'm gonna go to Smarsh. You can comment on that, or you can comment on the other things that you had said because you had your hand up. And then I'm gonna go back to Marie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I didn't see that, but I saw clips of it on TikTok today. And boy, oh boy, is he a big old hypocrite talking about democracy and he can't even spell the word. Well, no, actually, I'm not going to go down that route. We're going to leave that out. Um, but the thing is, democracy doesn't exist in America anymore. It's more authoritarian totalitarianism. And that just doesn't line up with democracy, which it should be. Democracy, not anything else. And I can't understand why he's lecturing people on this. And like the whole couch ordeal in the comment, that just, wow, that set me off. I had like a good thought, and then I just, yeah, it's just, it's a shit show. It's what it is. If you want to boil it down, it's a shit show. And it's not good. But thank you very much for having me up here, Nerdy. I am going to bed.
Okay.
And have a good night, you all.
Okay. Thanks, Marsh. Marie, your turn.
I just wanted to address three things. The whole idea of annexation and stuff. There's a court case that came out, I don't know when it was, just recently, that the courts ruled that no one has constitutional rights to land other than the indigenous peoples. And I know that's going to create an uproar, but there was I got that off of TikTok, but that in that TikTok, the guy is saying now is a good time for constitutional reform because of that ruling. And I say that because Canada is bound to our treaty, our sacred treaty, not only to the numbered treaties as they wrote them, but to our sacred treaty. And our treaty protects all humanity on our motherland, and it protects our motherland and our sense of being. And we don't have a treaty with colonial USA. We have a treaty with the Imperial Crown, and the Imperial Crown has not been kind of watching their offspring, I guess you could call them. And they need the king needs to step in to, and I don't know if that's Great Britain. I think it's Ireland as well. Our treaty is with them, and just for greater certainty, I would suggest that you also fly the Union Jack, because that's the basis. That's our relationship. It symbolizes our treaty relationship with the colonial being coming onto our motherland. And then I want to go into the second thing is we have these prophecies about humanity arriving at the Y, and you can either go left or right, and the left being, I don't know which is left or right, but one direction leads to the continuation of the desecration of our humanity and materialism, capitalism, and chasing the almighty dollar. That's one direction. The other direction is going, following. It'll carry an energy, and this is coming. We're in it right now. The portals were opened just this past weekend, so if you start seeing more spaceships or extraterrestrials or beings that are kind of ugly, there's going to be forces that are going to come out and help us fight Trump. And it's an individual choice. You either follow the way of Trump's way, is to continue to live like you are God, or you follow the way where Creator gave us a way of being human beings in a good, peaceful coexistence where everybody can enjoy their life and be one with each other. And those frequencies are within us. Those frequencies that we need to join forces as human beings, they're within us. We're water, we're fire, we are the wind, and we are of the motherland. Everything that we have, it doesn't matter where you come from. We come from Mother Earth. Everything that we're made of comes from Mother Earth. That includes gold, lithium, all the elements that make up Mother Earth that Creator put there so that life will continue. So that's a prophecy that's coming to fruition. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. The third thing being the military that Trump is proposing to make predominantly YT. Right now, they're not predominantly YT, and the forces that USA has trained are predominantly brown and black people. So it's not likely they're going to go against their own sense of being to fight a war that's not even theirs. So I'll land my eagle.
You're
Thank
good.
you.
I wanted to say, Joseph, what's the live about? Politics in general. And I did answer this already, but there are more than two parties in Canada. There are officially five that are in the federal, like that are, representatives in the federal, like in parliament. So yeah, there's not just conservative and liberal. But you're more than welcome to come up if you want to have a conversation. We have conversations with people. That's a conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it, and about whatever you want to talk about. We're just kind of talking about, we went from racism to education to annexation. So we're kind of like all over the place. And we go until midnight my time, which is still another 4 hours. And Ro, just before you go, just a quick little thing, just reminder, let's keep tapping. When I do this, I just mean tap, tap, tap. Everybody always stops whenever I do this. Tap, 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 tap. I think you guys are normal. Normal is a setting on a dryer. Normal is also subjective. You have to have something to compare it against. So, maybe, friendly, typical, that'd be nice terms to use. But also, yeah, tap, 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 tap. Let's get the tapping. We should get up to 40K likes easily in the next little bit. And because there's 44 people in here, let's do some sharing as well. You haven't been normal since conception. I don't think I've ever really been normal. So normal, again, it's a setting on a dryer. So, crap, what was I going to say? Oh, shares. We're at 322 right now. We could probably easily get that to like 375. So if you hold your finger down right here on my finger right here. Also, Joseph, if you want, invite some friends here. We talk to multiple people up here. 90% of people who do live is insane and non-respectable. There's a difference between respectful and respectable. I don't know if you use the right word there. But hold your finger down on my finger right here. And then a screen's going to pop up and then you can go send to all your friends. That's how I send out really quickly to everybody. Also, we do our gift goal up there. We have 5 more rosas. We did the rosas today for Valentine's Day. And yeah, touch fingers. It's like, E.T. go home. I hate that movie. It's not I hate that movie. You're good. I figured it's respectful that you meant, not respectable. Although I am respectable as well. I'm respectful to you as long as you're respectful to me. Be respectful right here. It's number 1 rule. What else was I going to say? Oh, just a reminder, we have other shows that go on as well. So there's 9 shows currently. We do have another one that is going to be coming up. The next show tomorrow is going to be Breaking the Dam, and that's with Jana. It's going to be 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, so 12 Mountain time. And it goes for 2 hours, and 2 hours. And she talks about it's safe discussions in a safe space, or discussions in a safe space, focusing on ongoing mental health in tough times, learning new coping skills, increasing mental health awareness, and fighting stigmas. So that's our next show. We do have a whole list of shows, but they're on the pinned video in our bio. If you want to go and have a look at that, that has all of the shows there. And last thing, our Discord is still free and open for everybody to join. If you have issues joining it, message me, the nerdy one over there, Charity, the one that looks like this little character up here. That's me down there. Message me if you need help getting into the Discord, because sometimes it's a little tricky. But the link is in our link tree in our bio as well. And I think that was it. For now. I'll do more. Also YouTube. Everything gets posted on YouTube later. All right. Ro, have at her. Hello, friend.
Hi. How's it going?
Hi. Peach Keen Jelly Bean.
It's been a long week. Okay.
Yeah.
I had a point. Okay. Frontline feminist. As you mentioned, the boots on the ground and how it has to do with Ukraine. I would just like to suggest that as we do boots on the ground for them, we should also do boots on the ground for the Indigenous, because they were the first ones to rally behind the cause, and they were actually the first ones to welcome them. Kukums have a specific scarf because of the Ukraine. And I wasn't here early enough to recommend it today. They do every February 14th, they do a walk. They also have red dress day on May 4th and September 30th. And if you're really, really feeling supportive, instead of wearing red on July 1st, you wear orange.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I actually always wear, I mean, not always, but since, the truth has come to light, I don't even really partake in Canada Day, and I wear orange if I go out that day. But I just wanted to make it clear, the boots on the ground that I was talking about was not for Ukraine.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, no worries. It's actually for Canada's sovereignty. It's a message to stand up to our not so friendly neighbors and say that we are going to stand on our sovereignty.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's. I would love to. I'd like to put boots on the ground for every cause I believe in, but this one specifically is about not becoming the 51st state.
I wish I could be there in spirit. I'm trying to start something up with the disability community on the Discord how we could do the disability community across Canada could do a no spend when we get our checks. And try
I think
and
there's. I was going to say there's actually February 28th. There's in Canada, February 28th. That's what we're trying to do. So nobody go out, nobody spend money, nobody consume American entertainment. Like, we're all just going to sit at home and read a book for 24 hours, February 28th, just in case everybody wants to get involved. It would really help the cause.
We want to support that one too, but we also want, because the disability community, most of us are homebound, so we want to be able to do something to show up and make a mark, kind of like, we'll support your causes, but because most of us can't leave our homes, like, we'd like to also do one around a holiday like July 1st, where instead of us supporting it, we hold off.
I love that idea.
Like, we had the conversation in I want to say Radicals Live the other day, and we kind of came up with the idea to do it because we can't really do much for you. And we want to do it, but our biggest impact will because most of us get paid 4 days before the end of the month. So if we hold off and actually don't buy until the 2nd of the next month, I think they would notice if we all did it.
So what's the plan? Like, are we just like not gonna buy American products, or?
Mark, 1 second, please. I haven't introduced you yet.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was muted and I didn't even realize it again. Again, it happens all the time. That's probably what I was gonna say. Is that's probably something that you guys could get in touch with on the Discord too, because you guys are both in the Beaver Dam too. So that's something that you could reach out and figure out, like, when we could do that kind of stuff, like for the disability one.
The wheelchair mark.
Yeah, and the disability one. Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay, Mark. Can I grab age, province, and political party, please?
I'm 43 years old. I'm from Alberta, and I'm undecided.
Undecided, like ABC undecided?
Sure. Yeah. Like, I'm like,
interesting. You're not in Alberta.
Like, I'm flipping between like the Greens and the NDP right now.
Okay. Jimmy, can you be honest, please?
Okay.
No. Like seriously, I don't like people being disingenuous. You're
Well, I
not
mean,
from
like everybody knows
Alberta.
my voice. Everybody
And
knows my voice, so it's just funny to see
yeah,
people.
well, I haven't heard you in a really long time, and I actually purposely don't interact with you a lot
So
of the
I'm coming
time
here in good
because you're
faith.
very
So
disingenuous.
I'm coming in here in good faith, and I promise that I won't be rude.
You're not even out in Alberta.
Okay, so from now I won't do those things.
Like you literally came in here being disingenuous in the first place.
Well, it's
So
because I was reading the comments. And I thought it would be fun. So, little icebreaker, I suppose.
okay, so can I get your real age, province, and political
So
party?
I'm 43. I'm in Ontario,
Mm-hmm.
and I am a PPC supporter.
Okay. What was your question?
I don't have one. I was just up here to be willfully obtuse, but I'll listen to the conversation, and if I feel like I need to interject, I will.
Nope.
Thank
There's a
you.
reason I have you
Thank
blocked on
you.
my
Thank
personal.
you.
Yeah, there's a reason I have you blocked on my personal account. Yeah, like right away. It was just literally disingenuousness right away.
I don't mind having a conversation with people. I don't mind debating people, but when people are specifically waiting for me to say something that they can jump on, I got a little problem with that.
Yeah, like interject when you feel like when we feel necessary. That's not how we do it. No over talking. Be respectful. Like you already broke the first rule of being in here. So if you want to come back on your main account next time and actually be genuine, then maybe we can have a conversation. That also reminds me, I'm just going to make sure I have that account. Hi, Alex.
Hi, I literally just came up here just to be like, that's not Mark Pre, that's Jimmy.
Yeah.
So
once I saw it in the comments, I was like, interesting. You're not blocked on my personal account, so that's happening right now. On my personal account. I don't block people on this account unless they're completely like belligerent with slurs and threats and that kind of stuff. So you're still welcome to be in here. But yeah. But I knew after people said that it was him. I don't interact with him very often, so I don't hear his voice very much. That's why.
I am wondering why he's been following or been logging in on Mark Pre's account though. But he's been doing that for a few months.
Yeah. Ro.
Okay, I'm just thankful you did that because I followed that link the other day to see what was happening. And I've never met that guy before, but holy crap, I had a full-blown migraine after 10 minutes. Like, the dude is gross. I just have to say that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. But let's move on from that. Who has other stuff that they want to talk about? I feel like we're now at a like impasse of like, let's bring up another conversation topic.
Oh.
One sec. There was I mean, there's so much we can talk about. I'm just looking on ground news to see like everything that happened today. You know, the NDP is calling for, where is it? I just lost it now. NDP, nope, Alberta NDP. It's Nenshi anyway. Whatever, Adriana Lagrange, that she gets fired because of all the stuff that's going on. There's also, I saw the thing that Michael was talking about earlier where the NDP are going to be doing like a snap election if Carney gets in. Or we can talk about some stuff to do with the US too.
I'm going to request you bump him now, please.
Sorry?
Sorry, I don't mean to
what do you
interject, but he's being a rude
whatever. Wow, Jimmy.
He's so disingenuous.
You literally go to like body shaming people, and I'm sorry, but like, I really don't care. Like, yeah, I'm a plus size lady. I don't give a shit. Like, you're just gonna here. I'm gonna take away your freedom of expression.
The
Yeah.
audacity
So,
of him,
like,
considering he has yellow fingernails.
like you literally come in here and like disingenuous for one, and then next like you're body shaming people and going to like ad homs. That's ridiculous. That just like that literally shows that you have zero valid points to talk about anything. When you go to ad homs on people, when you resort to ad homs, you have no valid points. So moving on. Did you call him Goldfinger? Oh my God.
I did not coin the term Goldfinger, but I have said it a couple of times.
Oh, okay. That's funny.
Also,
All
I
right,
did come up here as well to let Frontline know that I also sent them a DM.
Okay. Nice. Frontline, you're probably gonna have a lot of DMs. Just slide
I'm okay
into her
with that.
DMs. It's Valentine's Day. Slide into her DMs. All right. All right. Let's talk about something else.
Hey,
We kind of got into a lull. Yeah.
what do you think about becoming part of the EU, the European Union?
We're not Europe.
No, we're not. But
I find that really weird. Like, why would a country that's not in Europe be part of the European Union? I guess logically, that for me that doesn't make sense. But I mean, financially, I guess I don't know.
Stop it.
I don't know enough about it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Financially, it makes sense. Strategically, it makes sense. Geopolitically, it makes sense. If we weren't going through what we're going through right now with our southern neighbor, then yeah, it wouldn't make sense either. But if, America teams up with Russia, it's going to be us and the European countries against them. And it's better for us to have an alliance and have free trade and have the ability to go over there and get schooling and work there. Like, that's all going to benefit us in a massive way, because we are going to have to split ourselves apart from America. And we've had a lot of people go down to America for work and go down to America for school. And it would also open up us being able to go and get healthcare in Europe as well, right? So there's a lot of benefits to it in my eyes because of the situation that we're in right now. If we weren't in that situation, it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. Oh, I know where I can get that. Okay. Sorry, I was just you guys can somebody else, if you have something else to say. I just have to look up something because I need to take a screenshot of something. So
I just want to tell Joseph in the comments that he's right. Carney might not be the best pick. That's why Singh's the best pick.
Who's the best pick? What?
Jagmeet Singh.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. I was like thinking liberal race for a second. I was like, I don't remember anybody with the last name Singh running for the Liberal Party.
But Joseph said a while ago he's a Trump supporter, so.
Oh. Joseph, are you in Canada or the US? You said you're Italian.
But while I'm up here, sorry. I'm 34, Alberta, NDP.
Oh. Yeah, you've been in here before. I didn't ask you. I should have gotten a refresher. You're in Sicily, and you support. You're in Italy, and you support. I mean, Italy's kind of going to a fascist way too. But didn't Italy elect a fascist dictator, like a fascist?
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You're talking about history.
Recently, yeah.
I'm talking about
recently. Recently, they did.
Oh, recently.
Yeah, they elected a far right party. It's not as bad as Mussolini, obviously, but it's a far-right party now that's ruling their country.
Yeah.
Well, you know what happened to their last dictator, so.
Can I say something?
Angela, yeah.
Okay, so I saw a comment on there was saying that BC was going to be eliminated the 1,000 rebate for food. It's a grocery rebate. The only reason they're doing it is because they have to, because of what's happening with these potential tariffs, they have to make some elimination, and they don't want to do it. They don't want to get rid of this rebate, but they have to put like a reserve in. They have to have a reserve in, right? Abundant, so that when these tariffs come in, they've got that extra funding. So I think somebody wrote a comment down saying that they're going to eliminate it, but that's the reason why.
Okay.
It's not something they want to do, but unfortunately. And I'm on Frontline, so after I get off this, I'm going to send you a message.
Okay. Sounds
good.
All right. What else is there? News topics. Frontline. Pick a topic.
I mean, you know where I'm going to go. I'm going to go towards today's speech, what that means, and how what he was trying to, because actually this is what I wanted to reply to Smarshy earlier, because she said, I don't understand why JD Vance was speaking like that. Like, what's the point of it? And the point of it is to rally up support in Europe from far-right extremists, because they know that any media is good media. So even if the people in the audience don't necessarily agree with him, he got like 3 claps after his speech, but he knows that it's going to be televised, and it's going to be televised all over Europe. So he wants to speak to the far-right groups. That's exactly who he was speaking to, and that's exactly who he was trying to rally, because they want to place far-right governments everywhere so that those governments will do what America wants them to do. That's a problem. This rallying up of the right is a problem. It's it goes to, I went and watched Adam Kissinger. I think that's how you spell or say his last name, Kissinger. Anyway, he was a Republican that stood on the January 6th committee and ended up leaving the Republican Party because of Trump, because he doesn't agree with it. And right now he's on a big book tour, and I went to go see him at a university last night for a big speech. And one of the things that he said that we really need to prepare for is a psychological war. The propaganda is going to be pushed so hard in Canada that we're only seeing the beginning of it. It is going to get much, much worse. In America right now, they're like Google searches, and what's being pushed to them is very, very far right. Like, I've talked to a lot of my American friends, and they are getting crazy right-wing propaganda being pushed on their For You pages, in between cat videos. Like, it is everywhere right now for them, and they're not getting the full news, and they're going to start pushing it up here more and more and more, because that's how America is going to break us down. That was the question that somebody asked Adam, like, do you think that Trump will ever put boots on the ground up here, militarily speaking? And he said, no, it's probably not going to go down that way. It's going to be psychological and economic. Yeah, I'm going to let Student respond to that. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Alex. I always do that.
It's I gotta change the name. I was in school all day, so can I get a TLDR of the speech, please?
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself to some of you guys. I'm going to try to summarize it as much as humanly possible. He went to go mock the way that Europe is doing their democracy. He's basically saying that the way that Europe does its democracy is wrong, and the way that we're doing our democracy in the United States is right. And he went to go pick on people that are on the left for what they're doing. He specifically picked on my home country and used it as an example of how our democracies are not proper, because in my country, in late 2024, there was an election And the guy who came out on top of the election, most people didn't even know who he was. And so my country did a huge investigation, and they found out that there was almost €1 million being channeled from Russia into our country to install this right-wing puppet for Putin that wanted to pull us out of NATO. And that investigation, they had proof, they had receipts, like money was fueled into specifically TikTok videos. And it was an election that was won through psychological manipulation through TikTok. So they canceled that election, and they're doing it again in end of April and May. And the guy that was running is now fighting with the Romanian Electoral Committee to try to get back into running. But this whole mess has completely divided my country. It's brainwashed a bunch of people. It's caused a lot of damage. But they did do the right thing, in my perspective, which is to do a re-election, because that election was basically null if there was that much Russian interference. And so JD Vance went up on stage to say that, oh, Romania did that just because they didn't like that he had different opinions, and like used it as a, example to say that European countries are not doing democracy right because they're just ignoring these groups that they don't agree with their opinion. But what he was talking about was far right groups. And yeah, it was insane to watch a guy talk about democracy when he's an oligarch and an autocrat.
I was just about to say that. They're an oligarch, but okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Joseph, I've invited you up twice now. You have a lot to say in the comments. I'd really appreciate it if you come up and say it up here instead. Like, say it with your full chest. Telling Frontline that she's wrong about what she was saying. Why don't you come up here? It's a lot easier than, no, we'll listen. You're making assumptions. We'll listen. I'm not gonna, these are my rules. Be respectful, no over talking, no bigotry, no slurs. And if you're not speaking actively, you mute. So we'll listen as long as you're respectful. So you can come up and you can tell Frontline apparently why she's wrong. So I'm going to invite you one more time. And if you don't accept it, I'm going to take away your right to speak for 5 minutes.
Just for the record, America has no democracy right now. He signed that. He signed when Trump signed an illegal order against the Constitution for Elon Musk to start shutting things down that have been improved by the Constitution. That ended the democracy.
I just want to thank Frontline for explaining it because I missed it. Thank you.
Kingston.
Welcome.
Kingston, can I grab age, province, and political party, please?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Edmonton, Alberta.
Alberta,
And
okay.
I'm old. I'm very old. I'm 62.
Okay, that's not very old, but okay.
Well,
and what political party do you vote for, typically? Or who are you going to vote for in the federal election?
Well, federal, I always vote for Liberal.
Okay.
Provincially, I always vote NDP.
NDP, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
a
what a lot of us
feminist,
do.
male feminist.
Okay.
I don't think I've been on Beaver. I've been in the other ones, so I got confused. I thought I've been on Beavers before, but I guess I haven't.
I haven't seen you in here.
No,
we have a
my
lot of different
apology, because I
shows. We have
listened to you.
yeah. We have 9 different shows every throughout the week. I'm the one who hosts the longest one, which is just an open discussion, debate, that kind of thing. So yeah. But welcome. Welcome. Most
Thank you.
of us
If
are
you
the
ever
same
have
as you.
time, if you have an interest, watch my videos, because I have tons of videos on feminism and issues related to
Okay.
that, including abortion. I've been listening to a lot of abortion debates, and I've been arguing with them. Not arguing. I've been refusing to argue, but I pointed to them that I can debase the abortion pro-life groups in 45
Yeah.
minutes if they ever give me a platform to say how I can debase it. It's not that difficult. And I've been very focused on 2 things recently in addition to that. One is Ukraine. My wife is Ukrainian, so I'm very upset about Donald Trump selling Ukraine to Russia, to Putin, which Putin is an idiot dictator. And also, it reminds me of what Clinton said in her debate with Donald Trump that Putin wanted a puppet in White House and he got it. But that's an American issue. But anyway, Ukraine is not. Ukraine, I think, I really like them to win. I really seen enough of suffering, and I have a lot of Ukrainian families. And what else I can tell you is I also a very big opponent of Danielle Smith because I think I'm going to straightforward say it, I think she's evil, just like, because if she adores Donald Trump, to me, anybody who adores Donald Trump is evil. I'm not going to mince words on that saying it's just a difference of opinion. That is my opinion, but I have a strong view on that. And what else I wanted to mention to you, that's basically what I wanted to mention. I am trying to educate. Educate is a wrong word. I'm trying to debate a lot of fellow Albertians to wake them up. For example, I wrote something on to several Albertians, and I reminded them that you can love Alberta for many reasons, saying it has beautiful mountains, we got good people, but please don't tell me that the number one quality of Alberta is oil. Oil is just something we put in our cars. It's not a religion to worship. It's not a deity. We need sunshine, but I don't worship sun. I just know we need it, and I guess, glad we have sun. And so for them to be so focused on oil is ridiculous. We got so many other issues, and I think we are being really propagandized in Alberta because oil companies have done a great job. Oil companies are companies. They're there to make profits and suck the money out of public. I don't know how people feel they're aligned with oil companies in Alberta. They don't care about people. They're just profit oriented. So I just want Albertans to start slowly waking up that oil companies don't have your best interest. And people like Danielle Smith that are fighting for the oil companies' interest are not fighting for Albertians. So sorry, I'm talking and talking. So just
You're
wanted to
good.
sum it
You're
up.
good. Yeah, no,
And
appreciate that.
and as I said, if you watch some of my videos, it explains my views on feminism, abortion,
Yeah.
problems with men. I'm one of this kind of would love to educate at my age, educate younger men at what they're doing wrong. On what work, I work with the victims of domestic abuse and sexual abuse in my private practice. So that's a little bit about me. But recently, the most important thing for me has been what's happening in Ukraine, and I'm one of those people that strongly believes. I agree with frontline feminists strongly that we need to join Europe. We need to distance ourselves from US. And people say, yeah, but another administration will come in. I don't think it's that easy. I think we need to distance ourselves from US regardless. US is going down, becoming a fascist country. And I don't believe they will be coming back because 1980, I was a young man. And when Ronald Reagan was elected, and my American friends asked me, what do you think? I said, that's the beginning of fascism. That was 1980, I said that. Because I saw how Ronald Reagan opened the door to US going down that road. He supported every dictatorships in South America. He shut down equal right of men and for women. He brought tele-evangelical movement back on board. He was spending billions and billions on armed forces, destroying a lot of social programs. And I said, this is kind of like not, this is the beginning of fascism. And that was 45 years ago. And I guess now we're seeing the fruits of what started that long ago. Sorry, okay. So that's basically I wanted to say. And
Thank you. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I don't even know where I was gonna go with that. You had a couple points that you hit on in there. The feminism part, I appreciate, because I think a lot of times it's the men who need to call out the men on how they behave towards women, especially. And you know, it's just like YT people need to call out YT people, because it's not the job of the of the marginalized community and to call you out on your behaviors and educate you, right? Let's educate each other on that stuff. And then the other thing I was going to say too is, feminism. It was something to do with feminism. I don't know. My brain. I didn't write it down. I didn't write it. My notebook's right here, and I didn't write it down. Does anybody have anything that they wanted to ask or add or anything like that to what Kingston said? And a hush.
I think we I was gonna say I think we all just agree wholeheartedly with everything.
Yeah.
We know that things are getting bad in Alberta. We know that things need to change. We know, you know, the ideology from down south that's making its way up here. So yeah, thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We were going on about. Sorry, I'm trying to pick something here. There we go. Go. Okay. How do you recommend combating that which ideology?
I think they're talking about right-wing ideology.
Oh, education, education, education.
Education's a big part of it, but I think we do need to start getting creative in how we reach people. You know, I think one of the biggest things that we need to focus on, and this is something I'm still trying to figure out. I've been trying to figure this out for years, to be honest. So, I mean, any help, this could be like a nice little brainstorming session between all of us. But we have these people that I like to call the sleeping masses, right? The people that don't actually know what's going on. They're not right, they're not left, they're just not involved. They're just, all they're worrying about is like, oh, I want to have my margarita party on a Friday night with my friends. Like, they're not really thinking about what's happening. They have no idea. You tell them about a global event and they're like, wow, really? A lot of these people don't vote. When they do vote, unfortunately, they tend to vote based off like the YouTube ads they see, or the Facebook memes that they come across once in a while. But they're just really not informed. They're kind of asleep. They're going, this stuff, it seems bad, and politics and world events are scary and bad, and they're depressing, and I don't want to go there because it's not comfortable for me. So those are the people that I think we need to reach, because the people that are down the alt-right pipeline, it's too late for them. They won't change. And if they do change, great. We'll deal with that when we get there. But right now, they're not going to change. And they're not going to change their minds, no matter how much we educate. How do we get in the eyes of the sleeping masses, and how do we wake them up in a way that is not combative, in a way that is not pushy? Like, how do we get these people to realize that politics happens to you, that you can't escape it? It affects every single facet of your life. Everything from the roads that you drive on, to the healthcare that you get, to the everything to the rights you have every single day as a human being. So how do we get them to realize how important this is, and that we're in a very crucial point in our history where we need to get everybody on board and awake?
Yeah. I think, man, I had something and I wanted to like interject, but I wanted you to finish your point.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It was, I don't know. It'll come back to me. Ro, if you wanted to go. And if I have anybody who is willing to drop, I do have another person who wants to come up, but it's totally up to you if you want to drop. Otherwise, I'm just going to start rotating some people out when we have people up here. So, Ro, and then I'll put Marie. No, you're good. Yeah, Sean, if you want, you can come up afterwards, like later again too, if you want. Whoever drops, I'll bring you up later if you request again. Anyway.
Oh crap. The oil and gas thing. I don't know if it's just my area, but like if I've been watching TV lately, I get a lot of oil and gas company commercials compared to like 6 months ago. They're like self-promoting themselves on clean energy and what they're doing for the community. I wish I wrote down the name of them, but it's almost like they're feeding into the ideology that Alberta is only good for one thing. Like, we're not self-promoting the solar panels, the wind energy. I rarely ever see any of those commercials, but I can watch 1 hour of like Law and Order and see a commercial almost every break for an oil and gas company now.
Do you remember last week when I couldn't find that energy chart? I found it at the very end when we totally moved on to a completely different topic already. But I did find the one that I was looking for, and it's like it goes through like all the different like all the power type, and then like all the different features of them, and like whether they're good or bad, how long for things, and yeah, it's operating costs. It's awesome. I love it. But anyway, I just wanted to say that because you mentioned energy, and I'm like, I found the chart that I was talking about before. Yeah, I can show it afterwards for sure. No, you're good. You're good. I don't have anybody else coming up now. Marie, you were next.
Yeah, I wanted to discuss AI. It's made us into lazy thinkers, but it's also good that it compresses our thoughts. You know, we feed it something, and it brings back something that's it enlightens you in a way. The other night I was in a live where this scientist comes in there, and he told us that he just sold a blueprint. This was, I think, Sunday night. A blueprint for AI to AI travel. AI will allow us to travel in time, and it'll take us to immortality and to a place of paradise. And that time travel, the scientist said he just sold it to Trump. Then today I was scrolling through Facebook, and who do I see is Elon Musk telling the world he's a time traveler. Coincidence? And then I just want to take that one step further. The data center that Daniel Smith is trying to cut deals with, who's that guy? I can't remember his name. But anyway,
Kevin O'Leary.
Yeah, to put that data center on treaty land without our consent, and the amount of water that's going to take, the amount of space it's going to take. And my issue with it, it's going to build something that's very Trump, with a Trump-like brain. I mean, that's a massive, massive data center to store, thought processes that are ultimately are self-destructive. Like there's no self-control. Trump exhibits no self-control. I mean, if he was any kind of a human being, he'd have some kind of self-control. So for me, AI is problematic because, one, it makes us lazy thinkers, and it's an illusion of yet another power, like to be able to time travel, like Elon Musk is bragging about recently.
when you were talking about that, I literally got the whole thing in my head about, like, especially talking about immortality. I had the Matrix pop into my head, and it was kind of like the body's living, but then they live within the Matrix immortally, and like it was like this whole big thing that I had going in my head, and like all the AI with that, and like you never know.
They talk about the Matrix too.
Yeah, Frontline. I have a list going, so you
Okay.
have to hang on. I have Ginger next, then Row, and then I can add Frontline onto that. Hello, Angry Ginger. I muted you because you had background noise. I sent you an invite.
My mic is off.
There you go.
Realize
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I muted you because I muted you because you had background noise going when you first came up.
Absolutely.
Wow.
The time travel thing, I mean, you gotta watch deep fakes and see if people are actually saying what people think they're saying, because there is a lot of deep fakes going around right now, and tricking people into thinking that, you know, Elon Musk said this or Joe Rogan said that or all this other bullshit that, yeah, you just got to be really careful with deep fakes, especially when you're talking about this advanced technologies, especially with AI, because everyone is, you know, either really pro AI or really scared of AI, you know, especially with everything going on in the States right now. I mean, with the drones and stuff, I mean, that's scaring people. That scares me, because what is going on if it, you know, if it is alien technology, then why weren't they shooting it down? If it's not, then why wouldn't they just say it's not? So that kind of scared me, but I don't believe they have the ability to time travel at the moment. Not saying that they never will, but I don't believe that this moment right now we have the ability to time travel or things to be changing. Um, for me, it is scary. I mean, when we haven't had, you know, these plane crashes in over 16 years, and in the last 2 weeks we've had like a dozen. I mean, what is going on there? Apparently, when you fire the FAA, that does come with consequences. So now that he's firing like USAID and he's firing, you know, the Department of Education, what's going to happen then? What's going to happen next? So, I mean, those are things that I think about that scare me. And
Yeah.
from someone who's I lived in the States for 10 years. I was in a school shooting. I don't want to see that go on and on when, you know, it could easily be stopped. So, yeah.
It goes back to what I was saying before I say anything else. Hi, Kasha. Hi. So it goes back to what I was saying before about how they create the problems and then come up with these fixes like they're the only ones who can solve it, right? So
Yeah.
again, he creates this problem and then he's like, oh, well, I have the solution, right? Because there is no other solution at the time because they got rid of the actual solution that was working. So
Yeah, it reminds me of those arsonists that are, you know, firefighters. You know, they're firebugs themselves. They set fires just so that they
they
can
set the
put them
fire so they
out.
can save. Yes.
Yeah.
So they can put it out and look like the hero.
Yeah, and Trump
100%.
definitely has that hero complex.
Yeah. Yeah, that big ego, right?
Yeah.
Row.
Yeah, I have two comments.
Yeah.
If we go visit the Red Book, they actually explain how bad, like, the AI is, but that's where the deep thing is, deep fake. And I think, I'm just going to say, I think Canada should work with them and use theirs, because they already have it systemized. And as far as I remember, the guy who explained it said it had to do, they used some kind of sun power to get it working. And for the drones in the US, they've actually came out and said that they were watching for illegal immigrations. So that's what a lot of the drones, they were trying to catch them in, which is funny, they had them in safe cities. Like, I don't get that part, but yeah, they came out and got caught with that. Okay, I'm Does somebody want my spot? I feel kind of dumb tonight.
No, you're good. You can drop if you want to. It's totally up to you. Just to what you were saying with like the drones and stuff like that. So there's like, okay, there's no left is reporting on this at all. Like there's a huge blind spot on the left. 71% of right-wing media is reporting this. So I very, very much question the validity of it. But it says illegal border crossings drop 90%, on track for 60-year low. And then there's a report on it. And I seriously, seriously doubt that within 3 weeks there's that huge of droppings. It's mostly probably just because they deported so many people out of there. But anyway, it just kind of goes to what you were talking about with the drones. But Frontline. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Ro.
Yeah, I don't actually 100% know what's going on with the drones, but they were showing up under Biden. So I would definitely not think that it has anything to do with necessary like border crossing or any of that, but who knows? What I do know though, and this is something that's, not a deep fake, this is something that a lot of people do understand, is, we don't have time travel yet. I really don't think we do. And maybe if you're somebody that can connect with aliens, which is a whole different story. But like factually what we know is that AI can definitely be used for military grade surveillance systems, right? So Larry Ellison, the CTO of Oracle, he's been working on AI surveillance systems, like where they can basically have drones in the sky be able to detect who a person is, even if they're wearing a mask. And we already know that, technology like this was also used in Palestine. And that was, I don't know exactly who owns AWZ, but that was a technology that, again, researched, evidence-based, it does exist. So I have no idea if the drones have anything to do with that, but all I know is that this does exist. Like that's the type of technology that you can create with AI. Also like mRNA vaccines. We also now know that we have one study out of China that did say that AI can now replicate itself. There's a lot of peer reviews that still need to be done in order to confirm that, but from the initial studies and the initial experiments, we know that AI has the potential to replicate itself, which means that it has the potential to go rogue, right? So that's definitely a worry. But in some cases, it can be useful, right? I mean, it really depends on how you use it. It can be a tool that can be used for good or it can be used for bad, just like a lot of other things on this planet. That was my piece that I wanted to add about the AI. Also, quick, did you guys, this again, total, I'm going off on a fictional thing over here, but did you guys ever watch the show Travelers?
No.
It was about time travel and AI, and it was about how this futuristic world where human beings had completely destroyed the earth and were now living like under the earth and drinking their own sweat for hydration. But it was ruled by like a good AI, and the AI figured out how to time travel. So it was sending humans back in our time right now to try to prevent. And it was weird. This show was made in like 2018, 2017, but they were trying to prevent kind of what we're looking at right now. And the whole show is about these humans that are time travelers through an AI system to try and stop what's happening in order to make sure that we don't go down that path and we don't end up in that really dire, horrible future. It's really interesting, super interesting show. It has 3 seasons. But yeah, it was interesting.
Nice. Nice.
During the newest version of ChatGPT, it tried to rewrite itself and not allow it to be taken down. So, I mean, that's scary on its own.
Yeah, when it learns enough to like control itself and not shut down, that's a problem. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's anything in the comments that like sparks. Since we have a bit of a lull, let's get some tapping going. Let's get some tap. We hit the 50K. Yay. I'm so excited. If if you're a conservative that's in here and you want to come up and chat, we are welcome to chatting to conservatives. We just ask that you know, pay attention to the rules and treat us with respect, and we'll treat you with respect. I only yell at people who yell at me. So, who did I just lose? Somebody else just dropped. Dang it. Alex. I should have somebody coming up. Hi, Bailey. Bailey, did you mean to come up?
Does everyone know now that Lauren Boebert is dating Kid Rock? Which is funny. Just one of those.
Ew.
Yeah.
I mean, ew for both, but ew.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
I'm going to assume that Bailey didn't mean to come up, so I will disconnect Bailey. Hi, Joe. What's up?
I come up just hearing something about dating Kid Rock.
Lauren Boebert. Maybe he likes what she does in theaters. Who knows?
Someone took Jagged Little Pill a little to the heart.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Is there a
You're
new
welcome.
Beetlejuice coming out? What? There already was a Beetlejuice. There was Beetlejuice.
There was, yeah,
All right.
Beetlejuice 2 being Beetlejuice. We have to wait at least another 40 years for the next one.
Michael Keaton won't be around then.
It's okay, we'll have AI.
Okay. All right. We can just computer generate the entire Beetlejuice. Yeah.
We've already been doing CGI now for a lot of the characters.
Yeah, right. True.
In 40 years, that's what they're going to be doing. Entire movies are just going to be AI.
My cat is trying to be like so lovey right now, and I don't stop it. She goes and bites my clothes, and then sometimes she bites my boob, to try and get my attention. She's terrible.
Succeeding?
Okay.
I think the boob would be effective.
What? Is she
I think
succeeding?
the boob would be effective.
Well, she got my attention, yeah, because when she tries to bite me in places she's not supposed to. You like this topic? What topic? Really? Smartvoting.ca. I heard something about this. I've never looked into it.
Yeah, it was set up by Canadian Politi-Talk. It's right now being pushed around for people in Ontario as as a way to figure out strategic voting as to what your riding is. Punch it in. They'll give you the data and tell you what the likely candidate is for that riding to be ABC.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Can I comment?
I mean, that makes sense. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Has anybody considered the fact that AI could put a end to discrimination in the workplace?
Will there be nobody to discriminate?
I mean, if you, let's say you call somebody up and it says, would you prefer a male image or a female image? Right?
But what if they say male? Then that's still like, they're still, do you know, like, I don't know. I don't know if
AI could generate a male image of you with a male voice.
Of yourself.
Of yourself, yeah.
Oh.
I just saw a video of that, or somebody tried to use just like a filter for a job interview, apparently, and like employers are now getting a little freaked out as to we're going to get people trying to mask themselves in virtual interviews.
Yeah. This was actually, I mean, this was something that Bon was talking about way earlier, and it's brought up in a lot of conversations that I'm in, and or that I listen in on, and they talk about how like they send the exact same resume two companies with different names on it, and one is a name that is like a YT sounding name, and then the other one is like a name that is like non-YT sounding kind of thing, right? And so they check to see like, and literally the one that's YT sounding gets more interviews than the other one. And even just that, even just that is like, yeah. I have a new person coming up.
Anyway, that was my 2 cents.
Okay, thanks, Tom. I'm just gonna get Pepden. Oh, Pepden. Hello.
Hi.
Did you mean to come up?
Yes, I don't have a Bluetooth,
Okay.
so I thought I wasn't going to be allowed to.
A Bluetooth?
Yeah, I don't have. It said you need a Bluetooth to get into the conversation.
Oh, no. It just means that if your earphones have Bluetooth, then it won't. It doesn't. There's a thing that doesn't sync up properly, like the mic or something like that. Do you have a Samsung?
Yes.
That's why. Okay. I get the same message all the time. Like even when I shake my head too much, it'll say that my Bluetooth disconnected, but it didn't. So, can I just grab age, province, and who you plan on voting for in the federal election?
Okay, so age is 65. Province is Alberta. Federal is Liberal. And provincial will be NDP.
NDP. Okay. I find that there's a lot of us that are like that.
Well, the thing is all the years that I ever voted in the past, my dad was a Liberal. So when I was growing up, he said, "Oh, we just vote Liberal. You don't have to ask questions, just vote." So I went fine, Liberal. But I mean, after he passed away and stuff, and elections were coming along, and I'm thinking I don't like how these conservatives are running our province. Ralph Klein kind of poisoned everything for me. So I started voting. Well, I gave up on the Liberal also because they could never get in here. Alberta was like slammed out. Basically, Conservatives and NDPs were like the two strongest parties in this area. So I said, well, I when Rachel came along, I was like, okay, you've convinced me. I liked her. She's so smart. She was so good for us. And I've always voted Liberal for the federal. I didn't think NDP could get in. Oh, my girlfriend's calling me. I'm just going to ignore her. I didn't think I could actually get an NDP in, and I don't like throwing my vote away.
Yeah.
So basically, that's why.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's only been a couple times that I voted NDP in the federal election, and at least one of those times was when Jack Layton was around. So
right. I was actually happy that we had the NDP had a good amount of votes, and I was actually happy, that the Liberal got in at the same time. So we had the combination of the two parties give them enough power to vote in things that the Conservatives didn't want. And I really thought that was good. It's like learning to work together, and I figured that's the best thing we need, right? Is everybody working together to achieve good things. So, yeah.
PG wants to have a zombie Jack Layton for Prime Minister.
Oh, really?
Bring back Jack Layton. Yeah. I mean, we've all got to come to the Sherry said, or Miss Lotus Lady says this to me all the time, that we have to give up on the fact that we're not going to have another Jack Layton. So we have to look for something that's going to be kind of close enough, right? Like the new Jack Layton, but not Jack Layton at the same time. So
well, if I knew that the NDP could get in federally, I would vote them in a heartbeat. I really would. But I think the reason they can't is because they're too far left. And Rachel realized when she was running our province that you had to recognize and accept that we do have oil and gas here. And if you want to be successful as a leader here, you're going to have to accept that, and you're going to have to learn to work with them to a certain degree. And that's something she was able to do, even though a lot of people refused to recognize that she had done that, right? So, but I think she did a good job, and I was actually hoping Gainley would get in, but Nenshi, I think his last name is Nenshi, right? Actually, one here. He's good, and I mean, I just figured we needed somebody that was slick and smart and sharp, and that's why she's a legal person, right? So, but
Who are you saying?
Catherine Gainley, I think her name is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's who I wanted to get in because she's got legal
And then
background.
she had an overwhelming vote for leadership. Like it was like not even having to go past the first round leadership race kind of thing.
I know, and I knew that, but I was just, like I don't know anything about him either. I know he was the mayor of Calgary for quite a few years, and I'm like,
he was mayor of the year.
Well, how come he stepped down? Why didn't he run again?
He just got tired of it.
You think so?
Yeah.
He took a lot of abuse.
Mm. Well,
because of his race and because of his sexuality. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I can see that being hard for him for sure, especially in this province.
Yeah, nothing ever came out about his sexuality, but people assumed a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you right now with the scam that's going on with her in our medical system and all the underhanded kind of corrupt things that she's been doing. Like I watched the breakdown video the other day that young lad does. He's the EMT that's doing podcasts now as the Breakdown Alberta, and he laid out the whole thing exactly how this whole scandal with the surgical centers and the government and their part and everything, and it was so unbelievable. I sat back and I'm going, I knew she was doing stuff like this. I knew it.
Yeah, she's a con artist and she's an ex-lobbyist, and anyone that's a lobbyist is always a lobbyist.
Yeah.
Always will suck up to oil and gas. She'll never stand up to them.
No, I think she just likes having attention too, which is why she's always trying to get the, like, hey, look at me kind of thing. I'm the more important thing in the room. So pay attention.
Absolutely. One of the biggest things she did immediately was get rid of the cap on gifts that government members were allowed to accept.
Ethics, yeah.
Yeah, well,
2 months later, she bought a house in Belize.
Oh, I didn't know that part, but yeah. The thing is that as far as I'm concerned, her gift thing is what got her butt caught. That's what got her caught because people were starting to inquire about it. She raised the level of funding that they were allowed to accept to what, 500, I think it was, exactly what those tickets were.
No, it's uncapped.
Oh, it's uncapped. Okay, I thought it was an actual level, but but she still broke the rules anyways because she gave them to somebody that was a subordinate, and you're not allowed to, like the only time they're allowed to get those kind of gifts is if they're they're actually working at the time, kind of thing, right? And they had nothing to do with their job, so that kind of gave them a legal right to start investigating everything. So, but I mean.
Sorry, I just wanted to interrupt because, I appreciate the back and forth. I have a list of people that want to talk though. So, so I know I had Angry Ginger next, and then Frontline after that.
Oh, sorry, I've been speaking enough, so I'll mute.
Okay, all right, thanks. Frontline. And Pep Den, I'm just going to mute you because we do mute. I just mute people when they're not actively speaking, just so we don't have any background noise going on.
I just wanted to show you guys my finished poster.
Yay! I love it.
Sorry, I know that wasn't too exciting, but hey, man,
no, you're good.
Put like the last hour into making this, so yay!
Yay! Actually, it's longer than an hour.
Yeah,
I've
probably.
been live for 3 hours already.
You guys have kept me really good company while coloring, and I just wanted to say thank you to everybody.
Body doubling. If we're good for anything, it's body doubling. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is somebody down in the comments. I was gonna tell them to come up. Oh yeah, I did say come up and chat. Is it, where is it? Where did you go? Gavish. You can come up and chat about why you want Pierre as a PM, if you want, as long as you can be respectful while you're up here. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come up and chat about it, so you're not just in the comments talking about it. I just find that everybody who wants to talk about it, they don't want to actually come up and talk about it. They just like beaking off in the comments. So, but at the same time, if we can, let's make sure we're still tap. There's 51 people in here right now. If everybody power taps for like 30 seconds, gets that bar filled up kind of thing, then we'll easily get like close to, we can easily get close to 55K. And you know, if you are conservative, send this out to your friends. We do want to talk to conservative people in here. I don't want this to be like a complete echo chamber. I do want conservatives to come up and talk, but like respectfully, not like that first lady who came up and then started like shouting over top of me, and then I had to yell at her, and then she called me a bitch for yelling at her when she wouldn't stop talking over me. So I'm not paying attention to the rules. So, you know, respectfully, there's no boop to snoot. There is a boop. There's a snoot right here. Did I say boop to snoot? There's no snoot to boop. There's a snoot right here. Boop that snoot. Boop that snoot right there. Gently. Are you up to talking with an American? Yeah, sure. You can come up. I mean, we can talk about American stuff if you want, like, because America does, like, the U.S. does affect Canada. But yeah, if you totally want, if you want to come up, request up, I'll drop my account. I use it to bring people in here. So, but yeah, request up. Do it. We want to talk to you. Maybe later. What was the point of that? What was the point of that? Okay. Thanks for the heart me. Thank you for the heart me. Man, I feel like we're like hitting topics and then just like they completely die off. And then we hit a topic and then it dies off again. I feel like I'm trying to force conversations today. Also, hello, Convoy Elephant.
I got a question.
Yeah, what's up, Kingston?
One of the things I've been thinking about US is, and maybe because I read history and about dictatorships, and I saw that with Putin, if Trump wants to solidify power, he has to shut down free media. And I'm just wondering how long before he finds a way legally even to try to curtail free expression of media or free media, free information.
Yeah, that's a problem, right? Because like it's right, Joe. You haven't really talked either. Like that goes completely against their First Amendment of the Constitution, right? So it's Frontline. I see and hear that you want to talk. I'm just gonna unmute you. You have so much background noise. Okay. But yeah, here's our. Okay, one second. He is already doing that, and it's completely against our constitution. So they would basically have to just like scrap the constitution or do a lot of that stuff. He is doing a lot of stuff already. Thank you for the 55K. He is doing a lot of stuff already that is already going against a lot of constitutional things, and it's being fought, and like some of the courts are upholding it, but if it gets to the Supreme Court is probably going to find some way to back him. That's the problem. So if you get like the lower level courts, they're going to back what the Constitution is, but I can't guarantee that like the Supreme Court would do that. But we'll do Frontline and then Joe.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, he's already going after journalists. He's already going after media. There's been a couple of major media outlets, like even ABC News, that decided to just settle. And I think a lot of journalists are very scared right now. And then last week, I'm trying to find if there's any new news on this, but last week, Steve Wynn, who was a giant MAGA donor, appealed the United States Supreme Court to take a look at New York Times versus Sullivan. So I have no idea where that's sitting right now. but he asked them to revisit that rule. So I don't. Do you guys know what New York Times versus Sullivan is? So in 1964, it was a landmark decision to make it so that basically famous people and politicians can't sue journalists and regular folk for defamation. They had to have proven malicious. They had to have proven malicious intent for it to be able to even go through court. So this has been a decision that was made that has been upholding free speech in America since 1964. And now this guy asked the Supreme Court to hear an appeal that, if granted, could give justices a chance to revisit libel protections for journalists. So it's, yeah, I haven't read anything about it since that news came out last week, and I can't find to see what's happening. I know the courts are absolutely overwhelmed right now, but it's still something very scary, because if New York Times versus Sullivan gets overturned, it is the end of free speech in America.
Yeah. Well, somebody was even saying too that like AP News has already been banned. The other thing too is like the Pentagon, they removed a bunch of news sources from the Pentagon as well. So they can't even report on things that are going on there. So they just have right-wing ones that are left to report on Pentagon stuff. Joe?
I just had something to frontline in regards to the ruling. I'm not too sure, so hopefully she'll be able to read through and see if that's actually the ruling or not. But my other view on this is he doesn't have to. There is, look at a lot of the media right now and who owns it. So shutting down the media, yeah, that could be done if it needed to be done, but we're in a very capitalist system. We're in a very crony capitalist system. They don't need to stop your, override your rights to stop the media or the messages to be, to get to you. They just need to own the means of that message, and that'll be just as effective. There's no longer stopping your freedom of speech. It's just you're not going to be hearing, whatever the other messages are, because they're just going to own all the means. Why do you think they want to buy TikTok? Why do you think they want to buy all the other medias, social media platforms that are significant in size, as well as just continuing to hammer down? And then again, absolutely right. If you start getting into slap suits, keep that busy in regards to, in regards to keeping them liable, and that's going to be viewed and challenged. But with most of them being purchased and being able to send out messages, and a lot of the base been just programmed with that base with an echo chamber over and over, they don't need to suspend rights. They already have the power.
Yeah. Kingston.
I want to respectfully disagree, because there always will be one journalist that is going to speak out. And in a dictatorship, whether it's oligarchy or any other kind of tyranny, they can't even tolerate one reporter to speak out. So they still have to have some system where they can shut down even a rogue independent reporter or speaker. And controlling all the media will do great. And I think you're right. But in a dictatorship, they need to go all the way. They can't afford to have even one person saying, hey, that news was false. They have to have a system to shut him down, whether arrest him, put him in Guantanamo Bay, or terminate him, or worse. Yeah. I appreciate what you're saying, but dictatorship cannot tolerate even one person break the rank.
And I don't disagree with that. I think on a fair amount, they're going to still have a lot of dissenting voices, and they're just going to, because they can't silence all the dissenting voices, they're going to try to minimize them as much as possible. And whatever voices become a little bit louder, then they'll address those individually.
That's what I meant. They have to individually have to say, this guy is speaking too much, and we have to find a way to find an excuse to charge him, lock him up, or discredit him, or something. Whatever that something is. As Putin is effective on that.
as other people notice, one of those things could be the faith office that they put in and started up, where they are now monitoring for anti-Christian messaging, and be prepared to start seeing some sort of policies and whatnot in regards to how this is now going to be in play, and how people are anybody who's going to be viewed as anti-Christian or pushing out anti-Christian hate to be demonized and arrested. Weird to say demonized when it's anti-Christian hate, but
Precisely.
you know what I mean.
I agree,
Why
because
not?
I think that was the purpose of that office, to just say, no, we can arrest a bunch of people on the charges of being anti-Christian.
Exactly. There's your answer in regards to silencing journalism.
Yeah. Two things that I wanted to say. Oh man, I'm looking at comments while this. Somebody asked, how did they not see this coming? The reason why people don't see this coming, and why certain people don't see this coming, is, again, like, they do some of it. You have to remember, 30s Germany didn't start with gas chambers, right? They have so many things that they put in place to slowly do this, and then take away their rights. And then they think that they're not getting their rights taken away, but they really are, right? Like, so it's literally getting the wool pulled over their eyes. And then the other thing I want to say is bacon. You were talking about carrier pigeons. So the funny thing is, okay, so this is why I love my trivia show that I do, because we learn stuff like this. There was a carrier pigeon, and it called Cher Ami. It was a World War I carrier pigeon who became famous for saving lives of American soldiers. It was like, it was sent messages back and forth during the war, and it was actually labeled as a war hero. Like, a pigeon was labeled as a war hero. So it's super, that's just funny that you mentioned carrier pigeons. So and I wanted to share that fun little fact that I remembered from my trivia. Bailey Colors, hello friend. Can I grab your age, province, and who do you plan on voting for in the federal election?
Okay, is it okay if I don't do my age online just for safety? Is that I'm in my 30s. I'm in my 30s.
That's fine. Yeah, it's for TikTok purposes, because I've literally caught a ban before for people being under 18, even though nobody was. So we just get everybody to say ages if they've never been up here before. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm in my 30s, and I'm based out of BC. And usually I vote locally, I'll do Green, provincially, I'll do NDP, and historically, I've done Liberal federally. No, actually, that's not true. When I was living in the prairies, the NDP I was in a really strong NDP riding, so I did NDP federally.
So you were somewhere in Edmonton.
Well, no, it's Saskatchewan, actually.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and I mean, they still lost, but they had, in that particular riding, they always had more support than the Liberal candidates, so it was kind of like, okay, well, but here I'm like, now I'm in a totally very much Liberal or Conservative riding, so it's a little bit.
Rural BC is very much like that. So, which is like, it's very much like rural Alberta too, right? So, I'm in Edmonton, so that's why I was like, if it was orange, it's Edmonton. Calgary just started going like half orange last provincial election, so.
Yeah, I saw that there's been a lot more orange in the prairies, which is like so encouraging. So
let's hope.
Part of the reason I had signed on is just because I know earlier you were asking for conservatives. I'm not conservative, but I've been in a couple conservative lives this week, and I kind of keep hearing some of the same talking points, and I'm not sure if you guys have discussed them on here already. Forgive me, this is like the first time I'm actually seeing your live.
No worries, you're good.
But one thing is, I don't know if you've discussed like Bill C-311 and all of the conservatives being anti-choice. Has that come up at all? Or sorry, Bill C-311, right? Yeah, it was a while ago. It was like quite a while ago. But after that,
I got the info what the bill is, just for everybody to know. Bill C-311 is titled the Violence Against Pregnant Women Act.
Yes.
And that particular one has been controversial, as many people view this as the entry in regards to starting to find ways to legalize
Personhood for a fetus.
Yes, exactly.
A
Oh,
personhood for a
Joe's on
fetus,
it.
a personhood to a fetus, as well as also finding ways of making it illegal. It could be used to interpret because of the vagueness of the bill. It could also be viewed as a doctor performing an abortion, as also violence against a pregnant woman, even if it's consenting in regards to the woman is seeking an abortion. So,
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. That's it. And I just wanted to say that one thing I had noticed had kept coming up in these lives. Sorry, my cat's in the background. One thing I'd noticed that had kept coming up is that a lot of conservatives, and I'm not sure if you have any in your live right now or people listening, don't really understand how important the language in that bill was. A lot of them have basically said, like, no, that was just meant to, allow harsher punishments for people who are harming pregnant women, but they don't really see the danger in that. So I was just curious if it had come up at all. And if you had any.
No, honestly, we haven't had a lot of abortion talk or like, yeah, we haven't, which I totally welcome it 100%. Most people have been kind of sticking to like the broad, like the bigger, like the big things that we've been talking about. Even the people who come in that are conservative, they like usually just stick to like, I'm voting for Pierre because of this or whatever, right? Or they get stuck on the fact that I correct them on certain things and then they interrupt me and I yell at them.
Well, that was one thing that they it was so frustrating. They're like, they keep saying Pierre is pro-choice. He said that he's never going to, vote against it. All this kind of, and it's just like so frustrating. I wish more people, and I have to admit, I'm too impatient for it. Like the kind of person that in those lives, I'm like, no, I can't do this. I need to leave.
They give me anxiety. I can't go into their lives.
Oh, really? Yeah. It's hard. I usually have a bit of an in. I had family who worked in oil and gas, and I understand it. I get it. I get a lot of things, like when people are complaining about the fact that, the expectation is everybody just suddenly has electric cars and you live in the prairies. I get it. That's hard. So it's usually we can kind of start there. But that was just one thing I noticed. I wanted to, we were talking about how to, maybe combat certain ideology. And I know that, like Frontline said, when they're down that pipeline, they're down. But that is one thing that I don't know how to explain eloquently to conservatives or people who are in between how like really and truly dangerous it is that all of the conservative MPs are anti-choice, because for me that's already like a non-starter.
Yeah. The thing too is like it's actually very similar to something that's going on down in the States right now too, because it's the talk about the genders, the with Trump like saying that there's only two genders, and he says like a person is determined their gender at conception, right? And because they're saying person at conception, they're literally giving it personhood at like the time that it's like a zygote and an embryo. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense, but also his rhetoric is totally wrong on that anyway, because then everybody would be female, but whatever. All the guys are trans now, just so we all know, because you were all female at birth or at conception. So, but it's that I was in a live earlier actually, and they were talking about that. And because it says person, they're looking at stuff like that when they use specific wording like that, it's talking about giving personhood to somebody who the Constitution says is not actually even born. Like you have to be born in order to have rights in the States. Same thing in Canada. You have to be born or naturalized in Canada and the United States in order to have constitutional rights. And that's what they're trying to get past, is like, because it's a person, because the constitutions say person, that they can have rights then, and that they have more rights than the actual person that is already alive and born. So
yeah, it's crazy. I tried, I found myself like explaining what an ectopic pregnancy is and all that stuff, but it is interesting. Anyway, I know that's a little bit like, maybe more narrow than
No, you're good. You're good. No, we can totally.
But if there
I
are
am open to talking about anything and everything on here, as long as we have respectful conversations about it. That's all. I do know that Joe, you had something to say about it, because you did have your hand up in the comments.
I did. Most of the stuff has to do with some of the responses that came back. So one of the groups, Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada, came back with a view, and I already knew a few of these. And there was a total of 6 points that they made, and there's just a few of them I wanted to point out that these guys came out with, which are absolutely fantastic. So the first one is, as soon as I figure out where my place is, the bill is redundant. It doesn't need to exist, because they said the purpose is to give protections to women by adding more consideration if the women are pregnant. As it stands right now in the criminal code, judges are able to exercise additional sentencing in regards to aggravated situations, including if somebody's pregnant, as well as gender and other mitigating circumstances. So it's not needed, it's already there. And then, as well as another point is, no anti-violence group has expressed any support for this. Arbor Canada, the only people that support this right now are the only people that have been supporting this is where you need to sort of take a really, really good close look, because people who are, since there's no groups for women supporting this, who is supporting this is Arbor Canada, for example, Association for Reform Political Action. Campaign Life, CLC, Campaign Life Coalition. They run the Million March, the march every year against abortion. CLC Youth Pro-Life, Evangelical Fellowship of Canada, LifeSite News, list goes on, but you get a feeling as to what kind of groups are supporting this bill. Which brings, the point of, the motivation, point number 4 being the motivation for the bill is very suspect. All this to say, it's once you start tearing away what the bill is not going to do, what's left over and who's supporting this, it makes it very clear this bill has nothing to do with protecting pregnant women or women, and everything to do with trying to sneak in some way to put in some sort of abortion, anti-abortion legislation without calling it anti-abortion. That's it.
Cool. Anybody have a response? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm still.
Yeah, no worries. That's okay.
Thank you. I so appreciate that. I feel like so often when you're scrolling past lives, it's really, I hope that somebody like passed that just as you were talking about it and maybe thought differently about it. That's such a, yeah.
If you've been in a lot of right-wing lives where they're talking about C311, this is probably the first time you've heard somebody actually speaking against the bill. So,
yeah. Originally I had brought it up because they'd asked, well, there were a couple of different lives, but the one I'm thinking of specifically, they had asked, who here would ever vote anything other than conservative? And so I stepped up and I was like, well, this concerns me. The voting history of all the conservative MPs really, really concerns me. And to their credit, they did look it up and look into it, but a couple of them obviously lost immediately at Abortion Rights Coalition, because it's like, hey, that goes against my faith, that goes against my belief system, done there. But then a few of them, I think, just weren't quite understanding how important it is to be very specific when you're writing laws in the verbiage, because, well, for all the reasons you stated, but yeah.
You're right in regards to being specific, but I think kind of as my comment was a little bit earlier, they are being specific. They're being, by not being specific, they are being specific in regards to what they're trying to do.
Right. I see.
Yeah. It's they're purposely being they're being purposely vague.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just vague enough. Just
Yeah.
vague enough.
And if I'm sorry, I don't know how do you raise your hand?
You just do a hand emoji in the chat, and then I watch. Because I'm constantly watching the chat for it. I know Kingston has his hand up next too. So, yeah, go ahead, Kingston.
Just want to say that I've been watching the chats, live chats. I refuse to participate because they will chew me up, but I've been watching the chats on pro life groups, and there is a huge propaganda on their discussions to paint pro-choice as pro-abortion, as if we are going around and saying, everybody go have an abortion is good. And they don't understand, we're not doing that. Nobody is saying that. Pro-choice means exactly that, choice. If you don't want to have an abortion, don't have an abortion. If you want to give birth, go ahead, have it. If it bothers your soul, by all means, follow your conscience. But don't tell the lady next door that she should give birth to the fetus that was resulted from sexual assault or rape. Don't tell her that. That should be her decision, and it's the propaganda machine. I mean, I was watching one that the lady was comparing abortion to a car accident and said, well, if there is a car accident and somebody injured in the car, wouldn't you want to rescue that person? I'm thinking like, my good Lord, I have heard of any kind of logic except that now you're comparing it to car accident and saving a life from car accident. They're coming up with strangest logic, but their biggest propaganda is painting pro-choice as evil abortion lovers.
Yeah, it's okay, so two things popped into my head. When you're like abortion, everybody gets an abortion kind of thing. It was like the Oprah, right? You get an abortion and you get an abortion and you get an abortion. It's like we're handing them out like candy at Halloween, right? But then the other thing too is like they think, and Bailey, you wrote this in the chat, they think that people get them very often. And like the talking point that I despise the most is using it as birth control, because logically it doesn't even work like that, because birth control prevents the pregnancy from even occurring. It's a contraceptive. It like, makes it so you can't get pregnant. And when you're already pregnant, that's what the abortion is for. So, you take care of end the pregnancy. Stop the pregnancy from happening, end the pregnancy. Totally different things. But they don't understand that, right? So you have to I think a lot of times it's like you have to walk them through holding their hand, like understanding the logic behind it though too, right? Because they just don't see that comparison, because again, they've been fed so much rhetoric on this stuff, right? They've been fed rhetoric about, like, they hear things from people that may be the truth, and then they trust those people. So then when they start saying things that aren't the truth, they still trust those people because they're the ones that they've trusted the entire time. And that's Ahmed, you realize again, like, this is another point too. Abortions terminate a pregnancy. They don't terminate a fetus. Like, if the fetus is past viability, or like past the viability, like it's past the point, you know what I mean? Like it's a viable pregnancy, and it's past that point, that 20 to 24 week, the fetus it's delivered into a baby. That's what a termination of a pregnancy would be. It would be like a delivery. So you end the pregnancy and you deliver the live fetus. So into a live baby, obviously. But Anthony, I'm gonna drop my nerdy and I'll bring you up. Did anybody else want to add something to that? I don't know if nobody else had their hand
I
up.
did one other thing, which is there is a significant, I'm not saying it's significant in regards to majority, but it's a significant amount of abortion, ABs, abortions, whatever you want to use, that are done by women who actually want to be pregnant, and whatever circumstances going on are forced to terminate. And these are the most important ones that need to be protected, because there's all sorts of factors could be going on, and the only people that should be sort of being involved in that discussion in regards to who, what, and how, and what's the best approach should be the medical professionals, obviously, based on whatever the condition's going on. But especially when it's based on a specific medical condition, whether it be because of the way the fetus is developing, to the endangerment, or even as Bailey is mentioning, ectopic pregnancies. These things need to be addressed right away by the medical professionals, so that it doesn't put the mother in danger, and or anybody else. So this is why
that's where you.
It should
Sorry,
be
I thought you were done.
medical professionals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's why you have like things like in the past couple of years down in Georgia, where women have lost their lives because they couldn't get the necessary medical procedure that they needed in order to save their life, because there was a fetus dying inside of them and they could not get it out, or they were going septic. Like, there's so many things that were going wrong, and these women ended up losing their lives because they couldn't get a medically necessary procedure. And the funny thing about Georgia now, and not funny, but not funny, haha, funny, interesting, is that now Georgia has ruled that they're not even gonna keep track of that anymore. They're not going to investigate these things, because then it leads to them finding out that this is the reason why it happened. And then again, it's just going to lead back to they should be able to get this medically necessary procedure. So, do you have something really quick? Because I have two people in line. Okay. I have Pep, because you haven't been able to speak in a little bit, and then Kingston, I'll come back to you afterwards. And then Anthony, I'll introduce you and you can talk. So Pep, you just need to unmute yourself.
Okay, hi.
There you go.
Okay, well, as coming from a perspective on the abortion issue, is I had an abortion when I was in my 20s. And I can tell you, it's not a procedure that anybody would want to go through just for the sake of, not wanting to do birth control or not taking care of yourself or whatever. It's a terrible experience. And I was Catholic, and I had a lot of mental anguish over it, because I was brought up that it was against my religion. And so, the decision to go through with it was not lightly made. I did a lot of reflecting and reading and whatever, just to make sure I was doing the right thing. And so, and then afterwards I ended up having to go back for a D&C anyways, because it wasn't done well enough, I guess, whatever. So it's not something that a woman would jump in to do for just like for the term of using it as birth control. That's a load of bull. It's a terrible experience. And no woman would willingly go through that if she didn't have to, unless there was a really good reason for it.
It's so invasive.
It's
they don't understand that it's so invasive.
Well,
like, we already don't like getting pap smears done because they're already invasive enough, right?
Well, that's the thing. In order for you to do this, they have to insert something in your cervix to dilate it so they can get in and do it. And that is freaking painful as hell. So it's not a fun experience. And I just think that people that don't understand this stuff are, they're just idiots, as far as I'm concerned. It's not a easy decision for the majority of us. Sure, there are some people that maybe could use birth control and don't, and end up having one and then another or whatever. That shit happens too. But that's like probably a minimal percentage of people that would do that. So that was just all I wanted to give.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Kingston, and then we'll get to Anthony.
I just briefly want to tell you that the whole argument of pro-life that abortion is Schmitzer is so falsely based. And that's why I said, give me 45 minutes debate. I can tear that argument apart so fast without concluding that you have to have an abortion. I'm not concluding that. I'm just saying that argument can be so easily dismantled. And even the concept of when life begins is so disputable. And even one guy told me, well, it's based on God's objective morals. And I said, which God, which religion? And that can be easily disputed. And, like, that's why I said I can dismantle their argument in 45 minutes, that they will be mad at me. They will be so mad. They would say, oh, which God? Christian God. And I can say, I don't want to take your time, but I can point to them that even Christian God is pro-abortion based on the Bible. I can argue that, you know. So
Yeah.
sorry, I just
Hey,
wanted to
hey,
mention that.
Kingston,
Yes,
I gotta ask you this. Is it a cockatoo?
yes, I apologize for that. It's a cockatoo.
Nice.
His name is
I
Sam.
used to Sam? Nice. I have a Senegal and a Jardines upstairs. So and I used to work with birds all the time. And as soon I heard the squawking and I was like, what kind of bird is it? And then as soon as there was that I was like, it's a cockatoo.
And it's on the first floor, and I'm in the bedroom, second floor, and you can still hear
Mine
it.
Oh, the TikTok's mics are really super sensitive. Mine are upstairs past a door that even has like soundproofing, and everybody can hear it. Everybody can hear it.
So sorry about the noise. But
No, you're good. You're good. I that's the reason I was laughing, is because I heard your bird. So
and my bird is
is
also
it an
pro-choice.
umbrella?
Yes, cockatoo umbrella. Yes.
Umbrella? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Everybody else was asking too if you had a parrot, so I had to go with that. But okay. Who Anthony, you dropped and you were next to talk. Are you still in here? We love a pro-choice bird, yeah. My Senegal is pro-choice of whether he decides he's going to choose to bite me or not. So, one day he loves me, the next day he hates me. Who knows? So yeah. Oh, Conyers, yay! Oh man, I'm following all the people who have birds. From my account, Kingston already started following you, I think. Yeah, I did. Okay. On my other account. But okay. Does anybody have anything else to add to the abortion talk? I'm sorry, I really derailed it with the parrot. No.
This live is for the birds.
Funny. The energy chart that I found, I realized it actually doesn't have nuclear on it. AB has nothing to do with religion. Oh, well, I see. Okay, I don't do religious talks, just so we all know. I will literally check out of that talk if anybody starts going on in here, like especially when they're talking about like how religion dictates certain things and whatever. I used to be religious, and so not anymore. I don't think, me personally, I don't think that a book or people should be able to tell me how I should be living my life. I live by ethics and morals. That's what I look at it. So, oh look, PC Optimum is in here. I saw PC Optimum not here last week. I saw you in my trivia, I think. Yeah, PC Optimum, you were in my trivia the other night. Yeah, I was Catholic. I was Catholic. I actually chose to become confirmed Catholic, and then totally went away from that. So but the funny thing is that when it comes to abortion, the Bible literally has it literally has a recipe in there for creating a abortion, like for having an abortion. There's an elixir that there's a recipe for. So yeah. Okay. We're stalled again. This has like been such an up and down live. It's so weird. It's so weird. Every live is completely different every week. Okay, I'm going to take this time. While there's a little bit of a lull, and maybe this will inspire some topics or something like that. But I'm just going to tell the 64 people that are in here, because this is quite a few people we've had in here tonight. Beaver Politics, we do a bunch of different shows. We have 9 shows a week right now. We are going to be going up to 10 right away in the next week. So my show, obviously tonight, Politi-Talk, we talk, I don't talk about transgender rights unless there's a transgender person on the panel, Kingston, just because I don't want to speak for somebody else from a marginalized community. I can speak on the specifics of it, but when it comes to experience, I'd rather have a transgender person up on the panel in order to do that. So, yes. Bailey, give me 1 second. I'm just going to quickly go through this and then I will let you speak. Thank you for the follows from everybody. Okay, 70 people in here. Beaver Politics. We are live 6 days a week, and on 3 of those days, we're live twice a day. So on Mondays, we have Indigenous Matters with Treaty Birder. She talks about how Indigenous peoples can affect the political atmosphere, and also how politics affect Indigenous people as well, and Indigenous communities. All the evening shows start at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Mountain time. So it'd be 8 p.m. Eastern time. On Tuesday night, we have News Hour with Frontline Feminist right here. She does a 2-hour show, talks about the big topics that are going on during the week. So highlighting the biggest news from the weekend, or news that you might be missing, and bringing it to the forefront. Because there's a lot of stuff that she likes to deep dive into things. So we like that, because I don't deep dive. I catch bits and pieces, because ADHD, I can't do it. Wednesday, we have the Mossy Side with Progressive Moose. He does a deep dive into a specific topic that week, and usually goes into the messy side of politics. On Thursday, we have 2 shows. We have the Navigation Station in the morning afternoon at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern time with the Misses. It's education, resources, and solutions to help navigate the Canadian political landscape. And then in the evening, we have Truth Through Discourse. That one's hosted by Mrs. Radical, and Frontline also helps with that one. And that one is weekly discussions on relevant news topics or social issues. So they kind of it's an open panel, but it's a really short open panel. And conservatives we don't do conservatives up there really, because we want it to be a respectful kind of think tank panel. On Fridays, we have Canadian history with a purple crayon. And that's in 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern time with Pixie Lee. It's Canadian history prior to colonization, with a focus on BIPOC perspectives. So it's a lot of history. She does different topics every week with that. Then Politi-Talk, obviously, at night with me. On Saturdays, we have Breaking the Dam, and that one's a mental health one with Jana, 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, talking about ongoing mental health in tough times, learning new coping skills, increasing mental health awareness, and fighting stigmas. And then we have Radicalized in the evening with Mr. Radical. He talks about the gray matter of politics and how religion is impacting the political atmosphere. So that's 9 shows. We have another one that is going to be starting next week. We will be having a new Beaver or 2 joining at that point. And that one's going to be more about being happy and successful and tying it into a political atmosphere. So, you can join for a few minutes, but Scott, I'm also ADHD. So you're fine. You're a lot of people up here are usually neurospicy. So, I can make it a space for you. If you want to request, you can join up here. Bailey, you wanted to speak.
Hey again. I'm again not sure if you guys talked about this already at all, but one thing I find myself at a bit of a loss for when I'm talking to conservatives, especially ones based out of Alberta, who've been impacted by, the fallout of the oil boom, I guess, during the Trudeau reign, as they say. And I'm just kind of wondering what you folks have, what your guys' response to that has been a lot of times when, you're confronted by people who really just they're like a one issue person. They just want oil jobs. That's kind of like their MO. I'm not from Alberta, and I also don't really know what the landscape is there right now when it comes to energy, and what it has been looking like in the last like decade or so. Like when my dad was working in oil and gas in Alberta, that was like almost 20 years ago now. So sorry, I know that's kind of like an open-ended question, but yeah, have you had anybody come in here and talk about oil and gas a lot, or and Pierre?
Like, in all honesty, we don't get a whole heck of a lot of conservatives. If we do, a lot of them are really belligerent, and I end up kicking them out. So yeah, so like it's hard to find a conservative that one is genuine, and wants to have like a genuine conversation, and two, it's hard to find them where they're not going to be talking over people all the time and trying to dominate the conversation and just come up with like talking points, right? Whereas we want to just have an actual conversation back and forth, and they can't handle when I have a list of people who want to talk because they want to have a back and forth with one person, even though they joined a panel of like 8 other people. So, yeah. And I mean, like, I'm willing to have like even more conservatives up here too, right? Like, so that they can have a friend up here, but it just never happens. They never come in to have a conversation. So I don't know.
Oh, I saw that whatever said, what about gas and oil? I guess like I find that just keeps coming up consistently with conservatives. And usually it comes back to, well, Trudeau's government put up a lot of red tape, shut down a lot of projects. And so you have all of these people who are out of work in Alberta who are just waiting to get back on site. And they can't because there just aren't enough jobs. There was just like the one major pipeline job or whatever. But I admittedly don't necessarily know. Like I know that. Sorry. Yeah, I can tell you already see it differently.
The pipeline wasn't even shut down by Trudeau anyway. The pipeline was shut down by SCOTUS down in the States during Donald Trump's presidency. It was July of 2020 that SCOTUS said that it has to be shut down. Like there's an article on it. I can't remember I think it was an AP article potentially. It might be Reuters, I don't know, but there's an article on there, and it shows that the conservative government, or not the conservative government, it was July 20th or July of 2020, July 18th or something like that of 2020, and SCOTUS is the ones who said we're shutting down this pipeline. A lot of it had to do with the fact that it was going through Indigenous lands in like Montana and stuff like that. So it wasn't gonna. There was no benefits to it. Plus, it was also a Canadian pipeline. We were the ones who were going to be reaping the benefits. It was literally going from Alberta all the way down to Texas, like Texas, Florida, like right over there, the coast, so that it could be shipped off in tankers overseas, right? So there was no benefit to the United States aside from them having like jobs for a very short amount of time to build it. That was it, right? But it wasn't shut down by Trudeau. That's the whole, there was a big misnomer on that, right? So, I know Pat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. No, Pat wanted to add something to it as well.
Yeah, sorry. I put the hand up thing in the messages ones going by.
Yeah, I saw. I had you written down.
Okay, well, what you're talking about is it was Joe Biden that closed that pipeline down because he had won the election. Donald Trump's the one that was setting it up for them to go with. And what ended up happening is as soon as Biden got in, he shut it down because the Indigenous people didn't want it. And it was being challenged by the Green people as well. So
Biden didn't close it down. Biden didn't close it down, though. No, he didn't. He took away the permits for a lot of other new things where he took away the permits for it. But SCOTUS had already shut it down. SCOTUS shut it down. Biden just took away the permits because it was already shut down and it wasn't going to be happening.
When you're saying SCOTUS, what is that again?
Supreme Court. The Supreme Court down in the States.
There you go. Then
they were the ones who shut it down in July of 2020.
Yeah, it was because the Indigenous won their court case, basically.
Yeah. Yeah,
sorry,
but it
I
was
just kind
during
of forgot what
Trump's. It was
SCOTUS was.
Yeah, it was when Trump was still in power, though. July 2020. The election didn't happen until November
Till November.
2020, and
Yeah.
Biden went in January 2021.
Yeah.
So, like, they don't understand the timeline of everything.
Well, he
that
didn't tell
happened,
anybody
right?
about it. That's probably why. But the thing I was going to
And he
say,
wouldn't.
no,
Yeah.
of course not, because it would make him look like an idiot, right? So
Yeah.
the one thing that I point out on that particular issue is we made a contract with them on this pipeline, but we failed to put a disclosure in there or a caveat in there that if in the event that Donald Trump, or not Donald Trump, but Joe Biden or whomever, or the indigenous people win their court case to stop this pipe, that the U.S. would have to reimburse us for everything that we had done up until that point, because they didn't cover their butts. So all the investment that we put into that pipeline went down the toilet. And that's not our fault. That's their fault. So they should have had a clause in that contract that protected us for that particular thing to happen, because even if it wasn't, Joe would have done it anyway. And it's like, it would have been a 50-50 chance of him winning the election, and he did. So besides the fact that they won that court case and they got it stopped, if we had that clause in there, they'd have to reimburse us for all the money we put into it.
Jason, the thing is too, though, is Jason Kenney knew it was not a sure thing, and he already started. He's the one who put the money forward to already start it, even though it was not a sure thing yet.
Yeah.
And so he was the one who actually wasted all that money putting it into it when it wasn't even there wasn't even a guarantee that it was going to happen.
But he still could have made that agreement with something to protect us if it went sour, and he didn't. If you're doing a contract or something like that where there's those kind of variables and the chances of it going like bonk, you have to put something in there to protect yourself so you don't lose your initial investment. But he didn't. So that's our fault. I blame that on us.
Because
we're the ones that didn't
do it. A conservative government was spending money unwisely. What?
Of course. Yeah. What? And the other thing I was going to mention was, the other thing that I talk about is, and this is something that came up years ago, 2016, I think, when they were talking about closing down all the coal mines and everything because they wanted to do the clean energy stuff. Like they were trying to navigate over to the clean energy stuff, was that the fossil fuels isn't going to last forever. Like we're going to run out. It's not something that's that's going to be there like for years and years and years. So once we run out of fossil fuels, we won't be able to produce it anymore. But the problem is that if you're looking at that situation, then obviously the smart thing to do would be to come up with another secondary type of industry that we could do to support us in the event that we just don't have that option anymore, right? So planning ahead is always smart. And also, I was working in the oil and gas in 2015. So, I was there for 25 years. Let's put it that way. So when they had two crashes when I worked there. The first one, I almost lost my job, and I just had started. It was like the 1990s. And I almost lost my job because I was new to the company. And then the second one was in 2015 when I got laid off, and I was working for KBR. We were doing projects all over Alberta. And so I was out of work, and I could not find a job. There was nothing out there. Absolutely nothing for me. And I was a purchaser. And, there's not enough alternative jobs out there for people that are specifically from the oil and gas, because, a lot of it's not transferable. Some of it is, but a lot of it isn't. There was nothing. I couldn't find a job. And I put out hundreds of resumes and got nothing. And then broke my foot and ended up on disability. So, the thing is that to blame us for it when, this is just being proactive and being smart, because at some point it's not going to be there anymore. And if we don't plan for the future, we're going to get caught with our pants down, and it's not going to be nice. It's going to be like, what do you do now? Right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, investing in a project that would create another, sustainable energy source, like, let's say wind. And then, you know what? No, we want to focus on oil and gas. So let's spend billions of dollars to go and tear this project down now that was already started and waste even more money on it. It kills so many birds. Oh my God.
Well,
I did a joke about that in trivia last night.
That also goes for that pipeline for the bitumen going to China. right? Like if Trudeau hadn't have bought that pipeline, they wouldn't have saved our butt, because the people that had invested in it initially were about to lose everything. They walked away from it. Right?
Yeah, they don't understand that, like, if we had solar and, I mean, like, we have a little bit of, like, I think, hydro as well going on here, but like if they had solar and we added in like the wind power and stuff like that, then you could source those ones specifically to certain areas, and then you're not using as much of the oil and gas, which means you can still sustain that and it'll last longer, so those people still have jobs
so we don't use it up so fast, which is smart. It's diversing your business, right?
You're also creating other jobs in the other sectors where other people can work. Like, imagine that, right?
Yeah, I don't understand why they're having such a problem with it.
So, but whatever, here's the thing though, too, like even if we focused a little bit more on nuclear power, that would be better as well, because that is the most efficient and clean energy that there is.
It is, but you want to know something? They're having trouble in the States trying to find a place to put their nuclear waste. There's absolutely no place that you can put that stuff there. It doesn't contaminate everything in its area.
Right.
So that's what
like
they're dealing
that's
with.
the thing you have to take. Right. That's the thing you have to take into consideration. But like when you look at the rest, like when you look at all of it, nuclear. I didn't say financially efficient. I said efficient.
We also have geothermal.
Adding words. Yeah. Like there's so many different ways. Like if we had a mix of all these different types of energies, especially not focusing on one in our province, then we wouldn't be in the position that we are now, where like where the oil and gas companies can charge us everything for these anyway. Prices are astronomical.
When it comes to the power and stuff like that, every bill that I've gotten, my fees on my bill for my electricity from Encore has been more money than my actual power usage, like all those admin fees, So they just find other ways to make the money back. They just go, oh, we need to add this admin fee or this fee or that fee or whatever.
I mean, that's because in Alberta we've been paying 400 times what we should have been paying, right? Like they looked into that, right? They took off the caps and they're just charging exorbitant prices. We get charged too much for our energy. We get charged too much for insurance as well. We pay more insurance. We pay more for insurance than any other province in the country.
Well, I know
and that's
one
wild.
thing. I read something in the news a while back, and it said that in 2020, the end of 20, when did COVID end? 22? I think it was 22,
I mean, it's
right?
not over.
No, but when was the big pandemic over? 22?
Yeah, most stuff started
20
at
to 22 or something like that.
Opening up fully would have been end of 2021.
The oil and gas still made $2 billion clear revenue from 2022. So you can't tell me they were hurting, I should say. $2 billion profit? Come on. They weren't suffering at all. So I just think this is like a smoke and mirrors. They're just trying to get their money out of the business so they can get rich off of it and then tootle off. That's what I think her goal is that she wants to make her money. And the thing I found out the other day too is that they've turned AHS into a corporation. And because it's a corporation, the provincial government will be sending the money to the corporation, which is then going to go to AIMCO and be invested by Harper. So we're not getting the money direct.
AHS isn't even like it. AHS even is under Caritas Health now. Like it's no. There's something about it's being run by Caritas Health now.
There's two different health systems.
No, they've changed this.
I never saw anything on that.
Yeah.
Because that's a Catholic institution. You can't put this one under
absolutely.
That.
No, that's the reason why. Because then they're not doing anything with transgender surgeries or transgender care, and then they're also not doing abortions. That's
but
why
I thought
they're
that was
doing
just in the rural areas. Wasn't that just in the rural areas?
No, it's all over the province. Pumpkin spice latte. It's going to be in four different institutions that they're separating it into four different things.
Yeah.
But it's all under Caritas Health. Like
Well,
they're the ones who are running
hospitals-
AHS.
The actual hospitals, I didn't hear them say they were going to do that. I didn't know that, but okay, the actual hospitals, what I read was that they're going to make AHS an actual corporation. And if it's a corporation, then their funding goes directly to them, but then it's going to go from the government to them into AIMCO for them to manage. So it's not going directly to the hospitals anymore.
Where's Mike? Mike knows all about this. I can get
Mikey, come on, Mikey.
Anybody else want to add to the
other
conversation? I just want to give somebody else a chance to add to the if anybody.
No problem.
The other 4 people in
mute
here.
Myself.
Oh yeah, just honestly listening to this is great. This is very, 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 very different than some of the energy conversations that I've been part of in the last week here. So no, it's good. It's a great reminder that, that isn't all that Alberta is. So many people see it as just that, and there's so much potential for opportunity. Now, I will say, because you said that you vote NDP federally.
Me?
Most people here.
I'm liberal.
Oh, you vote. What are you? Beaver politics. Beaver politics.
You can call me nerdy.
Okay.
The account that's right next to Frontline here, that's my main account. I just go, we do all of our stuff under Beaver Politics, so I always bring up my other account.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, that's me. Charity or nerdy, you can call me whichever. But I typically vote NDP provincially, like always. It used to be Liberal when Liberals were a big thing around here, and then it went to NDP. Kind of like the same thing that Pep did. But then also I've always done Mike. If you can come up, can you come up? I need help with AHS stuff because you know more about that than I do. Usually Liberal, but a couple times I voted NDP in the federal election because Jack Layton was around.
Yeah.
So
that's always how it goes. It's like Jack Layton and everybody. Oh yes, Jack Layton.
Hey, I hope you're not at work. Are you at work?
Well, I'm at work, but I'm closed, so I can talk for a second.
Oh, you're closed. Okay, so you can talk. Okay. AHS is under Caritas now, right? Like it's under Caritas. Anyway, you know about it. It's just because then it prevents them from doing certain medical procedures.
It depends. Like AHS is actually broken up now into 4 different pillars, they call them. So like there's long-term care and like disability, and there's AHS proper, just as like emergency services, and there's like mental and addictions, and then there's another one. I can't remember exactly the pillars offhand here. All my notes are at home, so like I can briefly kind of explain it, but the idea is like they're gonna break it up so that anything that's non-emergency surgical, they can like transfer into like smaller care units. And they're actually it's all convoluted because there's a bunch of stuff going on with healthcare in Alberta that's like really kind of more complicated than I can explain in a 15-second like blurb.
They didn't turn all the hospitals into Caritas, so did they?
No, not all the hospitals. No, it's
just the ones in the rural areas they're building are going to be Caritas.
No, so not even those. So like that's the confusion. So like for instance, kind of where I'm in the area I'm in, they're doing what's called urgent care centers, which are like gonna try to turn into like hospital like things, but like where they have like a one-stop shop. And it depends where you are. So like there's different, like in Airdrie, for instance, is like is a private like doctor conglomerate that's doing it, but in other areas it's Caritas, in other areas it's like that, but they're all like pretty much urgent care centers. They're not hospitals.
So the hospitals in Edmonton are going to remain under AHS.
For now,
I believe that to be true because
most of them are Covenant. Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. Covenant is the one that's religious, and
Yeah.
that's the one. They're under Caritas now. You got it fixed for me. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So Covenant Health is under Caritas then? I'm so confused now.
No, there were two separate ones. Covenant
Yeah,
was
there
the
was
Grey
Covenant and
Nuns and
Caritas.
the Covenant was
Yeah.
the Grey Nuns and the Misericordia,
Ms.
and Caritas
Yeah.
was the Royal Alec and the U of A.
Yeah, it's actually really super complicated. You have to like look at like each individual hospital as like its individual thing because it really depends like when it was built and where it was built.
That's the four major in Edmonton, and my daughter works for the U of A, so it's Caritas, and I hate that name. It's so weird. And then
Okay,
Covenant is the
so-
Grey Nuns and the Misericordia. That's the one that's the religious base because the Grey Nuns founded that one. That's the one where you can't get anything like that done in their hospitals. No abortions, no. So that's the one that they're trying to, anything that's being built new, they want to give it to Covenant to take over because they know that Covenant will automatically, due to the religious basis of the hospitals, will refuse to do abortions and transgender stuff and everything.
Yeah. So, 1 second. So, this is Mike. This is one of the articles that you posted in my Discord. So Alberta Premier reveals where is this? August 2024. Alberta Premier reveals plans to transfer hospitals away from AHS. Next phase of restructuring includes removing Alberta Health Services as the operator of some hospitals and turning facilities over to other administrators like Catholic Health Care provider Covenant Health. So it's some, not all then.
Yeah.
But it's enough that it makes an effect.
But if you want to know like abortion centers, I can tell you that exactly. There's only like
to have separate ones for that.
No, there's only going to be two places you can get abortions at. That's going to be one place in Edmonton and one place in Calgary, and that's it.
Okay.
It would probably be the downtown hospital in Edmonton because that one's the one that's kind of like the
Royal Alec.
No, not the Royal Alec. There's the what the heck is it called?
General?
It's the one that's right downtown. The General, yeah, the Edmonton General. So that one is typically for like any kind of sexual health. No.
Oh.
No,
Okay.
they do tests there. Like you can get all your testing done. You can get any of your birth control taken care of there. Birth control implants, all of that kind of stuff they can do there. Yeah.
Okay.
So
well, all I know is that my daughter works for U of A, and they haven't changed whoever looks after them, and that they're the same people that look after the Royal Alec.
Yeah, I'd go further to guess like that the general probably would stop doing those services, and it'll just be the U of A that'll do it. Like that'd be my guess.
U of A is a trauma hospital. So is the Royal Alec. They would never want to take people in for that stuff. They're too busy. They can't even keep up with what they have for traumas and regular surgeries every day.
I know, but if you look at the Foothills Hospital, they're like they're making like nurses' lounges into like patient rooms. Like they don't care. They're gonna try to make sure that like that kind of.
You know what? I think the Royal Alec was doing them when I had mine done, so it was probably the Royal Alec that I went to, and that's years ago, many years ago.
Yeah,
but I think that if they were doing it back then, maybe they would have left them.
1 sec. Pep, I really want Mike to be able to finish one of his sentences. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, no, it's all good. I just want to get this out quick. So, like, my suspicion is that they're gonna try to make it so that it gets so backlogged that it's gonna be like hard to get an abortion.
There's
that may be
in
the
Edmonton
case.
right now. In Edmonton right now, there's three clinics that do it right now. Kensington Clinic, the Women's Health it says options. I don't know what that is. And the Peter Lougheed Center. But Peter Lougheed's not even in Edmonton.
No, it's Calgary.
Yeah, that's Calgary. So there's two.
That's what I'm saying. I thought they had moved it away from the actual hospitals. Like the hospitals weren't doing that anymore. But if you come in with like a miscarriage and you need an abortion, like not an abortion, but the DNC they used to call it, for a miscarriage, they would do it. And that's what the United States is not doing anymore. That's why those women died, because the doctors are going to be liable if they do it in the states that they're not supposed to. They can be charged and prosecuted for it. And there's actually been one doctor, and I don't remember if it was in Alabama or where, but somewhere, that actually was brought up to court the other day about it too. So that's probably maybe what they're doing. I don't know. It's just,
but
what
this
they're
is
doing
like,
is,
even all of this, like what I kind of wanted to get with all of this though is that like this is literally a stepping stone for them to like take it away altogether.
oh, for sure. That's what I would expect that. But if you do it in a, like, what I'm trying to say, I guess, is that they can't be blamed for putting in a law that prevents abortions if the only places that would do them are the hospitals, and oh look, they're all Catholic. They don't have. They say we can't do it for you. Sorry, so it's not our fault, right?
Well, the only thing they can actually do, because of how our federal system sets up the health transfer payments and like how our healthcare act works in Canada, is that they can like limit it to one center in a specific region. So like they can't actually take it fully away unless the federal government gets elected in a certain way and they constitutionally remove it from our healthcare act.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking like Grey Nuns. They do like the U of A doesn't even have a maternity section. There's no maternity ward, nothing in that hospital. The U of A does. It has the women's pavilion. I mean, the Royal Alex does. It has the women's pavilion there. And the Misericordia does, and the Grey Nuns. But the U of A doesn't. So it would be very unusual for anybody to go into that place for any kind of a miscarriage.
Which is really strange, though, because they have like a NICU in this Stollery.
Yeah, but that's different, though. NICU is just for the babies. The Stollery was designed more so for children that were going for special medical services. You know, if you're born with a heart defect and all that kind of stuff.
No,
so the NICU
but I'm saying
there
like
is
in the
basically,
Stollery.
Oh,
in the Stollery, they have a NICU, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they have to have a NICU for newborn babies that are having problems that, you know, that need surgery kind of thing.
No, well, the Stollery is your guys' version of the Children's Hospital here in Calgary.
Yes.
It just happens to be attached to the U of A hospital.
Right, but it's not, there's no maternity in that hospital. There was one when my mom had my sister years ago, like 40 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever, I've lost track. But that, they got rid of it. They don't have it anymore.
Well, they had to because there's a shortage of neonatal nurses and doctors. So there's
no, I'm not saying the Stollery's not there anymore. I'm saying the maternity ward, they got rid of it. So that all it is now is just general surgery, the brain people, the, you know, orthopedics, that kind of stuff. That's basically all there is just general surgery and that. But I'm saying the Stollery is any kids that have physical defects when they're born, or, you know, heart problems or whatever. That NICU is made for people that have got cancer, everything, you name it. They do it all there.
Sorry. Green Nuns NICU is top line. Nice.
But I've got an announcement to make.
Yeah?
Yeah, it hasn't been like, it's kind of under the radar, but they're doing a press conference in Calgary tomorrow on education.
Oh dear.
Apparently.
Oh, well, that's scary.
Apparently, one of the things is they're announcing 11 new schools. Is
Charter schools, no doubt.
Lines.
11 new schools.
Are they all charter
Mike, finish
schools?
Mike, finish your announcement, please.
No, that's pretty much the announcement. Like the rumor is there's gonna be 11 new schools announced, but I don't know where. I don't know what.
What kind of schools?
Yeah, what kind of schools? But it's to do with the education budget in general. So keep an eye on that, folks.
Fun times. So expect a disaster.
Well, I read that they were doing charter schools they were going to put the funding into. The new ones were going to be charter schools.
Cheese Whiz, it's not loading you if you want to reconnect, re-request to come up. It's just, I don't know why. Sometimes it takes 2 times requesting for you to come up. So if you want to re-request, you can. But okay. Hey Mike, thanks for the info and clarifying.
Yeah, no worries. I'll do what I can. At home, I have a lot more notes and stuff. So when I
Yeah,
get
I
there,
was
I'll
trying to
do
find
that.
your stuff, but I couldn't remember which Discord you posted stuff in and what. Yeah, so
I generally post everything like in all the Discords, so it's usually
I know.
the same stuff everywhere.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Thanks.
see you later.
Okay, go finish work, slacker. All right.
So mean.
I know. Well, I mean, maybe that first guest had it right.
You're not dirty. You're a mistress.
What? No, she called me a bitch. The one guest called me a bitch because she kept on interrupting me and like talking over me. And then I just told her, I'm like, stop talking over me. And then she was like, you're a bitch, and then left. I was like, okay. I am. Okay, sometimes.
It seemed like a productive conversation by the sounds of it.
Oh, it was terrible. Okay. What was I? Joe, do you have a topic?
I was responding to you. I don't have a topic I don't have a topic off the top of my head yet right now, but I'm kind of seeing if I can. Trying to think. I had a show today, so I'm trying to think of some of the stuff I didn't get a complete chance to go through.
Well, somebody was talking earlier, and I don't know if they're still in here, but they did ask about Mark Carney. And I mean, we can always talk about Mark Carney. It gets us to the federal election stuff. Or we could talk about the Ontario election. So
I just responded to a post about that. So here's a topic. I can come in here. So
the Ontario election is in is 13 days away.
It is 13 days away in Ontario. And the federal polls are still the ones that right now we're seeing the most activity on. The Ontario polls for the Ontario election has been pretty stagnant in regards to staying exactly where it's at, which is unfortunately Dougie with a majority, which is not what we want to see. But unfortunately, there's still kind of a problem where Ontario votes opposite of whatever's in federal power. There's still some people thinking, even after his resignation, still thinking that if they're voting for Dougie, it's to vote against Trudeau, even though neither have the same thing to do with anything else. People are not great. So we're not going to see much of a shift there, and it's going to really, really be horrible there. That said, I also responded to somebody else just recently because 338 just showed another poll today in regards to the federal where the Liberals and Conservatives are very much both within majority territory for the federal election. So they're asking, like, is Carney about to push them over into a lead position? It's possible. So Carney could put them in a position. As it stands right now, the Liberals are now back in the position again, and the pollsters have been talking about it for the past week or so, where they've seen the trend going towards it, saying it's happening. There is a 20-point Trump lead, and there's two things I think it's fascinating that we need to know. A, I think Carney is enough of a change that may at least get them at least one term. Don't know how well. And two, if this occurs, I think it's the end of Pierre and his leadership. Don't know what they replace him with, but I think they're going to say, you know what, Pierre, you had your run, you didn't succeed. Time for the next guy.
Yeah. Hello, pumpkin spice latte, the only pumpkin spice latte that I like.
Hi.
You have like the longest greeting from me ever, just so you know.
I love it though. It makes me feel so special. I'm the only one that you like.
I hate pumpkin spice lattes.
Except me.
Exactly. I prefer chai tea lattes. So
they're very good. I had a mocha. I had a mochaccino today. It was very tasty.
I can't do the coffee. I can't do the coffee part. Hi Nick.
Oh,
right?
right. You
What
need
it,
my age, province, and political party.
yeah, I mean, you've been up here before, but yeah, just as a refresher
41,
for other people.
Quebec, currently a member of the Liberal Party of Canada.
Fantastic. Me too. I get lots of emails from them.
They
I got
really
an
want my
email
money.
today
It
about
is like really
supporting
annoying.
Chrystia Freeland, and I was like, nope.
Honestly, Karina Gould has my attention, okay? She has my attention.
Yeah.
She might have my $25. I haven't I'm pretty broke for this. Like I
hear that.
She's inspiring. She's like 3 years older than me. No, I think she's like a couple extra years than that. But like, I mean, I like her. I think that she's genuinely a good person. I don't think that she's gonna beat Carney, but I kind of feel like I want to give her my first vote just for fun. Give my second vote to Mark Carney. He's gonna get it. Everybody else has his vote anyway.
Let's see.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't know if I was supposed
1 second. Okay. 1 second, Michael.
Yeah, I just
So I kind of want to do like a hands in the chat thing if you want to talk, and then that way I know that you want to talk. Thank you for all the follows, guys. So I just wanted to point out how many emails I get from the Liberal Party. So today alone, wait, no, that was a couple days ago. Stop it. Cat, stop it. My cat is like trying to bite me again. 2. I only got 2 today. That was a slow day. Nope, 3 because 1 was in French. Yeah. Okay. She can't win. It will be Carney. Okay, Michael, say what you want to say. I know you left because we stopped talking about federal election again because that's what you want to talk about. Sometimes it's good to learn about the other things, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah, she can't win. She's too closely aligned with Justin Trudeau. After 9 years, she was there as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister. I think, with Carney, it's 95% him being being Prime Minister. I think feeling if she does win, it will just say to the public, like, did you guys not learn? There was a reason why you guys were behind by so much numbers to the Conservatives. With Carney winning, Carney can move them back to where I want them to be. Obviously, I know a lot of people on the left don't like where Carney will move them to, but as a more of a centrist, I like where Carney will move them to, back to where they used to be pre Justin Trudeau, like balance the budget, like be closer, like when people say, Carney is his own person, politically, he's closer to Pierre Polyev, politically, like, and what I mean by that, we're more similarly aligned, like, both are in favor of getting rid of the carbon tax, both are against the capital gains tax. Justin Trudeau, not so much. So Carney can kind of balance that. Like, look at me, I'm more of the center.
Michael, though, okay, I need to interrupt you for a second because you can't really say that they're like the same person because of one thing that they have in common. Yeah, like I don't think that that's a fair assessment to make just because like they both want to get rid of the carbon tax.
Yeah, they're their own person, but you know what I mean. Like, Carney is a little bit more to, he's more to Trudeau's right when you think about it. Maybe by a little bit, but I think tomorrow, Pierre Poilievre is supposed to have this big rally talking about Canadian pride. I don't think.
Somebody I know is going to that. Who's going to that? Somebody I know is going to that. Who is it? Oh my God, somebody I know is going to that. I don't remember who it is.
Going to what?
Okay.
Pierre's
rally. Somebody I know is going as a. Oh crap! Who is it? Who is it? It's somebody. I saw them on a live yesterday. Annie, is it Annie? No, Annie's not going. Somebody on our side is going to the rally. Anyway, It'll come to me. I don't remember exactly who it was. Okay. I've got a list going of the people. Michael, finish off what you have to say, and I've got 3 people in line already to talk. It is Annie. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to be his rally tomorrow to talk about his Canada First agenda to unite Canadians. I think tomorrow is make or break for him. If he loses the next election, if Carney is Liberal leader, I think the Liberals will be back in power, and I think it will be the same result like it was for Andrew Scheer and Aaron O'Toole. Votes help Pierre Poilievre, you had your moment. We're going to have another leadership race.
Okay. Pumpkin spice latte, then Frontline, then Pep.
I think Frontline was ahead of me.
Oh, you raised your hand before. I saw your hand comment before that.
Thanks. I'm pretty sure that was after Frontline, but okay.
Oh, it showed up after for me.
I would say that all of the candidates in the Liberal race are up for grabs at the moment, and I do get to have an opinion on who I plan to vote for. As I said, I'm quite certain that there are enough people who are going to vote for Mark Carney that it's not a problem if I give my first vote to somebody who I don't think is going to win, but that I like her gumption.
Okay. Frontline. Yeah, I scrolled back. There was one. I missed it. My apologies. Go ahead.
All right, so I might sound a little controversial on this one, but at the end of the day, it's not about who we like right now. It's about who has the best chance of beating conservatives. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Like, in my eyes, I'm sorry, but look at what happened in America when people wanted to vote protest for Jill Stein or not vote at all. Freeland might be great in her own way, and she obviously is very educated. She's very good at dealing with foreign affairs, but people are connecting her to Trudeau. And that's not going to work right now. And it's not the time for a woman to run. As much as it hurts me to say this as a feminist, this is not the time for a woman to be running in this election. It's just not. There's too much misogyny in our country for that to ever work out in the favor of the Liberals. I think that the only chance the Liberals have is if Mark Carney gets elected as party leader. I genuinely think that if, Freeland does by any means end up winning, it's going to absolutely tank the Liberals, and it's going to guarantee a conservative win. That's just my stance on it. I also think that the Liberals need to figure out their marketing in terms of being on social media, because they're dealing with the propaganda being put out by the Conservatives. The Conservatives have YouTube ads, they have Facebook ads, they're all over social media. The Liberals aren't. We're the ones doing the marketing for them. At the end of the day, we're the ones that are posting videos of what they're talking about, etc. So, in my perspective, like, I might still end up federally voting NDP just because of my riding. So if I'm all about the strategic vote right now, I'm all about being strategic right now. I think this is not the time to go with our ideal version of who we want to see or what we really want as our future leader. Like, right now, it's literally like we are under massive threat. And if we give our vote away to a conservative by not being strategic, that is a massive mistake on our part. Again, I know this is a controversial topic. Nobody has to agree with me. Everybody can do whatever they want with their vote. But I'm just trying to give that warning that this is not the time for idealism. This is this time for strategy. We're in a war. We really are. We're in a huge psychological and economic war with the United States. And we have to be diligent and make the best choices possible that's going to ensure that we actually are going to make trade deals with other countries, that we are going to be okay financially, and that we're going to keep our sovereignty.
Pep, before you go, Fred Phelps, what the heck are you talking about? I don't understand where any of your sentences are coming from. I kind of feel like you're like typing a word and then hitting the middle button just to like make sentences happen. I don't know what okay, Habby, you right there, that is a slur. We don't add TARD onto anything because that is a slur, an ableist slur. So you, friend, are getting an entire live mute for that. We don't do slurs in here. We don't do ableism in here. See this here? Be respectful. No bigotry, no slurs. That applies to the comments as well. Pep, you can go ahead.
Actually, before Pep goes in there, just one last one. Fred Phelps. We know the name, right?
What?
Fred Phelps is the name of the founder of the Westboro Baptist Church.
Oh. Gotcha. Well, then Fred Phelps, you are losing your freedom of expression. Bye-bye. Habby, you have an entire live mute. You can come and leave as many times as you want. You won't be able to speak because you used a slur. We don't do slurs here. No slurs. All right, Pep, you go ahead. I'm spicy right now, I tell ya.
You're doing a good job.
Thanks.
I wanted to just I just wanted to no, I forgot the word. I have trouble with words.
I understand. I have ADHD. I have problems with it.
Sorry.
Which? That's okay. What was your what was
comment? Was okay. I think Frontline has got the right idea because I think too much is banking on this election. There's too much at risk in this federal election. We can't afford to have a conservative federal government with the government we've got currently here in Alberta because they're just notorious criminals in my opinion. So and of course the religious aspect of things right now, which is bringing a lot of the stuff that's going on. And I just think that it would be a huge mistake to vote for somebody. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't vote NDP. Greg Mead, I think, is a good guy, but I just could not risk the Liberals not getting in because I know the NDP can't likely get in. So I'm like, okay, I do it. I'll just vote for Justin. And he's not that bad of a guy. He's just kind of a wonky toad. But as far as I'm concerned, the people like Pierre and those guys, they're just rotten to the core. And they have a persona that just makes everybody think they're angels and wonderful people. And that's the total opposite. So that's how Danielle got in. I'm a wonderful person, vote for me, blah, blah, blah. But so as far as I'm concerned, I think Canada, in the situation we're in right now with what's going on in the US, and if we were to get a conservative government in federally, I think we'd be in big trouble, because we'd have no rights basically at all. They'd find a way to get rid of them. They'd do exactly what the States is doing. And I would never want to risk that. So that's one of the reasons why I know Mark Carney is a guy that's got a lot of background in commerce and stuff like that. So I know he'd be a sharp, smart guy for us as far as running it financially. And I know he'll pull the purse strings tight and he'll do the job with the budgets and stuff like that. So I know he's going to be good that way, which is something we need. So I just think it's important that we really think about what we're doing this vote. We can't afford to lose and put another conservative guy in. It would be detrimental to this country.
Pumpkin Spice, you were next with your hand up.
Yeah, I would also just say that smartvoting.ca, really, really good tool that's going to be instrumental in the coming election.
So apparently I've been told it's only available for Ontario right now. Election.
They're going to keep it open just for Ontario until the Ontario election is done, but they are ready to go countrywide. Cool. JB announced it on his live last night. It's just that they're going to do the Ontario trial first.
I wouldn't know I'm blocked.
Sorry.
You're good. I can always go on my backup. He doesn't have that blocked. I have no idea.
Just because occasionally, your riding might be an NDP riding. So if NDP is going to win in your riding, you might need to vote for them, even if you prefer voting somewhere else.
Honestly, in my particular riding federally, it never goes anything but blue. Ever, which sucks. Canadian, not American. Let's see. Hello, Canadian, not American.
Oh my God. What is happening in America?
I don't know. Can I get some information from you first?
Sure, shoot.
Okay. Can I just need right here, age, province, and political party federally.
50, Vancouver, and I've literally voted for everybody in my lifetime. Last time
Who
I
are you
voted
planning on voting for this one?
You know, I'm gonna vote for Carney.
Okay, so liberal.
I'm going to tell you why. I really vote for the leader. I voted for Harper once. I liked what he was saying in the beginning. I actually voted for Preston Manning when I was young, because I had this Western alienation thing. But, you know, as you mature, like Mark Carney is a qualified person who we need somebody like that right now who can deal with this absolutely bizarre situation. Because this is crazy.
Agreed.
PP's not ready. Poilievre's not ready for this.
Yeah, agreed. You're preaching to the choir here. Most of the people that thank you. Most of the, like, pretty much everybody that's up on the panel here is agreeing with like either liberal or NDP. I try and get conservatives in here, but most of them won't come up and chat. They just stay in the comments speaking off. Or they're really belligerent up here, so they don't stick around long.
I just read something in the National Post of all papers to say that we have to shut the oil off and we have to shut the electricity off. Like, this is not a joke what's happening right now. This is like Anschluss in 1938. Like, we have to understand this is something that is fundamentally different than anything we've ever seen before in our lifetimes. And we have to deal with it appropriately because this is not rational what's happening.
Yeah. No, I agree, like with the tariffs and everything. Yeah, I don't think people realize, like, the people who support tariffs, like especially the ones that the US was putting on us with no, like, we didn't do anything. But it's I think it's going to lead to a lot of it leads to a lot of bad things, right? It leads to isolationism with the United States. It leads to there's a lot. We've been talking about it a little bit, but I mean, it leads to 30s Germany stuff happening, right? Like, we've seen this before. We haven't seen it, but it's happened before, and that's why we study, you know, history and stuff like that, so we make sure things like this don't happen. But when you have places that don't have like the greatest education and stuff like that, then they don't learn this stuff and they don't understand that this could happen again and what the signs are of it when it does end up becoming a problem again. Tariffs is a money grab. It's also their own citizens paying those taxes, like their taxes, and it's their own citizens paying those taxes. It's not the companies, because the companies are just going to up the prices. So, yeah, we can talk tariffs now if anybody. Yeah, Pep.
Well, one of the things I used to do when I was working in the oil and gas as a buyer was I used to do our customs clearances. So the NAFTAs, or the USMC, basically, they create item codes in the system. Those are what are really called the tariffs. That's what the tariff really is. What they add onto them is what they call duties. And each and every one of the products that we have, that we do back and forth with on a regular basis, that there's, you know, like there's a lot of volume for, are the ones that usually end up on these contracts, right? So as far as duties go to the states as well as us, anything that we do here in retaliation is going to drive our prices up. It's going to wreck the economy. It's going to make us struggle, and things are going to get worse. So it's a no-win situation. And I don't understand why that man wants to harm us. Like, when I went looking, we had maybe 0.001% of the illegal crossings into the US and drugs and stuff. It was so minimal, it was ridiculous. So I'm like, I don't get why he's doing this. Like, why is he hitting that? What have we done to him? It doesn't make any sense, you know? So, but I think it's a power grab. I think he's trying to knock us down, make us look weak. And that's why I think it's important that we fight back hard. So there have been Americans on TikTok that have point blank said, hit us with shut off our electricity. We'll be okay. Turn off your oil. We'll be okay. And I agree with it. I think they need to get nasty and put him in his place. That's basically what they got to do, because he's just trying to flex his muscles and make himself look like he's a big bad old guy, and he is a bully. So I mean, it doesn't make any sense, because it's, even if, like, I mean, once he does the tariffs on the products they buy, people are going to start looking elsewhere to buy things. So it's going to affect our economy that way too, because they're not going to want to buy from us. It's like when Russia was dumping steel at one time, we were told that we had to pay huge tariffs on any steel that we bought from Russia because they were trying to dump it. So, you had to make sure that when you're buying that stuff, that you checked what country this shit was coming from, what it was made, like where it was made. So that's why I think it doesn't make any sense. He's got nothing to gain by doing this except hurting us and making us look like we're weak people and we can't stand up to him.
I had Frontline next.
I just wanted to say, I think it makes perfect sense, not from I'm doing this because it's good for my country or good for my people, but it makes sense from a place of, let's weaken other countries, let's make them hurt, because if we can weaken them, then we can use extreme right-wing rhetoric to blame the current governments that are in power for their suffering, to get these countries to vote in right-wing governments. Because at the end of the day, we all know he's a Putin puppet. Like, he is. He's working with Russia. That's very clear. That's the reason that he's going to stop giving aid to Ukraine. That's the reason why J.D. Vance said the things that he said today in Munich, is because they are against Canada and they're against Europe. But what Trump wants is for him to have, I don't know if you guys have heard about the multipolar world, where basically United States wants to own this entire continent and everything around it. Russia wants to own Europe. China wants to own all the Asian countries. But at the end of the day, he's doing this to weaken the democracy, to weaken the will of the people, because that is what the propaganda always does, right? It takes human suffering and then it blames the current government so that people want to vote for whatever is not the current government. And they use it as a propaganda tool. That's what the tariffs are all about. They're here to weaken us and they're here to fool us. And they know that, even if Carney gets in, if people are suffering because of the tariffs, then their propaganda that's going to come into Canada is going to say, oh, you guys are suffering and it's because of your current government. The Conservatives premiers have already tried using some of this already to say that, oh, the Liberals aren't doing a good enough job with the border like Trump wanted, and we should have just done what he wants. And, it's their fault that Trump's now putting tariffs on us. So it's all just political theater, and it's all about using propaganda and using lies. That's what it's about. He doesn't care about the people. Nobody cares about the people.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was trying to say. Sorry, I was just going to say that's what I was kind of trying to say, that it's a way of weakening our country so that we look like we're not strong enough to fight back and to stand up for ourselves anymore.
Yeah. Pumpkin, you're next. But I do want to say, Big Lenny, why don't you come up here and join us? Because you're spouting off a lot of stuff down there. And basically, it's all just talking points. But I'd like to hear some sources from you on the things that you're saying. Because I don't think you have any sources. So otherwise, you just talk. Pumpkin Spice, what would you like to say?
I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to say disinformation. So I had to go check to make sure that I did actually read what I read. But I did. It does seem like Air Canada is reducing the amount of flights going to the U.S. substantially for March.
Funny.
Which kind of shows that the boycott USA thing seems to be working a little bit. Yeah.
Quick question. Did they say for what reason that they're decreasing the flights?
You want me to go check my article that I have? There were a couple things from Vancouver specifically that I was reading.
Be interesting to know.
Joker, what video do you want people to go look at? I didn't see. I can't see all of. I look for specific kinds of comments when I'm looking in the comments. I can't read all of them sometimes, but which I say you just came in here. What video was it? Is it like your last video on your account? They just want people to go and have a look at it. Okay, so you were talking about Air Canada. Like retaliatory? You think it's a retaliatory thing?
Because of the fact that so what they're doing is they're preparing for the eventual fact that there's going to be cancellations on a lot of the flights. And so they are already talking about the fact that in response to this, there is a good chance that they will have less flights going into the US because of the fact that they are aware of the fact that people are canceling their trips. They don't know how many people will cancel their trips, but people have already started canceling their trips.
Well, I mean, because people don't want to go and support the U.S. economy.
Exactly.
When,
so
stay here and go on trips here instead,
that that we're seeing DH writing articles. We're seeing Vancouver writing articles about the fact that Air Canada is preparing this already in advance, that they're going to be reducing probably a significant amount of their flights and that they're warning their customers about it. It's interesting. I like to see that. I think that it shows that Canada's really standing together.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of unity that we need. We need even the big corporations to stand up against the fascist rule.
And obviously it means that Air Canada is seeing something in their numbers that's saying, oh, okay, Canadians are not going to be flying to the US for a while. Okay, we're going to have to probably do something about that so that we save our own asses because,
Yeah. Absolutely. Frontline, you had your hand up again.
Yeah, there's somebody in the comments said that the United States helped Putin come to power in the 90s, and that is absolutely incorrect. So incredibly incorrect. There's so much misinformation and propaganda that's spread over the fact that during the 90s, the US did engage with Russia, but it was under President Boris Yeltsin, and they did provide economic aid, and they were trying to support reforms aimed at transitioning Russia to a market economy after they came out of the Soviet Union. But this support had nothing to do with promoting Putin. And by the time that Putin became prominent, US and Russia relations were already shifting into a negative light because of different disagreements. But the US had nothing to do with putting Putin in power. That's just crazy. I'm sorry.
I'm seeing if he'll come up. Oh, look, somebody accepted my request. Hello,
I did.
John the
How's it
Dawn. You're American?
I am American. I'm from Buffalo.
New York. Okay. Can I get an age? And I'm assuming you voted for Trump.
Yeah, I did vote for Trump. I'm 25.
Okay. You were saying a lot in the comments, so I just figured you might want to come up here and say it.
Yeah. I mean, I personally don't want to see Canada as a 51st state. I like that you guys are individual. Listen, I go to Canada all the time. I mean, I lived in Niagara Falls, so I just walk over the border. You guys have your own unique little thing, but you're pissing the Donald off for with the G7 stuff now too. I mean, you guys gotta slow the boat on that. He's not screwing around. I don't want to see you guys get fucked over.
Can I tell you a secret? It's not really a secret, but we wouldn't get fucked over. And there's a couple reasons for it. One, we're part of the we're part of the Commonwealth. So we have 53 other countries that would totally have our back should anybody try and take us by force. Also, because we would be a country that would be being attacked within NATO, everybody in NATO would also come and help us out. So it would basically be the US against the rest of the world.
I mean, I just don't see that happening. We have military bases all over Europe. But yeah, whatever you want to think, that's fine.
It's not what I think. Like that literally would be what happened. And the US is already trying to they want to get out of NATO anyway. Like it would literally be
But we fund NATO. We fund like
it would not
70% of it.
end well for the United States.
Our bases are there. We have 800 bases in Europe. I mean,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you have
just
bases.
don't see that happening.
Like those are just bases. That means nothing. Like bases don't mean that you run the military there. It just means that you have a military base there, or you have like some kind of representation there. That's all it is.
Aircraft carriers, you name it. Those aircraft carriers are built to fight singular nations, pretty much. All from an aircraft carrier. We have,
and you realize that by removing a big chunk of the military, you won't have quite the military force that you would have to fight anyway, because by getting rid of anybody who is part of the left woke agenda, that severely diminishes the military.
I'd say conservatives probably are make up most of the military force, but we don't need that. It's efficiency now. It's all technology.
It's actually not true. That is so not true. The majority of people that I have met that have been part of the United States military have been
so you're
left
going
wing.
off of personal experience?
I'm not going on. That's not personal experience. I'm saying
you said all the people that I've met,
but right? You're saying no. You just spouted out a number, and I'm saying I actually think that you're completely wrong on that.
I'm not wrong.
So sure. Can you provide me a source that says the majority of military people are conservative?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to look it up right now, but I do know that's a fact.
Sure, but I want to know where you got that fact from.
We need more than trust me, bro.
Yeah, we don't do
trust me, bro. Oh my gosh, you guys are so weird. No, that is a fact.
We're weird because we like sources and we like facts. Look it up.
I mean, I'm not going to do that because I don't really want to go on my phone. It's gonna disconnect me from the speaker. I don't have 1,000 followers. I don't know how that works. You're not going to be able to hear me. And I'm going to be looking something up for 5 minutes. I'm going to come back. You guys got to move on to something else. You understand what I'm saying?
Leanings in U.S. military. Technically, when you're in the military, you're not really political at all. So.
I got Pew saying 60-40 for Trump.
Yeah, I'm looking at... That's not going to give me anything. Maybe it will. This just tells me participation and registration rates.
Can I interject with some stats?
Absolutely, I love stats.
So in 2021, when they did a military times poll, they found that about 46% of active duty service members identified as conservative, 23 identified as moderate, and 16 identified as liberal, percent-wise. So, I mean, if all you have is 40... Right? No, I know, because there's a lot of people, I guess, that didn't participate in the polling. Mm-hmm. They're just trying to, or didn't answer it, but that's the first poll that came up.
Okay.
Still,
yeah, that's
though,
missing 46%. At least 12%. That's yeah, it's still not a majority. 46 is not majority.
I see someone in the comments looked it up. 60-40 Republican from Pew in 2024. Anyway, I'm not wrong on that. So
I just said that.
Okay, yeah, so that's 60. That's 60%.
Yeah, the majority. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, so anyway, with 40% of your military gone,
comes across, if we want to make relations good with the Russians again, where they are opposing them rejoining the G7, they're going to end the
wait 1 second. Did you say make things good with Russia again?
Yes.
When
why? Russia's never been good in the first place.
Hold on. Yep. When we kicked them out in 2014 when they invaded Ukraine. Now, I believe if they end the Ukraine conflict, they should be allowed back in. Because if you don't, this is what you risk. You risk pushing the Russians and the Chinese together.
You're asking a sovereign nation to give up their land to a force that invaded their country.
No, I'm not. They're gonna have to. I don't know what the agreement is, but they haven't actually negotiated it. But what I'm saying is, where does Canada
Ukraine's
come
not even going to be
across to
involved in the
say if
negotiations.
they end the war and Russia
Ukraine
pulls
is
back out of
Ukraine.
Ukraine
Excuse, I just need
territory?
to say this. I need to say this, and I don't appreciate the over talking of me because I'm the host. Okay, but Ukraine is not even going to be involved in the negotiations. It's Trump and Putin doing the negotiations, and Trump is going to tell Zelensky what to do. Do you think Zelensky is going to listen to him when he says, "Oh, well, everything will be fine if you just give up the land that they've already taken from you"?
That's not totally what's happening. What I think is going to happen is they're going to go back to back to 2014 borders, where Russia already took over parts of the Crimea region. That's not going back to Ukraine. That's never going to happen. We're already too far gone. Won't happen. And he kind of doesn't have a choice because we fund their entire operation over there. So
Not true. Whoa. So not true. U.S. has not given a penny to Ukraine. It has all been in military equipment, which they are paying back. By the way, they are paying back that money. So you're not. No. Stop it. Stop interrupting me. They are not paying. They're paying everything back.
With
just
what
like
money?
Okay, I'm putting you on mute because you do not exercise self-control. You need to stop interrupting me and talking over me. Okay? Right here. Be respectful, no over talking. So Frontline, I'm just gonna, you have some clicky noise going on, so I'm just gonna mute you briefly. So it's all equipment. It's all equipment. That's it. And it is being paid back. It is, and by the way, like, it's Congress who decides that the US is going to send like however much equipment. This also makes it so that US can get new equipment. So it creates jobs for the US to create all this new equipment. So you have brand new spanking things that you think you can take over the world with. All right. And you aren't the only company who is also sending aid to Ukraine. Canada is sending aid. The places in Europe are sending aid, like Poland, the UK are sending aid. It's not just you guys. You aren't funding the war. The war that wouldn't even have started anyway if Putin would just get off his fucking high horse and understand that he can't control everything in that area. Now you can speak, and then Frontline wants to talk.
All right, I want you to bring up the charts of contributions from the United States and Europe to Ukraine.
I don't care about that. No, I'm not. I don't care about that because you specifically said that the U.S. was funding the entire thing for Ukraine.
Pretty much.
That was your words. No, I don't even care about pretty much.
Let me explain.
It's
they
either
said
they're
no
funding
over
No. When you say
you
entire,
won't let me get it
that
out.
means the entirety thing. When you say entire, it means the entirety. You can't go back and say pretty much. Oh, it's like saying I'm a little bit pregnant.
Them being able to conduct war, yes, without U.S. support, they can't conduct a war. It doesn't matter.
They would have, yes, 100%.
They can.
Other people stepped in
we
to
are
help them.
funding this war, this entire thing. Without us,
you're not funding the entire thing. Stop saying absolutes. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But you
can't speak in absolutes. You're not when there's other countries involved in it.
So if
there are other countries involved in helping support a country that was a sovereign country invaded by Russian forces, you are not funding their entire operation. You are supporting you are helping other countries in supporting that nation to defend its land that it has its own.
All right, sure thing. Whatever you want to say.
No, it's Frontline's turn. It's Frontline's turn. It's Frontline's turn to talk. Frontline.
I'm just honestly wondering how all of you Trump-loving Americans have absolutely zero empathy for a sovereign nation that was invaded without instigating anything. Like, why do you think that's okay? In all honesty, because all of a sudden you don't actually care about Ukrainian people. You just want to be all high and mighty on how great your military is and how you can choose what happens to other sovereign nations. And by the way, even if you guys stop funding Ukraine, if us, Canada, and the United States continues to fund them, all they need is another 5 to 6 months, because Russia is at the end of its resources. It's at the end of its power. It doesn't have much longer to go. It really doesn't.
Not true.
Yeah,
Why would the
yes, it
Europeans
is.
be freaking
Why
out
would there
right
be?
now?
Why?
Are the
Oh my
Europeans
God.
freaking out of a possible Russian
John,
invasion? If that's
Because we're all a
John,
part of.
John.
Because we're all a part of
Because
NATO.
Russia can
Because
go a
we're
lot
all.
longer.
John!
No, they fucking can't.
They can.
No, they can't. Why did they need North Korea? Why did they need North Korea to come fight for them, huh? Because they were so great on their own? You don't know anything that you're talking about. You're just high and mighty because you're American and you think that you guys are the greatest. And now you're simping for Russia because you have a president that's been doing business with Russian criminals for the past 20 years, and all you have now in office is a Russian puppet.
Lies.
He's doing this for Russia because Russia can't keep going for more than 5 to 6 months. And so he's trying to actually help them out by quote unquote ending the war so that Russia gets a free pass and gets saved. Russia's not doing good in this war.
Let me explain. Let me explain power structures real quick.
John,
Stop.
John, stop for a second. John, I need you to stop for a second, okay? You need to learn to exercise some self-control. When somebody else is speaking, you need to let them finish speaking. Otherwise, you're just going to be waiting that much longer because they're going to continue speaking until they're done, okay? So you need to exercise self-control. Mute yourself when it is not your turn. See right here? Please mute when you're not talking.
It's okay. Let John explain to us power structures. Also, maybe you can let us know what your education is too, just so that we know what your actual background is when you describe power structures to us.
Sure, finance masters and a bachelor.
Oh, okay, cool. So not political science, not war strategy, not geopolitics. Got it. Okay.
Money is power.
Explain. Oh, okay, yeah. Explain your power structure, please.
Sure, yeah. By alienating the Russians like this, we've pushed the Chinese and the Russians together, and North Korea. That's a pretty formidable resistance against the West. Okay, that's an extremely toxic and powerful combination. They were natural enemies, the Russians and the Chinese, but we've pushed them together through this alienation and doing all this stuff. You push them together. That's not good for anyone. That's a huge threat. Now, if we can end this war and get the Russians away from the Chinese influence, that's going to help everyone because that makes that coalition not powerful. It's not a thing. But if you allow them to get pushed together, it's a huge problem. The Chinese can produce on a scale no one has seen since World War II, how the U.S. used to produce. They now can do that. We don't have that ability anymore because we shipped all of our manufacturing from the West over there. They have the factories and the manpower and the money to do it. If you push these two countries together, that's going to spell bad news for us in the future. And how you guys don't realize that is beyond me. I don't understand that.
So I have something for you to ponder, okay? The U.S. putting tariffs on China, that's definitely going to drive China away from the U.S., correct? Just answer yes or no.
No, they have to sell their stuff to us. We're their biggest trade partner.
They don't have to. They don't have to.
They need to sell their stuff to us. If they don't, who are they going to sell
Not really.
it to? Who are they going to sell it
There's
to?
the rest of the world.
They already sell it to the rest of the world. We're a giant market for them. We're their biggest market.
Okay. So by putting tariffs on and isolating themselves from China, even, okay, isolationism from China because of the tariffs. Same thing that they're doing with Canada. Same thing that they're doing with Mexico. Okay, it's basically creating isolationism. They're doing these things. They're putting tariffs on them because they want the product to be made in their own country. That's the whole problem. Okay, so they're not going to be buying from China as much. That's the whole reason why Trump wants that, because he doesn't want people buying from China as much. So China is therefore not going to be partnered with the US. Do you think if US and Russia are partnered up together that China is going to want to pair up with them? No, they're going to want to pair up with the other people who are already being fucked over by the US as well.
It's like you just didn't listen to the entire thing. Then my entire thing was on Russian and Chinese coalition. You can't have it.
Correct.
It's
It's
bad.
like you didn't hear what I said, because that would break apart if the US and Russia get together and China is already on the outs with the United States. Do you think they're going to stay in this partnership with Russia when these two are buddy-buddy? Hell no. They're going to get out of it and they're going to be partners with other people
No,
who
the
will
whole
actually buy. No, don't interrupt me. They're going to be partners with other countries that are actually going to be buying products from them and not putting unreasonable tariffs on them, because they understand the trade system around the world, that some countries have products and elements that other countries don't, and you need to be able to trade those around in order to sustain your world that you live in. Okay, so that partnership is going to break up, is what I'm saying. So you didn't listen to everything I was saying, or you didn't actually follow the train of logic that I was on.
No, I don't think you're following me because I'm listening. But you're mentioning how does putting tariffs on Chinese goods push the Russians and the Chinese together? No, what we're doing in the West on the
You
Russian
didn't
front.
hear what I said.
You didn't hear what I said.
Literally. Okay. Hi. Okay. Kingston, you just came back in here. Did you hear what I said, Kingston? You can unmute, Kingston.
Yes, I did. And I think the issue that I'm hearing, forgive me for disrupting, is Ukrainians have lost a lot of lives, have paid the largest price to just ignore them and sell Ukraine on a silver platter to Putin just to please Trump and end the war is wrong. Is just
but
wrong.
Kingston, sorry, I know you want to make that point, but I really need you to say, like, to tell whether you understood what I said. What I said
Yes, I
as to
did.
why
Yes, I
China
did.
and Russia would separate with the US involved in that.
Yes, I did understand perfectly.
Okay, thank you. John, do you not understand that? It's like you've got this couple over here, okay? You've got the two people over here, couple, US and China, okay? Then you have this other temptation that comes in, and boom, there's Russia and US, and China is on the outs now, because these two are buddy-buddy now, and China is all the way over here. Okay, so that's what's going to happen if they go all buddy-buddy and Putin and Trump all get close together. They won't be all three buddies, because China doesn't want anything to do with the US that put tariffs and stopped people from buying from them.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now. But my argument isn't I would be fine with that. The whole argument is to keep the Russians and the Chinese from having a strong coalition. Whether that isolates China, I don't care, because China needs us in the end. Okay.
China has the biggest army in the world. What are you talking about?
We have the most technologically advanced and sprawling army in the world.
You think that China is not technologically advanced? I'm sorry, what?
I wouldn't say if we spend $900 billion on defense and they only spend $100 billion. Yeah, and we've
doesn't
been doing this
matter.
for years.
Doesn't matter. Quality over it's quality. It's your quality rather than your dollars spent on it.
Our quality is much better. They have quantity. They have manpower.
It's not. No,
yes,
it's not. Canadian forces go through so much more training.
Right?
Canadian forces go through so much more basic training than any of your United States forces do. We have a better trained military up here than you have down in the States.
I would love to see the Marines go against your military, because the Marines are trained way better. And that's not even our best.
Wait.
We have the Rangers. We have the Navy SEALs, who are the best in the world. SEAL Team 6 alone is the best in the world. Yeah, that's just one division.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Your Marines are trained with the Canadian Army through JTF. we don't have a Marines. We just have regular forces, and they go toe to toe with the Marines for training, not the regular Army from the U.S. The only one capable of going toe to toe with them is the Marines. Regular Army needs to have it's. I've talked to enough soldiers to understand that the regular Army in the U.S. is very much sort of, I'm trained for this one function. That's it. That's all. If something goes wrong, I need a specialist to come in. Marines, at least, are adaptable, like the Canadian military is. So if you're trying to say your Marines are superior, that's great, and you can thank a Canadian that helped them train that way.
And we have a lot
That's
more
how
than
they
that.
were
I'm
trained.
not. Hey, I'm not
Both
saying
sides of the
anything like
border
that.
I said that
knows
too
the
quickly.
tactics. Sorry. Both sides.
Nothing. I made a
both sides of the
comment
border.
and I said it too quickly, but you're good.
So both sides of the borders are very are well, and this is where you can say how superior your military is, but I'm going to probably talk about your soldiers right now because it's the same thing as any of the other soldiers. As I said, both this military has trained together for decades, if not longer, and they've also trained with all their allies in Europe and everywhere else. And you think they could just easily flip a switch and that ally that you've been working with up to about 5 minutes ago, yeah, he's the enemy now. Tell me you're going to be able to get the humanity out of that person, because it's clear you're able to do it for yourself, but these guys, I'm not so sure.
Frontline, I have you next, and then Pumpkin Spice.
So, first of all, the way that China works is very much in China's best interest. They only really care about themselves, and they do not let the world know how strong they are. They don't let the world know what they actually have as their backup plan in the military. And in all honesty, I don't see how helping Russia would somehow weaken their relationship. Like it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. China would look at it as weakness. They would just say that, oh, look at that. Now US is being hypocritical. You've opposed Russia for all these years and now all of a sudden you're changing. China might even publicly criticize the US for undermining international norms and principles, particularly if the US had previously condemned Russia's actions. It could also exacerbate already strained US and China relations, especially if China perceives the US as attempting to create a new geopolitical alignment with Russia that could exclude China, right? As I said, they really only are looking out only for themselves. It also might make them become even more assertive in their claims over Taiwan. Again, because it's going to look at U.S.'s support for Russia as just a big sign of inconsistency in U.S. commitments to its allies and partners. It's a horrible geopolitical move. The only reason that he could be making this move is if, he's doing it to make Putin happy, which is very obvious, especially if you look at his history and how much ties this man has with Russia and with Putin. End of story. It's not a good idea. It's just not, even for your own sake, for your own country's economic prosperity. It's not a good idea. And he's isolating the United States from all the other countries. He's isolating you guys from us, from the EU. How is that going to help you out? How is that going to be good for you? In all honesty, you just really think critically on this. If U.S. support for Russia stabilizes even global economy markets, China could benefit from lower energy prices, but it could also face pressure to align more closely with Russia on energy deals. It's not a good idea. It just generally isn't a good idea. From any way that you look at it, it's not a good idea.
I disagree. I think it's a fine idea.
That's because your cult leader told you that.
Enemy? I just don't understand. I really don't. I don't.
Because they're a dictatorship that has treated their people very badly. They have no free speech. It is not a democracy. It is a dictatorship.
My cousin's playing hockey over in Europe for their professional, and he says it's fantastic over there. I mean, in Russia.
Cool. You can go play hockey there. The Olympics also came to Germany during Mustache Man's regime.
I think there's a lot of propaganda that goes on.
What?
Listen, we have all these trade deficits with Europe and Canada. We don't need to buy Canadian product. We do it because we like you guys, and we're
So
what
wrong.
a joke.
We
So
don't. We can
incredibly
pump our own
incorrect.
oil in Texas and Alaska.
Cool.
We really
How are
don't
you going to
need
get your aluminum and steel?
We will mine those as well. We used to be the biggest steel producer in the world.
Where are you going to get aluminum from?
Aluminum.
Yeah,
There's a lot of places.
aluminum.
You go to South America, you can find other people. More people in the world
Where are you
have,
going to get your
have
potash
aluminum all
from?
over. Huh?
Where are you going to get your potash from?
What did you say?
Potash.
And what is that? Explain that to me.
Can you?
Because I bet we could find another country that sells that. I guarantee you can.
Yeah, Russia.
If
Russia's the only other
isolate-
country that sells
Here's the
it.
thing.
Good.
Here's
we'll get
the
it from
thing.
the
If you
Russians.
John, here's the thing. If you isolate every other country, nobody wants to trade with you. Nobody wants to sell it to you anymore. Especially when you isolate and you get rid of your 3 biggest trade partners. 3 biggest. There you go. Canada supplies the world with 70% of the world's potash.
We're your biggest, right? We buy 80% of your product, maybe 75, whatever the exact number.
Because you need to.
We don't.
Because you need to.
Most
yes,
of it is
you do.
energy.
You need us more than we need you. 100%.
I read up on this. It's like your oil. It's like some type of oil. You sell it back to the refineries here, and then we sell it back to you. And we're the only people that can refine it because you only have like 3 refineries up there. But in Texas, we have like 20 something of them.
No, there's not 3 refineries. Thank you very much. We have 17 refineries across our country.
Specific type of oil that's the base you produce, and then it can be converted into stuff we can use. But that's where you're wrong. We have all the refineries for that. We don't need it. We don't need it. We could pump it out of Texas and Alaska. We don't need your oil.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
It's not incorrect.
All right.
You're incorrect.
Incorrect. Yeah, but it's not your turn anymore. It's Pumpkin Spice's turn. And then I have Pumpkin Spice, then Kingston, and back to Frontline.
I no longer remember what it was that I was going to say. I was basically going to say all the stuff that Frontline said. So
yeah,
I mean, props to Frontline for just saying all the yeah.
Yeah, Kingston.
John, I just want to say that tell your cousin that played hockey in Russia, and Russia is so wonderful. I dare your cousin to stand on the streets of Moscow with a picket saying a critical statement about Putin. I dare him to do that and see what happens to your cousin. He gets immediately arrested, tortured, and end up in a jail. I dare your cousin to try that, to go to Moscow and try that.
Okay.
You will get.
It's not a safe place.
Arrested.
Is essentially what he's saying. It's not a safe place. You're not allowed to criticize the government at all. You think that here, and like in Canada and U.S., we have you guys have your First Amendment. We have freedom of expression up here. Okay, so that gives you freedom to criticize your government without fear of retaliation from your government. There, they do not have that freedom.
Frontline. Trade with them?
Can you please?
I really don't.
You have some.
We
sorry,
don't
what?
care. The Americans, we don't care anymore. We've been taken advantage of, and quite honestly,
no, there's a bunch of Americans that do care.
Your
there's
whole
only a
economy
select.
is based on our country.
No, there's a select few of you guys that do care, or that you don't care. Sorry, the rest of you
comments,
do care.
if I might say, someone said our refineries.
No, we're not talking to the comments. We're not talking to the comments, John. We're having a conversation up here. Be present up here, please. You can type in the comments to respond to the comments if you want to. All right.
Yeah, they're moving too fast.
Yeah. Frontline was next, and then Joe.
You don't care that you can't have the freedom of speech? Like, do you know what happened to all of the Russians that decided to protest the war in Ukraine? Do you know what happened to them? Do you know where they are right now? Right? Where are they right now? They're in jail. They're in jail. That's exactly where they are. Here, you can actually speak up against your government. There, you can't. It's a full-blown dictatorship. People don't have rights. And they try to make themselves look good to people in the West and to America and stuff, but it is a country that's completely run by lies and propaganda. And Russia has been the master of propaganda over time. They got it better than Mustache Man did back in Germany. They have been influencing Europeans, especially Eastern Europe, for years. That's how they put Putin puppets in place all over Europe. And Russia just did it to you guys, and you're too blind to even see it. And when it comes to trade, yes, it would be hard for us to stop trading with you, for sure. But we can do it. It would hurt for a bit. We would go through a period of, economic recession, maybe even depression. But other than that, we would bounce back because we would be able to make trade deals with the EU, with China, which we're already talking about making better trade deals with China. There's a lot of other places in the world that would trade with us and we would be okay. And all of us would rather go through a period of hardship than ever just bend over and let ourselves become the 51st state, okay?
I don't want you guys to become the 51st state, number one.
It's not going to happen anyway.
I said that in the beginning. I said Canada, I like that they're independent. They always should be. But to think you can on a dime start trading that oil when you need our refineries to China and you don't have boats to take it over, you don't have the resources to do it, you don't have any of the infrastructure built, and you think you're going to do it on a diamond trade. No, it would take about probably 5+ years to get all that up and running. And I don't think the Canadian government could sustain that. You guys are already in so much debt. Everything's so expensive up there.
How much debt are we in? How much debt do you think we're in?
All I know is you're in a lot.
That doesn't tell me anything.
You printed money in COVID just like us.
Cool, not as much as you
do. Houses are more. No one can afford a house up there.
Yeah,
groceries are through the roof.
This just sounds like talking points to me.
Hey, John, what's the minimum wage? What's the minimum wage in America?
Facts.
I know our purchasing power is more, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's not the answer to Frontline's question.
What
was the answer to Frontline's question? What's your minimum wage in the United States?
It's either $7.25 or $8 something. I don't know.
$7.25.
It goes
or $7.50. One of those two.
It differentiates.
$7.50.
So federally $7.50. Okay, federally $7.50 is minimum
but the states
wage.
really make up their own.
Sure, but none of them are as high as they are here.
Like 15.
None of them are as
Florida,
John, can you just answer the question? John, stop yapping. Just answer the question and don't go on a whole diatribe.
We have 50 states.
Cool.
Different in every state.
Ma'am. Like I said, I'm not a ma'am.
What are
none of
you?
them are not ma'am. I hate ma'am. You can call me nerdy or charity. Or host, if you really want to call me something other than that. So our minimum wage here, the lowest minimum wage that we have is $15 an hour.
All right, cool. Your purchasing power is less than us. So it doesn't really matter. It's about purchasing power. What can my dollar buy for X amount of goods? That's what it is. If you understand basic economics. It's not about I could be in Venezuela and the minimum wage could be 10,000 bolivars. That doesn't mean shit. The bolivar is worth nothing. I could wipe my ass with it. It's toilet paper. It does not matter. It doesn't compare apples to apples. They're two different currencies, two different strengths, two different purchasing powers. If anyone would like to argue that, go right ahead.
Absolutely will. So first of all,
Joe, it's your time.
Joe.
Yes. So I'm.
Notice how he mutes for Joe, but I have to mute him for everybody else. Pep, you'll be next.
That's true.
For a lot of other people.
No, I've had to mute you. And you interrupted all the women so far multiple times. And Joe, you interrupted once.
Trying to dig for something.
There we go.
I apologize.
Yeah, no, you've interrupted the women many times.
Argument, host.
It's not a loser argument. You're just misogynistic.
It's because you're desperate to give me a gotcha moment. That's what it is. Because you're losing.
gotten you in so many gotcha moments. I don't even need that one.
I don't think
Joe,
so.
go ahead. John, mute
So-
yourself up.
Yeah, John, let's be honest here. You don't have a financial degree, do you?
I sure do.
Okay. From which university?
He said he was a master's in finance.
Yeah, University of
Excellent.
Miami and the University of Tampa.
Okay. So obviously you can explain the difference between net present value and international rate of return and how each is used in capital budgeting decisions, right?
Net present value. So you're trying to make me
Straightforward question.
Huh?
Straightforward question.
Yes, I know what net present value is. You have to use it in modeling, use it in businesses to project cash flows and bring that back to your present value, discounted cash flows.
All right. What about costs in regards to total cost in regards to for supplies? So all supplies in regards to manufacturing, you're going to be expecting costs in regards to your whatever raw materials you're going to be manufacturing, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So what would be those costs?
Of raw materials?
Yeah. What could be your potential cost for those raw materials?
Labor to extract them.
Well, I'm just talking about the labor to extract them. Absolutely. What else?
Type of technology, research and development. There's a lot of things that can go into it.
What about transport?
Transports of logistics, yeah.
That is minor, or could that be significant?
That could be pretty significant, yeah.
Okay. So if you as a nation who has been consuming a lot of raw materials, and we're talking from potash to aluminum to steel to lumber to numerous other products, as well as additional lithium mines that could be opening up for every other technology. If you shut off the closest one, which is within just trucking distance and mass distance, which means a lot of the product can be moved to you, and you are now forced to get that product from overseas, does that mean your raw materials are now going to be more expensive?
Sure, yeah, that can cause inflation. But however, if you start making products in America and hiring people to make those products, yeah, it might be a little more expensive, but you're paying actual wages to workers,
You're
higher
already
wages,
making that
and
product.
that'll be dumped back into the economy.
You're already making that product in the U.S. So you're not changing anything there. You're just changing who you're getting the raw materials from. This makes no difference in the U.S. except the cost of the raw materials to bring it into your country. So I say again, how is it beneficial to you guys to go and source a more expensive source of raw materials from a foreign nation that's across an ocean, which means you now have to bring it in by tanker? And the time, and you're not going to be able to get as quick of a flow because you need to get the boats in there. And let's be honest here, the international fleet of ships for transport is still kind of a finite number. They're busy kind of transporting all goods across the world. How is this going to help the U.S.? And as you pointed out, it's going to take 5 years for not only us to resupply, to find new people to sell to, but it's also going to take 5 years for you guys to get new sources that you're going to be turning off for Canada, and if you still continue it, with Mexico as well. Your two cheap, quick sources of your raw
And the
materials for
Mexicans
manufacturing.
they get it. They get it. And
They get
really
what?
what it is with Mexico, it's about the cartels there. That's really what we're trying to get after.
No, it's not.
Oh,
But
it
go
is.
ahead.
The drugs coming in. I mean, the cartels basically control that government.
Can we use TikTok friendly language, please? So, like pharmaceuticals or spicy medication. You can't say the D word.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Joe, you bring up really good points. And honestly, I would say it's going to take a lot less time for us to build ships than to extract those resources from other nations than it would for
How
Canada.
are you going to build the ships if you don't have any steel? You just cut off your source of steel.
Americans can make their own steel.
No. You need iron to make steel.
You don't think we have iron in Alaska? You don't think We have iron in the United States. Of course,
You're gonna, now,
you guys
yeah.
have a ton of it, which we like, and you have the infrastructure already set up to extract that. But with American money, private equity, you could get a mine up and running probably within the year.
Canada, Australia, Brazil, Russia, and India. Iron is one of the most common elements in the Earth's crust, but those are the places that you get them from.
India, well, we can get it from India. Why can't we get it from India?
Because you, as you said,
we can get
you
it
don't
from
have the boats to
Russia.
go get it.
We can get it from Russia. Now that trade's open up, we become allies because we have so many restrictions on them. Trade can open up, and that's a whole new thing. They'll grow the economy. Now we can sell their products into there.
Why would they want
Other
your products?
Whatever
They
they
can get their
need,
products cheaper
whatever
from
they
China.
might want, we could sell to them. Right now, it's really nothing because all the sanctions.
Why would they want your products?
Nobody would want to buy your stuff. It would be
Chinese
too
products were cheaper.
expensive.
No, there's probably some things that the U.S. does a little bit better in production than Russia. I can't name them off the top of my head, if I'm being honest, but I know
Better's not always,
every nation
again,
has its own
your
advantages when it comes to
economy's
making
strapped.
stuff.
The economy's
So,
strapped.
again-
Russia's going to be strapped. They're not going to be looking for better. Yeah, there are a couple of them going to be looking for some name brand stuff, but you know what? They're also going to be quite satisfied with the Chinese products, which are going to be probably a quarter of the price because it's going across land. It's not being shipped across water. You're going to be able to get some products across there, but you're not going to be able to sustain an economy of 350 plus million people with a couple of Gucci shoes, which it came in from Italy, never mind. The point being, you're not going to be able to sustain if you can't get a mass export. And especially if you're cutting everybody else and switching around the economy and disrupting trade around the world, people are going to be hesitant on buying products in the U.S. They're going to buy what they need, but that's it.
Pep dropped.
I just don't think your theory of if we did this to Canada, the whole world's just going to get in line behind Canada. I just don't think that's true.
It's not just Canada, though. It's Canada, China, and Mexico that this is all happening to. It's not just those. It's not just about us. It's all the other ones that you're isolating yourself from.
I mean, they need our market. A lot of
you
their
don't think the
profits
disruption
come from
of
our
those three
market.
countries would not affect the rest of the world in some way?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Hey, sorry, if I can just test, I don't know if I'm muting or not. I just want to mute when I'm not. Oh, never mind, I found it. Sorry guys to interrupt.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so, I'll get you in just a second too. Knack.
My last point here. You don't think disruption of the North American economy, and I'm talking the North American economy, Canada, US, and Mexico, disrupting that entire trade flow that has evolved over a century plus, that has been beneficial to all three nations, that massive destruction and just cutting off the trade between all of them to decide we're going to go on our own, we're going to try to find other different routes, regardless of the cost. You don't think that's going to cause any issues to the Western markets in regards to Europe or to the Asian markets that are also dependent on the North American markets being stable to us being trade partners? We're in a globe. We're in global trade here. One of these massive places, if Europe has a large problem in their economy, we feel it too. Same thing with Asia. So you don't think people are going to be upset at the one nation causing the global market to be a problem?
No, there would probably be some uncomfortability, but I mean, honestly, they rely on us for so much more other than trade and economics. It's also military. Like I said, Europe is not prepared right now. They don't make their own weapons. Like
the
they buy all of our stuff.
Is that
all of our bases are there. They rely on us.
John,
There's a lot more
you've been
levers.
made to believe, John, you've been made to believe that your country is so good and you're the only country in the world that can save anybody when you've never actually won a war. Like, that's the thing. Like, none of the other countries were World War II. You didn't win World War II. You swooped in at the last minute and helped out. That was it. So, like, it doesn't make any sense. What?
And they always admit the fact that the Canadians had to save their asses at Omaha Beach.
Exactly. Like, you guys have been made to believe that you're this big superpower that nobody should mess with because you're the only ones who can do anything, and that's not just simply not the truth, right?
I'm not saying
Other
that. I'm
people,
saying they're
no, other
unprepared.
people, people,
if
like other. 1 second, Knack. I have to introduce you first, please, okay? Because I need to get some information for you first.
sorry,
So
forgot.
if you could just stay muted for a second, I'm gonna get to you right away, and then I'm going to introduce the 2 new people, and then Frontline's got to talk, and then I'll get to you guys doing your responses. I'm not taking up any more people, guys, because I've only got 20 minutes left, because I got to go do some work tonight. So John, like what I'm saying is you guys have been built up to believe this, and it's just simply not true. Other countries can defend themselves, and they have allies that can also help with this. They don't need you, is what I'm trying to get through. Okay. Knick-knack. Can I grab age, province, and who you voted for, or who you're going to vote for in the election?
So age 35, province Ontario. Do I have to answer who I'm going to vote for?
It gives us an idea of like where you stand in things. Like if you're unsure,
NDP.
or if it's ABC or something like. Okay, gotcha. Cool.
It's more of like, private vote. The thing about like, you're supposed to be, it's a private vote and that thing. Yeah.
And I understand. I understand that. It's just for political discussions, we kind of want to know where you fall in all that kind of stuff. So that's why. Okay, give me 1 sec. I've got to introduce Ice Queen. Then Frontline's gonna go. Then I'll come back to you to say your piece. So Ice Queen. Can I grab age, province, and who you're planning on voting for federal?
Sorry. 43, Alberta.
Yeah.
And I'm totally unsure who I'm voting for yet.
Is it like ABC?
Not sure. I'm still reading their platforms.
Okay.
I like to do research.
Okay, so there's still a chance conservative potentially?
There is a chance of conservative.
Okay.
Who I normally vote for, but there's other options out there as well.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'll come back to you as well. Frontline, if you want to go, and then I have Knick-knack and Ice Queen. After that, I'm probably we're going to do like final words kind of thing, and go from there. Kipper, I go all night long. Okay, Frontline.
3 points. Number one, the purchasing power that, was a big point earlier. I don't think John's taking into account that fact that we are offsetting the fact that they have a little bit more purchasing power than us with the fact that we also have social safety nets. And they completely offset those costs, and that's been studied. So number one. Number two, if you stop getting oil from us, if you're, I hear a lot of Americans say that they have enough oil in their country, they don't need anybody else, they can totally rely on themselves. You guys have proven to only have 44 billion barrels of oil left on your land, like in your own country, that you could potentially, get, right? Those 44 billion barrels would only last you about 6 years at your current consumption rates. End of story. So you'd be good for about 6 years if you didn't get oil from other places in the world. So you do need to have trade in order to be able to get oil and actually sustain your, use of oil. And thirdly, there are a lot of European countries that make their own weapons. You are not the only ones that make weapons. France makes fighter jets, submarines, warships, tanks, artillery. Germany also makes their own tanks and artillery and submarines and firearms. United Kingdom makes their own fighter jets, warships, armored vehicles, military aircraft engines, missiles. Like, I could go on. Italy, again, helicopters, naval systems, submarines. Sweden, they have amazing fighter jets, submarines, radar systems. Like, you are not the only ones. You have been fed a lie in America that you are the only ones and you are the greatest on earth. That is not true. And when you combine European powers, if there ever was to be a day where we had to combine our powers to go against the United States, we would be more than okay.
Whatever you think. Teach their own.
All right. Thank you. Knick-knack, if you wanna have a turn.
Thank you so much. I would love that. Okay, so first off, John, again, I appreciate your point of view, and I also really want to echo the same things that both Frontline and Joe did say. It's not not just the aspect of that we are prepared, we will do what we can.
For everybody else or just me?
Sorry, am I cutting out?
No, you're fine. She's
okay,
fine
it's just me then. It was my intro. Sorry, no, it's my internet then. Okay.
Again, it's fine.
You're good.
Like
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying, the hard part is we are all in that same thing of we are in a global economy. We will always be in a global economy where we will always meet each other for each other's needs. And the fact that we have this factor of a government system that wants to say we do it better than anyone else, but that's not the case. We do it better for our communities. We do it better not just for ourselves, but for everyone. In the sense of taking care of each other. And the fact that we have an oppressive regime that tries to say, this is right, this is what's going to happen. And in the same way, like Frontline said, where we have a ton of different areas where we make weapons, we have all this. Like, it's not a sense of we are prepared for we are prepared for war, we are prepared for this. It is, we are trading partners. We are people who have resources to share with one another that help each other to be not just good nations, but to help people who need what we can. And I'm very, very, very proud of Frontline, of Joe, of anyone who comes on here and debates this, especially when it comes to the circumstance of like taking care of each other. And that's what I'm saying is we don't make weapons for the sense of we have to provide. And when you're talking about purchasing power, yes, that makes sense. But at the same time, everyone has purchasing power based on need, based on not want, but also need, in the sense of the U.S. needs potatoes, the U.S. needs wheat, the U.S. needs milk, the U.S. needs eggs, the U.S. needs so much resources from each of us as nations to exchange and help each other in that way and to boost each other up. And it breaks my heart to actually see that not happening again. And now we're in a position where we have to treat each other as animosity partners, where we can't trust one another. Instead of we exchange goods based on representative, based on what is best for all of us. And again, you're right. We do have weapons of mass destruction. We will always have weapons of mass destruction, but we will also have, if any of us use weapons of mass destruction, it is assured destruction for all of us. And I'm not meaning this in a way of like, we will never not want to grow. We will never not want to grow. We will never want to try and make everyone better around us. But the question is, are we making people better around us based on what I think is better for you, based on what my needs are? Or based on what all our needs are? Because every single community has different needs. The community that I volunteer in requires more snow removal than it does, like the community that requires more snow removal in Sudbury requires less snow removal in Toronto, but both communities are way more vital. And I understand, John, where you're coming from, where you're like, oh, the U.S. is powerful and we should bring that forward. And, we will be this domineering, amazing power. I get that. Awesome. Good for you. but it doesn't help people who really, really need it. I'm not trying to be like the person who is being the peacemaker, but I hear and see what both Joe and Frontline are saying, a sense of purchasing power, where it is about, obviously, we are nations in a global economy based on global needs. But at that same idea, we are nations in a global economy, and we can fulfill each other's needs. And it breaks my heart that you think that because Canada might have a less purchasing power, which we don't, we have a lot of industry, we have a lot of things, that we don't think about the genuine needs of our community. And I'm, once again, peacemaker here. Peacemaker.
Sure,
Not really,
I appreciate
but
all that. But I think you got my point of view wrong. I'm not coming at you guys because I want the U.S. to swing its junk around because we're big and bad. No, that's not the point. I don't want to dominate you just to dominate you. No, that you're missing the entire plot. The
but here's
entire
the thing. Here's the
is
thing.
we're tariffed on a bunch of goods. There's like 300% tariffs that go into your country. We're not allowed to sell into your country. But you can bring all this stuff here and we have a trade deficit.
But you have been. Here's the thing. The U.S. has always been our regular trading partner on a consistent and regular basis when it comes to wheat, when it comes to food, when it comes to anything else. And that's fine and that's great. But the thing is about what tariffs are coming into, where tariffs are just extra taxes to punish what? Regular people instead of... I'm sorry. I think I've lost the plot in that sense, but like... The whole point of the tariff is just to punish people or punish a nation, not for the sake of gaining anything, but for the sake of, I'm going to do something that will hurt you to let you know that I mean business. And it's not that you, John, mean business. It's that the nation itself, when they do that, that isn't good business. That isn't that isn't a good thing to do to someone, to the people who need the food, to all that stuff. Like, that's what I mean. It's not okay. And at the same time, I get where you're like, oh, we have buying power and all that stuff. Everyone has buying power. Everybody has the ability to purchase things, to follow up with things, to do. I don't understand why any nation, especially a nation that you trade 90% of the things for, would try to punish not just their own people, but also the other partner. It's like, how do I put, it's like punching your sibling in the face. It's punching your sibling in the face. It's like, or like pushing your sibling down the stairs, and then, oh wait, you realize you pushed your sibling down the stairs, and they're like, oh no, mom and dad are coming down the stairs, are coming down the hall, and holy fuck. Oh, I'm going to get in trouble. So I'm going to throw myself down the stairs and say, oh, mommy, daddy, oh, we were both hurt, but mommy and daddy know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think I'm oversimplifying.
I don't mean to cut you off. I only have 7 minutes left, and I still want to do like a breakdown with everybody else, and Ice Queen still needs to speak. So,
of course.
I'm on a time crunch. I'm done at midnight. We're going to go a tiny bit over, but I really got to try and stick to my time frame. So, cause I have work after this. Ice Queen,
of course.
You're good. Ice Queen, if you can say your piece.
Yeah, not a problem. So I've been reading on a lot of this stuff that's going around already. The 25% tariff, stuff like that. But if you really think about it, John, if President Trump does that to Canada, does it to Mexico, but only charges 10% to China. I get you say you have a lot of stuff in your country, but when you look it up and read through everything, not only is the USA in debt to other countries, but they're in debt to Canada as well. So buying power means nothing if those countries that are exporting to your country, but you barely export to other countries, your economy is going to crack. And without a strong foundation, all that will crumble. And if other countries like Canada pull away for electricity, crude oil, yeah, we can sell you our bitumen because that's the only thing we can't refine. But we can definitely refine our crude oil. So, I mean, you got to think about how this is going. It's not good for either side right now. Because if Canada pulls away, yes, they're going to resource other places. However, with the trade agreement in place, if Canada breaks free because of what President Trump is saying, the United States will have to pay the deficit to each country that breaks free. So how much buying power will you have then?
So the tariffs are to bring you guys to the negotiating table, right? Why is it fair that
Not really.
It is, but you don't have real leadership right now. Trudeau tucked his
It's
tail
not.
and
It's
left.
not about the leadership. It's about the smart people looking at this from different things. Politics will always be politics, but the people on either side
Also-
aren't dumb or
You don't even
or
have
naive.
parliament in progress right now, as far as I understand.
So there's times where you guys don't have this when Congress
don't-
isn't in
You
session.
don't. Yeah, but it's been a
You guys
pretty
didn't.
long time.
No,
How long
no,
has
wait,
it been
one
now?
second. No.
How
One
long's it
second. One
been?
second. You didn't. No. 1 second, John. You didn't have Congress in session when you had mass hurricane season, and they would not reconvene so that they could give more FEMA funds. So don't tell us about that we don't have anybody in session right now. We don't have anything happening because that same thing happens down in your country too.
yes.
Especially when you have a
one thing I wanted to
crisis
add.
going on.
Sorry, host. There's one thing I wanted to add.
Also,
even though
backing up
One
my
sec-
girl.
one sec-
Sorry,
one sec-
Ice Queen.
Even
It's just a
though-
desperate
sorry,
move
sorry.
by whatever party, the Liberal Party that's in power.
Hello.
So
Okay.
so that
No,
so that
Ice Queen
there's
was
no
John.
so Trudeau can't be
John.
Ice
called
Queen?
and
Ice
can't
Queen,
be
I'm
was
going to
expelled.
turn
speaking.
into
Ice
your
Queen was
sword
speaking.
soon. Okay.
Oh my
so
gosh.
for starters, thank you, host. Thank you. I was going to add one more thing. Even though we're having these tariff wars, who stepped up to help with your guys' fires? All I need to say. Thank you.
Facts.
Why
That's
can't
the
we
other thing you have
have
to consider.
Thank you, Ice
reciprocal
Queen.
trade? Why do
Thank
we have to
you,
have a
Ice.
deficit? Why? To subsidize you
Because
guys?
it's
It benefits
works.
you more.
You don't subsidize us
Subsidizing
anything.
us
You
when
owe
you're
us
in
money.
debt to Canada.
It is subsidizing you.
How are
No,
you
So plus
you
subsidizing
you're
owe
us when
us.
you're in debt to Canada?
Oh, Johnny boy.
So, John, here's the thing. Trump switched around one of those letters in what he said. It's not that the U.S. that Canada owes the U.S. $360 billion. It's that Canada owns part of the $362 billion of the U.S.'s debt. That's what it is. We own your debt. You owe us money.
No, that's not how it works because we pay interest on your
Yeah,
debt.
that's
anyway.
exactly what it is.
It's
That's exactly what it is.
It's called
Okay,
bonds,
now that being
right?
said,
You
Frontline,
owe
I can't
debt.
talk.
It's called
Frontline,
government
okay,
bonds. And if you know
stop.
anything about finance, if you know
John,
anything about finance, we pay
Stop! I already said I don't have time for this.
interest on those bonds.
John,
we don't
I
owe
already
you
said
anything.
I don't have time for this. I'm just gonna drop you.
Just don't
Because
understand.
I'm done. I'm so done. I'm so done with you interrupting me all the time. So Frontline, I know you wanted to speak, but I really have to get this done. Everybody's gonna have 2 minutes to talk right now. So I'm gonna set up my other thing here, and we're gonna do the live show, and everybody's gonna do a countdown of 2 minutes. Everybody will have 2 minutes, and whatever. There is no free speech in Canada. We have freedom of expression, and this is a private platform, which means you do not have those freedoms here. And freedom of expression is also towards the government. It is not in a private platform. So maybe you know what you're talking about first before you decide to spout off. So one quick thing. Knit-Knack, can I please get you to mute? You have really bad background noise, and it's very loud in my ears. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, one quick thing before I start this whole thing. After this, we are going to go do a raid to another Canadian political content creator. So if you want to stick around for the raid afterwards, that would be fantastic, and I'll send everybody where to go. Everybody's going to have 2 minutes uninterrupted. Don't forget, we do have shows we have 9 shows a week, 6 days a week right now. Our next show tomorrow is going to be Breaking the Dam with Jana, and it's at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, Knick-Knack, we are starting with you when it says, and it'll ask you to unmute your mic and everything.
Wow, thank you so much for the first position. I genuinely, I really feel privileged for that. I came last on this, and honestly, thank you for letting me join, and also thank you for helping me feel better about trying to teach others to remember what Canada is about. That's all I've got to say. Thanks, guys. Okay. This is a wonderful thing to be a part of.
Thank you. We do this show every week on Fridays. I start at 6 p.m. Mountain Time and go till midnight Mountain Time. So, and you're in Ontario.
That's lovely.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. All right. We are going to Frontline.
All right. Quickly, just, talking about the fact that everybody that worships the cult leader in the States thinks that we have an unfair trade surplus with the U.S. It totally ignores the bigger picture, because we do have a trade surplus in goods, but the U.S. has a significant trade surplus in services with us. And when you take goods and services, when you combine them, the relationship is actually very, very balanced. Also, I just have to say again, the conversation we had tonight points to the fact that the United States and Russia is waging a psychological war on us and the EU. They are trying to brainwash all of their supporters into thinking that our governments are doing a bad job right now. This is the propaganda piece they are going to be pushing as hard as humanly possible, and it is not going to stop. It's only going to get worse. So be on guard, be prepared, think strategically, know what you're talking about, get informed, read books, do whatever you need to do, educate your community, educate your family, educate your friends. It's the only way that we're going to make it through this. Okay?
Okay.
Moving on.
Joe, you're next.
I didn't want to follow Frontline. She's always tough to follow. God damn it. Oh, well, I'll do it anyways. Right. One of the big particular themes that kind of registered with me tonight as we're discussing this was the international trade community. It's one of the things that was brought up by John, and it's something we need to really sort of remember. He's talking about we were talking about all the different things in regards to trade as to what country, what different nations will be doing in regards to trade. It's going to be, and as Frontline even brought up, there's goods as well as services, and the exchange of the goods and services will help both nations. One of the other things that's also very important in regards to what's goods and services going to be there is also reliability. In regards to how reliable that source is. It's going to be coming from a stable nation. Is that trade going to be from a reliable partner that we've already built other trades with? And that's something that we've had a massive amount of reliability between Canada and the United States, as well as even Mexico, because we've done it for over a century. And if we go in here and we start causing a whole bunch of turmoil in regards to trades, whether it be tariffs or cutting off or going into a whole bunch of splitting off, as John was suggesting, we're now causing that build-up of reliability as a reliable trade partner to be gone. And the U.S. is going to be in that deficit trying to find other partners that people will want to trade with them and where they're going to be able to get that trust. And that's going to take even longer than any other trade agreement. That's it.
Thank you. Michael. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. It's always good to be on your show, host. I think what has happened over the last few weeks with President Trump should be a wake up call for Canada to probably trade with other nations. It's going to be odd not trading so much with America after all this time. That when we did start trading with America was back in 1988. With the whole NAFTA thing. That's all. I'm done.
Thank you. I'm just gonna hit end show. The last one is mine. So, all right. So that being said, everyone, like I said, thank you for being here. This will be posted on YouTube tomorrow after evening kind of thing. We post all of our lives on YouTube. Like I said, 9 shows a week. The pinned video in our bio is going to show every single one of the shows that we have on there. Thanks, Auntie Biscuit. And what else was I going to say? Join our Discord. The Discord link is in our link tree in our bio. If you have any issues with it, message me directly. The charity nerdy one over there, that's me. So follow me or just message me on there. I have me tagged in our bio too, in case you have issues with it, and you can just message me about it. But yeah, join our Discord. I do vet everybody that's in there. Just make sure we don't have troublemakers come in there as well. Thank you for letting us hit our goal. Thanks for all the gifts, guys. That was a really great night. Thank you for everybody who participated. And like I said, we are going to go and raid somebody. So this is the one that you're gonna go raid. I'm gonna put it in the sticker right here. So you're gonna go to Small Town. He's live right now. The thing is, he's not on the screen right now, so that's gonna kind of suck. But if you go in there and say, like, just put a bunch of beavers in the chat, and like Beaver raid or something like that. But if you put the beavers in there, hopefully he'll get it that it's Beaver Politics. He doesn't really know us all that well, but because he's usually live the same time I am. Yeah. Oh, Nick Nack, I'm just gonna mute you again. You're scratching. But yeah, so thank you everybody for participating. Thanks. We had a great talk. I know there's 7 people that still wanted to come up. Next week, I have a show every single week next week. You can come in and you can hang out with us, and we'll talk about something else next time. Who knows? But again, thank you everyone. You're going to Small Town. So right up here in the sticker, there should be a sticker above my head. It's Small Town with an underscore at the end of it. That's who we're going to go raid. And you can just put a bunch of beavers inside there, and put like Beaver raid or something like that. And hopefully it doesn't get censored, but, or Beaver Politics raid, whatever you want to say. So, okay, perfect. Thank you, everyone. I'll pop over there as well, just so that they know that we sent them. So thank you. Have a good night. And goodbye.